This video contains elements that are not suitable for children under the age of 14. Viewer discretion is advised.
With the 75th anniversary of Thomas and Friends having gone by, as well as reports of the show being revamped yet again, I've decided to give a retrospective on all 24 seasons of the show thus far, from its humble beginnings in 1984 all the way to 2020, between December of this year and February of next year. In case you're wondering, I won't be talking about the specials or the Jack in the Pack spinoff, because for now, I'm going to talk about the main show itself and see how well each season holds up. Before we begin, I should state that some opinions regarding certain episodes are bound to be controversial, but please keep in mind that each review is entirely opinion-based. If you want to give your own thoughts as to why you agree or disagree in the comments, that's fine. I know I've already done seasons 21 and 22 for the Emotions Corner, but I'm re-reviewing them solely for my own personal views, and also to see whether or not my views back then hold up now, especially since they aired a few years ago. Also, rather than reviewing them episode by episode, because I make these reviews way longer than I want, I'll instead be talking about the nuts and bolts as to see what makes these seasons good or bad, as well as the history surrounding the franchise during that time. If you want to know what I think about each episode individually, I'll leave a link to a Google document for that in the description below. But if there's an episode you feel that I didn't fully elaborate on, don't hesitate to tell me, and I'll try to clarify as best as I can. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zack Wanzer, and this is SODORAMA. Our story begins back in 1979 when Britt Allcroft met with Reverend Wilbert Awdry on the Bluebell Railway. Awdry was being interviewed for a feature on steam engines, and Allcroft had read some of his books prior to the interview, becoming fascinated with the likes of Thomas, James, and Percy, and wanted to make a television series off of the books, despite Awdry's initial skepticism, though who could blame him, especially since previous attempts to get the books made into a show had failed. The first attempt at a televised adaptation was done by the BBC on June 14, 1953, based upon the sad story of Henry. Directed by Douglas Baer and narrated by Julia Lang, the pilot was a dismal failure, especially when the model used to represent Henry derailed at a set of points, and a crew member's hand put it back on the rails. The negative media was so great that the series was quickly cancelled, and the footage, sadly, no longer exists. The second attempt was planned to be a musical television series directed by Brian Cosgrove and written by Andrew Lloyd Webber, known for his works such as Jesus Christ Superstar and Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Lloyd Webber approached Kagan Ward in 1973 with the proposal, and by 1976, the pilot episode was produced, believed to be in the style of another show about a sentient locomotive, Ivory the Engine. But sadly, by the following year, it had been cancelled due to a lack of interest, and with the success of the musical Evita, Lloyd Webber stayed in the music theater business, later producing hits such as Cats, The Phantom of the Opera, and Starlight Express. Lloyd Webber had formed a really useful group inspired from the phrase really useful engine, and his 1984 hit musical, the aforementioned Starlight Express, was inspired by the Railway series as a whole, showing that even though his television show didn't get off the ground, he still loved the books. And yes, I know there was another attempt in the 1970s on the children's show Jackanary, with the books read by Ted Ray, but I don't count that because they're straightforward retellings rather than taking a few liberties here and there. I only bring it up because you'll likely comment about it if I didn't. Anyway, the third and most successful attempt thus far was from Britt Allcroft in 1984, following a pilot in 1983 based upon Down the Mine, which was later refilmed to become the penultimate episode of the first season. While its date is unknown, it can be said that it was well received enough to justify a full-fledged series. A production crew was soon rounded up, including director David Mitton, music composers Mike O'Donnell and Junior Campbell, and narrator Ringo Starr, best known for being the drummer for the Beatles. It's funny to think now that at the start of the decade, his music career was floundering, and it wouldn't be till the end of the decade that interest in seeing him play music would be revived. Yeah, let's face it, the first half of the 80s were pretty rough for the former Beatles. John Lennon was murdered just as his career was restarting. Paul McCartney seemed to be spinning his wheels after he put out Tug of War. George Harrison's career went nowhere in England despite a semi-Beatles reunion reaching the top 10 in America. And Ringo's music career was put on an indefinite hiatus when Old Wave barely made it out of Germany and Canada. Good luck finding a copy of that or Stop and Smell the Roses. But I digress.
Thomas is a tank engine who lives at a big station on the island of Sodor. He's a cheeky little engine with 6 small wheels, a short stumpy funnel, a short stumpy boiler, and a short stumpy dome.
The first season of the show premiered on October 9th, 1984, and all stories, with the exception of Thomas's Christmas Party, were adapted from the first 8 books of the Railway series. The first 4 books were adapted in their entirety, with Edward's Day Out and Edward and Gordon from the first book merged together for Edward and Gordon, and James and the Top Hat and James and the Bootlace from the third book merged to become James and Coaches. The only stories not adapted for season 1 were Henry and the Elephant, Percy and the Trousers, Mrs. Kindly's Christmas, Leaves, and Paint Pots and Queens. With the exception of Mrs. Kindly's Christmas, all were eventually later adapted for seasons 3 and 4, which we'll cover later. Meanwhile, Gordon's Whistle and Henry's Sneeze, both from Henry's book, were merged together to form Whistles and Sneezes, which means that 28 out of the original stories were adapted into 25 episodes. Round it out with Thomas's Christmas Party, and you got yourself a 26-episode season, which would set the standard for future seasons to come. So, how did the episodes of the first series stack up? Well, I think it's safe to say that for the most part, they are incredibly faithful adaptations of the original stories, but compared to later seasons, the episodes of season 1 will come off as a bit low-key and, well, bland. Right out of the gate, I'm going to throw some unpopular opinions out there, but visually, season 1 hasn't aged very well. They're not awful or anything, but if you compare the visuals of the first 7 episodes to what The Adventure Begins has to offer, season 1 does feel a bit simple. Story-wise, Edward and Gordon is kind of boring if you compare it to season 18's Old Reliable Edward. The latter just has a certain something that the former just can't compete with. Now, granted, we do get entertaining moments throughout the first series.
Inspector, he whispered, can you see fish?
And we get amazing episodes like Thomas and the Breakdown Train, Dirty Objects, and Thomas and Birdie, but they tend to be the exception as opposed to the rule. While I'm on the subject of unpopular opinions, out of the first series episodes, the sad story of Henry and the Flying Kipper have probably aged the worst. Let me put it this way, if you want to know what Audrey thought about Henry, I think these 2 episodes are solid proof of that. In the former, he wanted to keep Henry bricked up in the tunnel forever, but the publishers insisted on a story bringing him, Edward, and Gordon together to create a happy ending. While they had the right idea in retrospect, unfortunately, Henry became this albatross that would frustrate Audrey to no end during the first 6 books. No thanks to C. Reginald Dalby, someone who didn't really care about trains, and he practically became the problem child of the main cast, if later episodes that we'll get to soon enough are anything to go by. In the books, Henry was repainted blue, resulting in young children mistaking him for Gordon, most infamously in an illustration of Thomas and the Guard. For TV, Henry stayed green, presumably because of budget, but mostly so he was easier to identify, and so Audrey repainted him back to green for Troublesome Engines, but then he got questions as to why Gordon was repainted, so Audrey decided to alter Henry's shape for good in the Flying Kipper. Earlier, he wanted to quietly kill off Henry because of steaming problems, but fanfare proved persistence, and Henry was here to stay. But I'm gonna say it, the Flying Kipper is greatly overhyped by the fandom. Visually, I can understand why people would love it. The atmosphere is great, the visual shots are stunning, and the music probably helped too, but the stories everyone what talks about last. Or is it the lack thereof? Much like Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, one of the greatest games for the Nintendo 64, people forget that the gameplay is why you bought it, and the story is more or less the reason people will watch a Thomas and Friends episode. The Flying Kipper is just the journey of a steam engine that happens to be sentient pulling a train before it crashes. That's it. I want to talk about the narration next. If you were to talk to anyone who grew up watching Thomas and Tank Engine, Ringo Starr's role as the narrator will inevitably follow. He wasn't even aware of the books while growing up, but a baby with Audrey changed his tune and he signed on to the role. According to an interview with TVAM, just as the show was kicking off, it took 8 days, basically a week, to record the entirety of the first series, and that included retakes for 4 episodes due to the tone in his voice. Looking back on his narration, Ringo sounds a lot more like he's reading a bedtime story, and that went better with some Ladybird audiobooks that he did, and his voices with the characters barely sound distinct from each other.
Well done, Percy. You started so quickly that you stopped a nasty accident. I'm sorry I was cheeky, said Percy. You were clever to stop. James, he asked, why are you red? I am a splendid engine, answered James. Ready for anything. You never see my paint dirty. Oh, said Toby innocently, that's why you once needed bootlaces, to be ready, I suppose. Hello, Henry, said Edward. You look splendid. I was pleased to hear your happy whistle yesterday. Thank you, Edward, smiled Henry. Shh, shh, can you hear something? It sounds like Gordon, said Edward, and it ought to be Gordon.
That being said, there's still a bit of fatherly charm to be found in his narration, and organically, he sounds better in the United Kingdom than he does in the United States. I mean, if you listen carefully, you can hear when a line was recorded in 1984 and in 1989 to suit American audiences with Shine Time Station. This also applies to Series 2, which we'll cover next time. Here's a couple of examples for Thomas and Gordon, or Thomas Gets Tricked.
He loves playing tricks on them, including Gordon, the biggest and proudest engine of all. Thomas likes whistling rudely at him. Wake up, lazy bones, why don't you work hard like me? He loves playing tricks on them, including Gordon, the biggest and proudest engine of all. Thomas likes to tease Gordon with his whistle. Wake up, lazy bones, why don't you work hard like me? Hurry up, you, said Gordon. Hurry yourself, replied Thomas. Gordon began making his plan. Yes, said Gordon, I will. And almost before the coaches had stopped moving, Gordon reversed quickly and was coupled to the train. Hurry up, you, said Gordon. Hurry yourself, replied Thomas. Gordon, the proud engine, began making his plan to teach Thomas a lesson for teasing him. Almost before the coaches had stopped moving, Gordon reversed quickly and was coupled to the train.
Even the ending dialogue is altered.
And had a long, long drink. He went home very slowly and was careful afterwards never to be cheeky to Gordon again. And had a long, long drink. Maybe I don't have to tease Gordon to feel important, Thomas thought to himself, and he puffed slowly home.
I can understand lines being changed as an American viewer, like myself, who would be more familiar, for example, with the term freight car as opposed to truck, and to avoid people with the term fat controller. But why were lines like the aforementioned examples altered? It wasn't like troublesome trucks or fat controller were ever mentioned, though probably the most jarring example would have to be the aforementioned sad story of Henry, or Come Out Henry, where the dialogue was changed up to make the story's context easier to understand so they could predict what would happen next.
Eventually, even the fat controller gave up. We shall take away your rails, he said, and leave you here for always and always and always. They took up the old rails and built a wall in front of him so that Henry couldn't get out of the tunnel anymore. Eventually, even Sir Topham Hatt gave up. We shall take away your rails, he said, and leave you here until you're ready to come out of the tunnel. They took up the old rails and built a wall in front of Henry, so that other engines wouldn't bump into him. Sudden dirt from the tunnel had spoilt his lovely green paint and red stripes anyway. He wondered if he would ever be allowed to pull trains again. But I think he deserved his punishment. Don't you? Sudden dirt from the tunnel had spoilt his lovely green paint and red stripes anyway. How long do you think Henry will stay in the tunnel before he overcomes his fear of the rain and then decides to journey out again?
I think it would have made much better sense if Ringo had re-recorded the episodes from the ground up, just so the difference wouldn't be so jarring. Listening to George Carlin's narrations, however, they flow a lot more naturally in the American dub than Ringo's partial re-narrations. The sole exception to this was whistles and sneezes, which remained unknown in America until George would take over as Mr. Conductor.
It isn't wrong, chuckled Henry, but we just don't do it.
Series 1 was the only series of the entire show's history to be filmed at Clapham Junction and Clearwater Studios in Battersea. For the second series all the way up to the 12th, the show would be filmed at Shepperton Studios. It's a bit like living in the town you were born in the first couple of years of your life before living the rest of your childhood all the way up to your adulthood in another. That's not a hyperbole there, I should know. Some scenes for certain episodes were filmed alongside others. As an example, the first scene from Troublesome Trucks and one of the scenes from Tenders and Turntables, both of which took place at Tidmouth Sheds, were filmed alongside each other. While we don't know the order of the production for the episodes, it can be assumed that the final set made for filming was Toby's Old Tramway, which would explain why the majority of the Series 1 promotional images take place there. Presumably, Toby and the Stout Gentleman was one of the last episodes to be produced, along with B-roll footage of Thomas with Annie and Clarabelle that was later reused for a couple of Series 3 episodes, as well as several music videos. Not to mention B-roll footage featuring Percy pulling two vans in the brake van that was featured in the Island song. The models of the engines each required a Bartlett chassis, as those made for the original pilot models of Thomas and Gordon were unreliable. The model of the Fulber appears for one shot in Down the Mine, likely reused footage from the pre-production pilot. The bodies were made from perspex, and fittings such as buffers and brake pipes were provided by Tenbill, who also provided the models for most of the rolling stock. Markland even provided one of their own engines for background use, as well as some of the track alongside Tenbill. The engines were based upon the original C. Reginald Dalby illustrations, as were the majority of facial expressions, first being sculpted in clay, and then a silicone mold would be made and then cast and smoothed for molding and casting again, and then the final face would be painted. In some cases, faces were duplicated in case the crew needed a face to be both dirty and clean on the same day of shooting. Uniquely, Henry's model was built with the ability to be changed either into his old shape or his new shape since, as mentioned earlier, Series 1 was filmed out of sequence, and while the splashes were removed for his new shape to resemble Black 5 as best as they could, weirdly, they returned in Series 2, making him resemble some kind of Jubilee Patriot hybrid. Why couldn't they keep the splashes off for future seasons? All in all, as far as the first series goes for Thomas the Tank Engine, it's pretty solid overall. For just about nearly every show in existence, the first series is not always going to be great and will have imperfections that are likely to get ironed out over time. Thomas is of no exception to this. The visuals with the models will come off as dated compared to the CGI aesthetic of the current seasons, and the episodes are more or less verbatim retellings of the original books, but it still sets a tone for the show overall, and it would eventually go on to last for over 30 years. It may not be the greatest thing put out to mankind, but I say it's worth checking out if you're just getting started with the franchise. Both production and story-wise, a lot had changed from the previous series. For one, the production team moved from Clapham Junction westward to Shepperton Studios, where they would continue filming until Series 12 in 2008, which we'll get to later in the marathon. Not only that, with the first series being a financial success, the second series had a bigger budget this time around, which meant that we had sets such as Brenham Harbor, as well as Tidmouth and Crosby stations. It even introduced many popular characters, including Duck, Diesel, Bill and Ben, Harold, Trevor, Donald and Douglas, Daisy, and Boko. Alongside the production values, the storytelling was a step up from the previous series. While the first series was simpler and focused on the characters, the second series was a bit more complex and focused on a lot of action, chases, races, runaways, and rescues. Some of the more memorable moments of the series come from episodes like A Close Shave, Old Iron, and Edward's Exploit. Even back in the 80s, Thomas and Friends was a children's show, but was never afraid to take risks such as the on-screen death of a character or having the spooky atmosphere for one of their stories. With 5 exceptions, the episodes were largely adapted from various books from the entirety of Edward the Blue Engine all the way up to the first half of Tramway Engines. Some of the books in between were later adapted for the third and fourth series, which we'll get to next time, and one more eventually being adapted for CGI in Series 20. As of 2017, only Mountain Engines and Very Old Engines have not been adapted for TV in any capacity. The aforementioned 5 exceptions were all adaptations of Christopher Awdry's stories, 3 of them coming from the 30th book of the Railway series, More About Thomas the Tank Engine. And I'm going to be perfectly honest here, Christopher's stories pale in comparison to his father's. What do I mean by that? Well, it's difficult to explain. The SODORAMA Forums blog has done a post giving their insight onto the Christopher era, but to try and make a long story short, the stories come off as a bit bland, and events within happen to characters rather than them creating their own events. For example, in Percy and the Signal, the little green caterpillar with red stripes plays jokes on Gordon and James, and the big engines get their own back at him by telling him about backing signals. Pop Goes the Diesel has Duck telling Diesel to fetch his trucks for him, and in an attempt to show off, Diesel makes a complete fool of himself and vows revenge and dirty work. In Thomas Comes to Breakfast, Thomas is overconfident that thinking he can drive off on his own, but the actions of a careless cleaner prove otherwise. Meanwhile, there's the Runaway, in which Thomas returns in the works with a stiff handbrake, and then when the relief fireman forgets, Thomas becomes, well, a runaway. It's not driven by Thomas being impatient and it comes back to haunt him. It just happens to him because it does. Wilbur based the majority of his stories on real-life events, and it would often happen to characters in order to teach them something by the end. And that's where the criticism of Christopher's books come from. It doesn't help that many of them, especially in the 90s, featured Thomas very heavily, no doubt influenced by the TV series. On the whole, More About Thomas the Tank Engine simply feels like a filler book. No major development happening on Sodor, nor is there a new engine arriving to potentially shake up a dynamic somewhere. It's a book that just exists so Bertie and Hale could get roles in episodes like Better Late Than Never or The Runaway, and to give Thomas more roles, I reckon. Heck, Christopher hasn't spoken very kindly about the book as it had been written in a rush just to meet a deadline. Christopher's greatest strength in his writing would have to be in the annual stories like Thomas and Trevor, or standalones like Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree, both of which were adapted for this season because they don't have to deal with major story arcs like a Railway series book does. Now, to give Christopher credit where it's due, he does write the odd good book like Really Useful Engines and Toby Trucks in Trouble, but no matter what, they'll always be in the shadow of Wilbert's writing. With Series 2, what I would have done is taken out 4 of Christopher's stories, Missing Christmas Tree still staying as the finale, and instead replace them with more of Wilbert's stories, which brings me on to the next point of discussion. There were pretty big plans for Series 2, but because of the 26 episode limit, a fair number of stories had to be cut. Percy's Promise and Doubleheader were both candidates, but they were instead pushed back to become part of Series 3, the latter of which was called Time for Trouble for some reason. Going Goes Foreign was another candidate, but it was cancelled altogether because it would have been incredibly expensive to produce, though it did end up being told by Mr. Perkins for Thomas's YouTube World Tour segment and got a reference in Thomas and the Royal Engine.
I know the way to London after all, and have been there before, you know. Not the station names again, Gordon. I just wish they would make up their minds on what to call London Station.
But perhaps the most infamous removal from Series 2 was the first part to Donald and Douglas's saga, The Missing Coach. During production, the model crew had gotten to the point of filming scenes at Tidworth Station, with Thomas arriving before Bert Allcroft decided to scrap the episode altogether, citing that there was a lack of action and that the storyline would have been too confusing for younger viewers to follow. With hindsight, I would call Boiler Sludge on that, because she also adapted the Diesel, which had a similar premise with Bill and Ben, as well as a few other episodes in this series alone but didn't have much action for 4.5 minutes. Hypocrisy much? And before you get on my case, let me just say that I have a great deal of respect for Bert Allcroft in general. After all, she was the one who helped introduce Thomas to the world, and she certainly deserves her place in the franchise's history. But with all that said, and it will be brought up quite a few times this marathon, there were times when she didn't seem to understand the world that Wilbur Awdry first created. For the past decade or so, fans have been recreating how The Missing Coach might have gone had it actually been adapted for television, so I provided a few links below to provide some examples. I'll also link both parts of Nick Starman's take on its legendary status as a lost episode, and I think he can explain it way better than I could. But for all my issues of a lot of episodes being cut altogether or later readapted for the next 2 series, I believe that story-wise, Series 2 is about questioning the best of the classic era. I mean, it's just gem after gem. Old Iron, the Duck and Diesel trilogy, Thomas Comes to Breakfast, Edward's Exploit, Ghost Train, the list goes on and on. But I think that if you remove the adaptations from More About Thomas the Tank Engine and replace those with more of Wilbert's stories, maybe hold back Percy Takes the Plunge for Series 3, then Series 2 would probably be perfect, or at least near perfect. I even linked to you my personal take on that below. Series 2 was the last to feature Ringo Starr as the narrator, and compared to Series 1, he had a lot more energy, most likely down to the fact that he had a resurgence of popularity. By the time he had stopped drinking in 1988, this newfound popularity was further affirmed by appearing in the first season of Shining Time Station the following year, shortly followed by renewed interest in his music career, and even at the age of 80, he's showing no signs of slowing down. Although Ringo's time with Thomas was short-lived, people speak very positively about his time with the franchise, and while in retrospect there have been other narrators after him with greater enthusiasm, he really set the tone for the show. That being said, there's a lot of debate as to who was the better narrator for the first 2 series, Ringo or George Carlin. Don't worry guys, I'll be talking about our modern man when we get to Series 3, and I will decide for myself who narrated Series 1 and 2 better. So overall, is Series 2 the best of the show? Well, so far we're only 2 episodes in, but right now, I'd say it is better than the first series. Anything I could say for closing thoughts, I probably already said earlier in this review, but it's going to take a lot to beat this series in terms of quality. We'll see where it goes in the future, but for now let's move on.
Shh, 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 shh. Do you hear that? It's the winds of change.
The 1990s were a pretty quiet decade in the real world, at least compared to the 3 decades prior, between the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Save for perhaps the odd military conflict like the Gulf War, not a lot really happened in this decade. Media, on the other hand, had a lot going for it. The Simpsons, Ren and Stimpy, Rugrats, Wayne's World, Bill and Ted, Beavis and Butthead, Animaniacs, Batman the Animated Series, the Disney Renaissance, Mr. Bean, Seinfeld, and of course, Thomas the Tank Engine. In 1989, the franchise was finally brought to America on PBS via Shining Time Station, which would be the first time that Thomas shared a network with the likes of Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street. In the show, Ringo Starr reprised his role as storyteller for the series, as well as landing the role of Mr. Conductor, a friendly 18-inch tall man with magic powers. As mentioned with Series 1, a few bits of dialogue were redubbed to suit American audiences, but they didn't flow as well as Ringo's UK narrations or George Carlin's narrations. It would have made better sense, as I said, to re-narrate the episodes from the ground up. Ringo would soon depart the role of Mr. Conductor in 1990, following the TV special "'Tis a Gift" to resume his music career with the All-Star Band and his 1992 album "Time Takes Time," and the role was taken over by George Carlin for the remainder of the show's run, right after the spin-off Mr. Conductor's Thomas Tales and the hour-long family specials. Not long after the show's end, seasons 2 and 3 would continue to run syndicated airings on Fox Family in 1998 and 99, and Nick Jr. during the summer of 2000. The latter airing was throughout a certain movie about a certain railroad that had received a polarizing reputation over the years. As for Shine Time itself, the show was positively received, but I don't know if it holds up, to be honest. I know I must have seen the show on PBS, but I don't remember much of it, only that the Thomas stories were used as a sort of framing device to provide lessons to the kids. All I can say right now is that, with retrospect, I think Shine Time Station is partly responsible for causing the eventual demise of the Thomas franchise. Not the direct cause, mind you, just a small part of the bigger picture. With Ringo's departure, a new narrator had to be found for both the United States and the United Kingdom. For the former, it was George Carlin, as I mentioned previously, well known for his stand-up comedy routines. Yep, that George Carlin.
Rat shit, bat shit, dirty old twat. 69 assholes tied in a knot. Hooray! Lizard shit, fought!
How someone with one of the dirtiest ever mouths ended up on a children's show like Thomas the Tank Engine remains a mystery to the ages, but with that being said, he showed a different side to him that not many would see beyond his comedy routines. He even spoke very fondly of the franchise and even helped further his career until his death in 2008. He even referenced his time as Mr. Conductor in his 1999 special, You Are All Diseased.
And I know what you're thinking. You say, Jesus, he's not going to attack children, is he? Yes, he is. He's going to attack children. And remember, this is Mr. Conductor talking. I know what I'm talking about.
And as for who they brought in for the British dub, well, let me take a page from Gondorf's book by introducing you to him.
His name's Nigel. Dr. Nigel Botterill. I'll get you the details.
Personally, I grew up in the United States, so obviously I have a lot of nostalgic fondness for George Carlin. I didn't hear of Michael Angelis until getting New Friends for Thomas on VHS when I was 9, and the narration I heard from him, I enjoyed. Thanks to YouTube, we can now enjoy Angelis' narration for as much as we like. If I had grown up in the United Kingdom, Angelis would probably have been number 1 for me, and he's probably the most undervalued narrator the show's ever had. The fact that he was following up on someone who is part of the biggest band in the world meant that he had big shoes to fill. It's a shame that Michael Angelis died earlier this year. I guess you never know what you really had until you lost it. Now, what can I say about the episodes themselves? Well, for the first time, a series is not 100% based on Audrey-written material. No, they adapted some magazine stories by Marvel Comics originally written by future head writer Andrew Brenner. One of the reasons that Britt Allcroft and David Benton resorted to adapting magazine stories and writing a couple of original stories, these being All at Sea and Thomas and Percy's Christmas Adventure, was because many of the stories yet to be adapted featured a large quantity of new characters, which would have been expensive to produce. Not to mention they wanted more stories about Thomas and other previously established characters. The adaptations from the Railway series were generally pretty faithful to the original stories, with liberties taken here and there, though probably the worst and most pointless adaptation of Series 3 was The Trouble with Mud. Seriously, what was up with that?
Mind my eyes, he grumbled.
That being said, Audrey was pretty unhappy with how loosely adapted his stories were, and was even critical toward the original episodes for their apparent lack of realism, the most infamous example being Henry's Forest, particularly this bit.
We've made good time today. We'll stop for a while by the forest.
What responsible driver would stop as if he was in a roadside lay-by? You can't do it. They've shown a lamentable ignorance of Rule 55.
I'm sorry, but that's a load of rubbish. Episodes like Woolly Bear have broken Rule 55, and Audrey never got upset over that. And some of you are probably wondering, what the hell is Rule 55?
Rule 55 is a protection of trains when they come to a stand, reminding of the signalman of the position of your train, sending your fireman within a minute, 2 minutes to the signal box to sign the book and ensure that the signalman is aware of your position on the track. That's Rule 55.
I think he was only really critical towards Henry Forrest because he personally disliked the Green Engine himself, not to mention being based on a story that neither he nor Christopher wrote. Oh, and as for engines being interested in scenery, care to explain why Thomas Goes Fishing exists, in which Thomas had an interest in going fishing? Answers on a postcard, please. That being said, if there was anything Series 3 provided, the show does not need to solely depend on Audrey written material to be good. I mean, most of Christopher's books aren't really that interesting compared to what his father wrote. Not meant to be a knock on him, of course, and I don't know if any children from the 1990s would have been interested in something like Pop Special or Foaming at the Funnel. This impact would be felt in Series 5, which we'll get to soon enough, and from that point onward, they stuck with original content save for The Adventure Begins and free episodes in Series 20. For the most part, the episodes are pretty solid overall, with a nice range of characters like Diesel making his return as a recurring antagonist, as well as the introduction of Dolliver, Toad, Mavis, and Bulgy. Out of him, I probably like Oliver the most because of how fascinating his backstory is. He tried running away from Scrap just to survive, and he and Toad managed to find sanctuary on Sodor thanks to Douglas. Oliver then gained an ego when the big engines gave him respect for his bravery, but he was soon humbled following an incident with a turntable, and later got back at the trucks by pulling their leader Scruffy apart, even though that happened in the next series, but still, just a shame that despite being in CGI, Oliver rarely made any appearances, but at least it's still more than what he ever got in Christopher's books. The other newbies for Series 3 are still great characters as well, with Mavis going through a really good character arc by starting off as a bit of a rebellious, hot-headed teenage girl to a more mature, motherly figure from Series 6 onwards, and it's still carried over into CGI. In fact, Mavis is probably one of the few characters that no one's managed to screw up, which is amazing. Toad and Bulgy I didn't think much of until they were brought back in CGI, and now they're among the best characters for rolling stock and off-rail characters respectively, the latter especially, if Free the Roads is anything to go by. Oh, and for the record, I'm not counting Flying Scotsman since he was more of a prop rather than a character back then, same with City of Truro. There is a pretty big production gap between Series 2 and 3 by about 5 years, most likely due to Britt Allcroft and Rick Siggelkow working on Shining Time Station, and David Mitton and Robert D. Cardona on Tugs, the latter of which was also being produced by Clearwater Features before it closed down. Cardona left before the first series began and eventually worked on another tugboat-based show, Theodore Tugboat, which was narrated by the late Denny Doherty, who was part of another band in the 60s, the Mamas and the Papas. Doesn't that sound familiar? Although Series 3 officially aired on British television in 1992, it had technically been released first on VHS in the United Kingdom and on Shining Time Station in America, both in November 1991, with the final 10 episodes eventually coming out the following year, and another year for Shining Time Station. When the first 16 episodes were released in the United Kingdom on the Time for Trouble and Trust Thomas VHS tapes, they each had different narrations provided by Michael Angelis before he re-recorded them to fit with the final 10 episodes. Another way you could tell that the production had been spread over a couple of years is how Thomas looked. Up to Trust Thomas, he had lining on the rear of his bunker, but from All at Sea onward up to Series 18, the lining was gone before being reinstated in The Adventure Begins. I don't know why it was removed, but it was probably due to Thomas's model being damaged at some point and needing repairs. Another curiosity is Tidbit Shed suddenly gaining 3 extra berths in Oliver Owns Up, Percy James and the Fruitful Day, and Thomas and Percy's Christmas Adventure, yet in Henry's Forest there are 6 normal berths, and that also applies to exterior shots as seen in Escape and Buzz Buzz. Is Tidbit Sheds really a TARDIS for locomotives? The last idea I'd like to bring up is the fact that Thomas and Percy's Christmas Adventure had been re-edited, rather poorly, into a Thanksgiving-themed story and replaced Christmas in the title with Mountain. I say it was poorly edited because, well, I think I better show you.
Well done, Percy! Well done, Thomas! Cheered the villagers. Percy, I've just remembered. Your mail train is still back at the siding, isn't it? Percy hurried back to fetch it.
From the 3-minute mark onward, as seen in the American VHS Percy's Ghostly Trick, the sound effects and music are horribly out of sync, and it becomes even more jarring on releases like Thomas's Christmas Wonderland, where the original footage is presented, but the narration doesn't match the visuals.
Well done, Percy! Well done, Thomas! Cheered the villagers. Percy, I've just remembered. Your mail train is still back at the siding, isn't it? Percy hurried back to fetch it.
Let's remind ourselves how it went in the UK dub, shall we?
Well done, Percy. Well done, Thomas, cheered the villagers. You're the best Santa Claus this village has ever had. What's a Santa Claus? Asked Percy. Santa Claus is someone who drops presents down chimneys at Christmas time. Percy looked at his funnel. I wonder if... No, laughed Thomas. Chimneys, Percy, not funnels. Which reminds me, your post train is still back in the siding, isn't it? Percy hurried back to fetch it.
The reason America ended up losing a great Christmas story was because Shine Time Station had a Thanksgiving-themed episode called Billy's Party. But why the sloppy editing? Couldn't they have saved it for a Christmas episode or another episode about being kind and thankful? Coming from a woman who said the missing coach would confuse children, her plot holes sure do a good job of doing that, but at least she didn't refer to Christmas as a winter holidays, but more on that later. For all the problems I've had with Series 3, it sounds like I've been critical, but I do think it's a really good series overall. Not as amazing as Series 2, but I do prefer it to the first. It's the most colorful series thus far, and it really broke new ground for the show. After coming out in America and Japan, Thomas Tank Engine and Friends had become a worldwide phenomenon, although not without consequences such as the show impacting Christopher Audrey's books, and it more or less sowed the seeds for what we would eventually get more than 25 years later. Wait, hold on. I forgot to talk about Thomas in Japan. What the fuck? Okay, first off, I want to apologize for something I missed out on in the previous episode. In 1990, Thomas was first broadcast in Japan following the success of the first two series. What made the franchise a huge success there was how prevalent railways were in everyday life, and was the first foreign dub to include individual voice actors, being narrated by Leo Morimoto, and starring Keiko Toda as Thomas himself. Thomas was so big in Japan that it spawned a few specials exclusive to that country, such as Thomas in the UK trip, a crossover with Punkiki that included exclusively filmed footage alongside Series 3, some video games, and a lot of merchandise that's hard to find unless you look for a good price on eBay. Heck, even before the show was created, Wilbur Audrey's books were also translated into Japanese in 1973. No love for Christopher's books, apparently. Whew! Now that that's out of the way, let's move on to Series 4, shall we? By the start of the 1990s, Thomas Mania had reached its peak worldwide, but not all was well within. Because of the success of the TV series, this had an impact on the Railway series and Christopher Audrey's writing, being forced to write books that focused heavily on Thomas, such as Thomas and the Great Railway Show. No, that's too early. We're not even there yet. There. That's better. A book that featured Thomas leaving Sodor to visit the National Railway Museum representing the Northwestern Railway. The follow-up book, Thomas Comes Home, focused upon what happened back on his branch line while Thomas was away, but he wouldn't appear until the last illustration of the book. And then, when Christopher tried to get Barry the Rescue Engine published, it was rejected by Egmont, and instead, he was forced to write Thomas and the Fat Controller's engines, only including Thomas's name as a marketing ploy. Ironically, when Christopher's books went out of print, that was the hardest to find. Another reason for Barry's book being rejected was because young fans wanted Thomas and his friends, not any more new engines. Yet that didn't stop the introduction of Pip and Emma in the books. Because of Thomas's fame, characters like Oliver and Bear were relegated to the sidelines, so who knows what Christopher might have done with him had Egmont not forced him to include too much Thomas. And that's another attitude that isn't changing as of 2020. As Wilbur Audrey once put it,
they're so obsessed with the popularity of Thomas that they have what I can only call crane-shunted Thomas to all sorts of unlikely places in order to get him into or force him into a particular story, whether the story was written with Thomas in mind or not.
Which brings me on to Series 4 itself. Like Series 3 prior, it was released first on VHS in the United Kingdom, with the first 11 episodes, excluding You Can't Win, Portal Engines, and Peter Sam and the Refreshment Lady, having a few differences in narration, as well as some music cues and sound effects being removed. Michelangelos could be heard inhaling while recording his narration, but for later releases, it was edited out to provide a more polished product. Series 4 was the first to introduce the Skarloey Railway and its first 7 engines: Skarloey, Rheneas, Sir Handel, Peter Sam, Rusty, Duncan, and Duke. The first 15 episodes focused exclusively on them, but so much for making the characters familiar with American audiences, because Burt Allcroft really oversaturated their presence. It's not that I have anything against the characters, but wouldn't it have made better sense to have 3 or 4 at a time, with standard gauge episodes in between? That's where I feel Series 22 to 24 succeeded in that area, providing a balance by switching between Sodor-based stories and international stories. If they had aired the international episodes all in one go, I'm sure fans would have gotten sick of them, perhaps more than they already were, and just want to see how things are going on Sodor. The adaptations are, how can I put this delicately? loose. And by loose, I mean they were adapted out of order, such as the stories from Duke the Lost Engine being adapted first rather than last, and with Sleeping Beauty being adapted as the second story rather than the fourth. I go into fuller details regarding the episodes being produced and aired out of the original Railway series order, but Duke making cameos in episodes where he's supposed to be buried alive in the shed is just the tip of the iceberg. Four Little Engines, the book, not the episode, was butchered so horribly. Scarlotti remembers an old faithful were mashed together to form Four Little Engines, the episode, not the book, but it just doesn't work and it shows. The coaches hate Sir Handel for no reason, Edward sent to the works for no reason. Even if it took place after Old Iron, it's still a continuity nightmare since we see Duck, Douglas, and Oliver making cameos, and it's never even said if Scarlotti had been sent away to be repaired outside of Sodor. A Bad Day for Sir Handel, however, is an even worse offender since we're introduced to the first four Scarlotti engines again, and having it air after Four Little Engines just makes the continuity a bigger mess than it is. Yeah, this is going to be a recurring complaint throughout this review, and remember, these decisions were made by a woman who thought the missing coach would confuse children. Peter Sam and the Refreshment Lady was a pretty faithful adaptation, as were the adaptations from Little Old Engine and Gallant Old Engine, although in the latter case, prior to the episode of the same name, we've seen Reneus in the background when he's supposed to be at the works. Dare I mention? But then we come to the most infamous episode of the series, probably one of the most infamous of the classic series as a whole, Rusty to the Rescue. And I'm sorry to say this, because I'm about to piss off a lot of fans, but this episode is the absolute worst of the entire show. Not because of the overall production quality, but for what it represents. It shows that Britt Allcroft does not give the slightest damn about what Audrey created 50 years ago. Episodes down the road that are also hated by fans, Middle Engine, Reneus and the Dinosaur, Edward Strikes Out, Don't Go Back, Fiery Flynn, Sodor Surprise Date, The Other Side of the Mountain, Apology Impossible, the list goes on. None of them have a patch on Rusty to the Rescue. Oh, that hot take is not going to make me any friends.
You're damn right it won't. Anyone who claims that those crappy episodes, along with Wonky Whistle and Forever and Fucking Ever, are better than Rusty to the Rescue is an enemy of mine.
Zack, that was my first episode of the whole show, and the episode which made Rusty my favorite narrow gauge engine as a kid. How dare you say something as harsh as that, comparing that to the awful CGI episodes, hit Middle Era episodes, and Middle Engine. Rusty to the Rescue, unlike those episodes, no one was written out of character, Rusty's heart was in the right place, and the plot wasn't stupid and fits in with what we already know about the show.
Well, I would still say that Peter Sam and the Refreshment Lady was the first episode of Season 4 that I approached, but I'll get more into that later when I...
Cameron, what the hell are you doing here?
What? I thought everyone here was showing their thoughts on Series 4.
No! We're gonna teach Zack a lesson for even thinking that Rusty to the Rescue is the worst episode of the show, when it's not even close, much less even saying that.
Guys, calm down. I'm sure Zack has a perfectly good explanation for why he hates Rusty to the Rescue, so let's hear him out, okay?
Oh, thank you, Mike.
It better be a good reason, because I've heard enough people say that the original is better just because it's the original, without any other claims to back this up.
Let's just listen to Zack, and then maybe that will give you time to piece together what you want to say. Sound good?
Okay, Mike.
Okie dokie, Mike.
Fine. But just remember, this isn't over, Zack. I'll deal with you once you finish this review.
Alright, so where do I begin with this? In real life, the Bluebell Railway is a heritage railway based in Sussex in England, and was the first preserved standard gauge steam operated railway in the world. Their first engine was an ex-London, Brighton and South Coast Railway A1X Class Terrier number 55, given the name Stepney. Stepney was built in 1875, rebuilt in 1912, and arrived on the Bluebell in 1960, eventually landing in the Railway series 3 years later. For Britt Allcroft's vision of the show, the Bluebell is a branch line on Sodor that got its name because it's surrounded by bluebells and runs alongside the Scarloey Railway, which kind of makes the role of the Scarloey Railway redundant, but that's neither here nor there, and Stepney is a Sodor resident. Look, I get that Britt Allcroft wanted Sodor to feel more like a universal place, but that doesn't mean I agree with her decision. If a child in the 90s can understand some cultures beyond America, then surely they can learn something about British culture. People say she understood the franchise better than Mattel is doing right now, but even in 1995, I don't think she did once Thomas's popularity grew, and to be honest, I kind of blame Shining Time Station for that. Also, I don't have full evidence to prove it, but from what I've read, Britt Allcroft made an attempt, and a frankly stupid one at that, to sue the Bluebell Railway for infringing on Stepney's television counterpart, despite the fact that he was built in the 19th century. And this was after Audrey died, by the way. She then tried the same tactic on the Tallyclin Railway, despite Audrey approving of them dressing up their engines like their Scarloey counterparts, and the Neem Valley Railway, despite Audrey naming wanted their locomotives Thomas in 1971, and yet people still say she understood the franchise? If that's the case, then I hate to imagine what people say about George Lucas being the only person who understood Star Wars. If I was to draw parallels between Thomas and Star Wars, then Brit's attempted lawsuits against the aforementioned railways to try and gain the money they don't owe her is the equivalent to Greedo shooting first. What's all that got to do with Rusty to the Rescue? Well, Audrey based his stories off of real-life events and depicted Stepney's backstory with tact and grace. This episode is the antithesis of what Audrey envisioned and, along with Magic Railroad, proves just how little Britt Allcroft really cared about the franchise. And yes, I'd rather watch any episode from the Big World Big Adventures era over this 4.5-minute turd, and that's not an exaggeration or a joke. And we're not even a quarter of the way through this marathon. I just find it pathetic that people get upset with Mattel screwing up their handling of the franchise, yet despite Britt's misguided actions, people give her a free pass because she developed the show in the first place? Okay, maybe that's not the reason, but even if it were, it's not a very good one. Anyway, on to the rest of the episodes of Series 4. After the Skarloey stories, quality takes a nosedive and never fully recovers. I've already gone in depth with Rusty to the Rescue, but what about the rest of the Stepney saga? Thomas and Stepney is an okay merger between Bluebells of England and Stepney Special. Not much else to say here, apart from the fact that it's part D. Thomas gets jealous of, dislikes another engine cliche. Train stops playing and bowled out were pretty solid overall. And then we come to the last 8 episodes of the series, which just makes Series 4 more of a continuity nightmare than it really is. Henry the Elephant came 11 years too late, and they probably shouldn't have bothered adapting it for television. Bullseyes and Toad Stands By, while not bad adaptations overall, could have been used in Series 2 and 3 respectively, with the latter being swapped out for Bulgy, and the former probably replacing a Christopher story. Thomas and the Special Letter was a pretty good way to celebrate the 100th episode of the show, and it helps that the original story, the Fat Controller's Engines, wasn't really connected to the others in the 8 famous engines, so it works well as a standalone. Paint Pots and Queens, however, is the worst of the leftovers. This should have been adapted back in Series 1, and maybe have Thomas's Christmas Party be a standalone mini-special. Heck, it even references Off the Rails and Down the Mine for goodness sake, and yet Duck and Donald are spotted in the background. I've criticized continuity throughout Series 4, and this episode is the worst offender of the bunch. It wouldn't have been so bad if they took liberties like they did in Series 3, but if they couldn't, then what's the point? Even though the video's been unlisted, Big Engines 87 goes into greater detail about Paint Pots and Queens being a mess of an adaptation. The last 3 episodes were all written by Christopher Audrey. Fish, Special Attraction, which mashed up Toby's Seaside Holiday and Bulstrode, and Mind That Bike. All of them are fine adaptations, although the first half of Special Attraction was just filler. Not much else to say on that. Overall, the episode quality for Series 4 was a step down from the previous 3, and the continuity being all screwed up didn't help matters. The model work is some of the best of the entire series, especially how they made the original narrow gauge models to work around the existing standard gauge models, but sadly, Peter Eve's models for the Skarloey engines were extremely problematic to work with, especially with their side rods being sourced from old 00 scale triangle models modified to slightly fit. This caused the models to run badly behind the scenes, and there was no way to fit a smoke mechanism or the battery and receiver needed for the remote control eyes, so they had to be hidden if the eyes were going to move. This eventually resulted in large scale models being made starting with Series 5 and would continue to be used for the rest of the model era with the exception of Series 8. Starting with Series 3, songs for the show began to be composed by Michael O'Donnell and Junior Campbell, beginning with Thomas We Love You, or Thomas's Anthem if you're going by the American title. Along with Thomas's Anthem, more music videos were made alongside the 4th series, having previously been composed for the audiobook story Thomas and the Best Kept Station competition, with 2 exceptions being That's What Friends Are For and Rules and Regulations. Michael O'Donnell said that music videos for both had been made, but for whatever reason, they'd never been released. In the case of the former, it was because the song was too sad for the overall tone of the show. The official music videos we have now for them contain CGI footage, although the songs were edited down. Wouldn't it be nice to get the original music videos with model footage? There are some recreations online, but we can only dream about what the official versions were like. Series 4 was the last to have narration from George Carlin, who then went on to resume his comedy career, while Michael Angelis would carry on up to Series 16. And finally, I made the decision on who I prefer. George Carlin or Ringo Starr. Honestly, I'm a lot more familiar with George's narration for the first 2 series than I am for Ringo's, so I have to choose George. Don't get me wrong, Ringo did pretty fair with them, but George's narration felt a lot more lively in my opinion, as well as giving every character their own voices. Even in the episodes I didn't like for the first 4 series, the one thing I can never hate is George's narration. He brought forth his A-game for every episode he narrated, and it's a great shame that he's no longer with us, so thanks George for providing me and many other American fans with so so many great childhood memories. You'll never be forgotten. Series 4 overall hasn't aged very well. Visually it's beautiful, but they're sadly let down by poor writing decisions and sloppy continuity. That being said, I can understand why people would love it after many years. The music is some of the best of the show, and the model work is fantastic, and the narration by Angelus and Carlin for both sides of the Atlantic still hold up to this day. So far it's my least favorite of the classic era, but it is a series that I respect a lot more than I love these days. It's an okay series overall, but as one era comes to a close, another one begins. And I better hide until the next episode just so I don't get attacked for what I said about a certain episode. TTFN! 1996 marked the end of a couple of eras for Thomas the Tank Engine. The last Railway Series book at the time, New Little Engines, was published, bringing the total number of books to 40. It introduced the 7th engine of the Skarloey Railway, Ivo Hugh, and apparently, there may have been plans to expand upon his character in the future books, but because he only appeared in the last story I Named This Engine, and the next 2 books focused heavily on Thomas despite barely appearing in either of them, that didn't happen. Christopher Awdry is said to have written more stories about the Skarloey engines, but details have yet to be fully revealed. Speaking of which, the actual planned follow-up book, Thomas and Victoria, was going to be published in 1997, but then tragedy struck. On June 15, 1997, Wilbert Awdry died from illness at the age of 85. He had been awarded an Order of the British Empire the year before, but he was unable to travel due to his declining health. After his death, Britt Allcroft bought the rights to the Railway series from William Heinemann, the main reason that Thomas and Victoria had been held back for 10 years. Egmont Publishing had intended to continue the series with a format change, but because it flopped critically, the books were discontinued altogether. The other era to come to an end, well, almost, was Shining Time Station, with a mini spin-off series called Mr. Conductor's Thomas Tales, featuring stories that weren't shown in any of the free seasons of the show or the hour-long specials, mostly from Series 4, along with the occasional revisit of a previous episode. Daisy and Percy's Predicament were excluded for unknown reasons, remaining as VHS-exclusive episodes. 5 stories were connected to what was happening in a day of Mr. Conductor's life, before ending the episode with a song by Mike O'Donnell and Junior Campbell. It was the last time George Carlin had any involvement with Thomas the Tank Engine, although he would continue to talk fondly of his time with the show until his death in 2008.
They came to me, and the reason I took it was here's that acting thing over here looking at me. I thought, well, I'll show another side of myself. I'll show a side that no one's expecting. And Mr. Conductor was complete departure from anything anyone would have expected from me, judging me by my persona on stage.
While Michael Angelis would carry on for the United Kingdom, the United States had big shoes to fill for its narrator, probably bigger than those left behind by Ringo. Enter everyone's favorite Donald Trump impersonator, Alec Baldwin. While working on the casting for Magic Railroad, Britt needed a new actor to fill in Carlin's shoes as the new Mr. Conductor. Peter Fonda, who was playing Burnett Stone, suggested Baldwin, who at this point was already making a name for himself, starring in such Hollywood movies such as Beetlejuice, The Hunt for Red October, and Glengarry Glen Ross. Try saying it 5 times fast.
A, B, C. A always B, B, C closing. Always be closing. Always be closing.
A lot of people tend to give Alec Baldwin some flack. While I can't say it's not unjustified... Wait, hold on, that's a triple negative. I'm practically saying it's not justified. And while I can't say it's unjustified, to Alec's credit, when he's good, he's pretty damn good, though children's media probably wasn't the best choice for him to perform. He'll never be George Carlin. Not in a million years, but he wasn't too bad during Series 5, I'll admit, and here, he did at least try to give the engines their own distinct voices, though James has made the Red Engine sound like he was gay, according to an episode of Late Night with Conan O'Brien.
There's this tank engine called James.
James.
And clearly you made James gay.
That's your interpretation.
Suddenly, he saw James pulling a long, slow train.
Oh my goodness! Help! Save me!
A quick-thinking shunter did, just in time.
What was that?
Exclaimed James.
Surely James isn't hiding something. Considering Baldwin's voice for him and the type of character that he is it possible that he might, in fact, be gay?
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, of course not.
But with that said, it's still more effort than he put into Series 6, which we'll cover next time. On the other side of the Atlantic, Michelangelo's narration was as good as ever, and over time, James began to develop a Liverpudlian accent that would be carried over for the remainder of the model series, and I believe it was intended to be his voice for Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Speaking of that movie, for the first time, the show did not rely on any Audrey-written material, sticking solely to original material by Britt Allcroft and David Mitton, along with a few episodes based on magazine stories by Andrew Brenner. For almost half of the series, David Maidman served as a railway consultant when it came to the stories, one of the most notable being A Better View for Gordon, which was inspired by a railway accident from 1895 that had taken place in Paris, France. Others, such as Ba, were inspired by incidents that Maidman had experienced during his career on British railways, in which he was a station master at Aberdeeg, where a ram occupied the abandoned station of Lanhillef. I hope I pronounced that right. This was Maidman's only series as a railway consultant, and while he desired to return to the show when Britt Allcroft sold her company to Hit Entertainment, he got no response. But at least he received a 10 grand donation to the railway children for his work. One of the reasons Britt went for a full series of original stories was because she had this desire to create a theatrical film based around Thomas the Tank Engine, and wanted David Mitton to show off his modeling skills. This seemed like a good idea in theory, but the execution of the final product ended up being a disaster and flopped hard to the box office, forcing her to step down from her position. But what about the episodes themselves? Well, to say that they were hit or miss would be an understatement. Unlike Series 4, however, which had very sloppy continuity is a bit tighter here in Series 5, and even expands a little upon Oliver and Toad, two characters who hardly got any focus in the books after Oliver the Western Engine in 1969, and even dedicated an episode to Stepney of all characters, apparently being established as a permanent resident on Sodor rather than a one-time visitor. But anyway, the series took on darker and edgier plot lines and contained a lot more intense actions and crashes. Many of the crashes involved were stupid, others were pointless, and then there's some that were just outright bonkers. Case in point. Gordon running into the last truck on Duck's train at full speed, and then the truck flies into the air and smashes to pieces when it hits the ground in By George. It's honestly very hypocritical of fans to say that Big World Big Adventures was unrealistic, yet Series 5 had loads of moments like these, and they get a free pass because anti-Mattel bias? Now, I imagine that those who like this series will go stabbing their keyboards, getting pissed off with me because I criticize something they loved since childhood, but hear me out. Yes, while Audrey intended for his stories to be grounded in reality, that was never the main focus of the stories to begin with. No. What he focused on instead was that the engines learned something following a mishap and to try and avoid those mistakes in the future. That's the point in literally every kid's show, to teach them good, solid life lessons, and Thomas should be of no exception. Heck, if this series is anything to go by, it shouldn't. If realism was the main focus of the show, then the engines wouldn't have faces to begin with. You'd have a railway documentary instead, and that wouldn't be anywhere near as entertaining. Also, if realism really was a factor in the earlier series, then Thomas wouldn't have gone on the main line pulling a long goods train in Thomas and the Trucks, because in real life, the E2 tank engines were inadequate for long-distance running and were only suitable for shunting on the south coast of England in areas like Brighton and Southampton. But even then, the E2s were outclassed by other tank engines with a similar purpose, and despite Thomas himself being an E2, they were all withdrawn and scrapped by the mid-1960s, with Thomas being the sole reason that they're even remembered. Also, if we again factor in realism, Thomas would be painted black instead of blue, a livery that none of the E2s ever wore. I know I'm going on a bit there, and that it will also piss off certain people, but my point is that fans can't cherry pick what should and shouldn't be to find out what Thomas is and isn't. All I ask is for a little more consistency, people. Otherwise, we find ourselves culpable of a double standard, and it is my understanding that those are bad. Now let's talk about the newbies for Series 5. Barring last series Smudger, who was created just to avoid wasting money on a one-off model that would likely never be used again, Series 5 was the first to introduce non-Audrey characters, if we exclude the background humans. These being in order: Cranky the Crane, the Horrid Lorries, Butch the Breakdown Vehicle, Dowager Hat, Derek the Diesel, Arian Burt, Bertram the Old Warrior, Old Slow Coach, and Thumper the Digging Machine? Again, excluding one-off human characters, that's about 12 total, and most of them only appeared in this series, with Cranky, Butch, Harry, Bert, and Dowager Hat all eventually making their way into CGI. Probably the most useless out of the newbies were Fubbert, who's practically a more plot device than character, and Bertram, who's just a repainted Duke with Smudger's face, and neither of them said a damn thing. How can we feel for someone who says nothing and has no personality? Unless the character is mute and struggles in expressing themselves, then maybe we could feel something for them, but come on! Bertram didn't even appear for 20 seconds. At least Duke's model got reverted at some point down the line. Maybe those who didn't appear in future series were actually intended to appear for Series 6, most notably Derek and Old Slowcoach, but I feel it's a shame that neither were capitalized upon nor even considered for CGI. I think they could have fit right in. Derek so we could add in a few bigger diesels to the railway, and Old Slowcoach to add a bit more variety in rolling stock. Heck, maybe have the horrid lorries make a reappearance and having them constantly try to undermine the railways. There's a lot you could do with them. Instead, we got nothing, except for Derek briefly reappearing in a music video and calling all engines. And this mentality would later plant a dangerous seed that Series 9 through 16 would be criticized for, characters being made for the sake of merchandising and nothing else. Series 5 had a big part in the Thomas franchise. It took on risks for sure, but not all of them were for the best. If anything, this series played a role in the downfall of the franchise and never fully recovered from it. Unrealistic moments that were sometimes taken to ludicrous levels, characters introduced for the sake of merchandising, overabundance of crashes, etc., and it would all come crashing down for Britt Allcroft when the Magic Railroad flopped hard at the box office, practically turning the franchise into a joke, resulting in her leaving by the start of the new millennium. Series 5 is an okay series, but saying it's one of the best of the show, or maybe even the best overall, I feel that's greatly exaggerated. Like Series 4 prior, there have been better series before and since.
And now for something completely different.
He veered out of control, and Sir Topham Hatt landed in a muddy ditch close to where Thomas was taking on water. Bother! Bother!
There was a fair bit going on behind the scenes between the airings of Series 5 and 6. Britt Allcroft was working on what would be her biggest mistake, Thomas and the Magic Railroad, and after a negative test audience reaction forced her to make changes, mere weeks before it was to premiere, the film opened to negative reviews and bombed hard at the box office, currently having a 21% critic approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Due to the film's failure, Allcroft was forced to step down from her role as director of Ghislaine Entertainment, and her role was reduced to executive producer. Had the leaked work print in completed form been released instead, I could imagine the film getting far worse reviews due to even less focus on Thomas. But I digress. Meanwhile, David Mitton stayed on as director for the series, barring 2 episodes, and also took on the role of script consultant, bringing in talents such as Brian Truman and his son Jonathan, Paul Larson, Abby Grant, Simon Nicholson, Ross Hastings, James Mason, and Jenny McDade. Magic Railroad producer Phil Farrell began work on what was to be the first Thomas and Tank Engine spin-off, Jack in the Pack, being directed by production veteran Steve Asquith, who also directed 2 episodes for Series 6, Jack Jumps In and A Friend in Need. 26 episodes were planned, but because of financial difficulties and the acquisition of Hit Entertainment, as well as wanting to avoid competition with Bob the Builder, the spin-off was cancelled with only 13 episodes filmed before they were eventually released on DVD in 2006. And in case anyone is wondering, no, I won't be reviewing the pack episodes, at least not right now. I want to focus solely on the main series itself, so let's get back to Series 6. Compared to the last series that focused purely on action and crashes, though not for every episode, Series 6 focused a lot more on the storytelling and characters. It's a lot more laid back than Series 5, but every once in a while, it wasn't afraid to have some action on display.
"Oh, help!" Gordon cried as he slid off the tracks and into a field.
With that being said, the cast of characters from the first 5 series had been noticeably cut down, presumably due to the influx of newbies in Series 5. Like I said in the previous review, I suspect that Old Slowcoach and Derek were planned for Series 6, but because of Magic Railroad's failure and Britt stepping away from the writing staff, that never happened. And am I right in saying Diesel 10 was also planned for an episode or 2? I think he could have worked a lot better in Devious Diesel's place in the world's strongest engine, since it was said that Henry had an accident and needed a substitute. But Diesel was instead sent to the docks, and why was it said that he might have been a proper dockyard Diesel when we already had Salty? I just felt confused having written that. Just how Diesel tends to substitute for Henry on goods trains, and he resents the duty, wanting to take passengers instead. As it is, we had to wait through 11 series, which we'll cover soon enough, along with a switch to CGI in between, before he actually appeared in an episode.
Never mind about Sydney. We need some more decorations. And I know just the place to get them.
And even ignoring that, he had a small role in calling our engines, and an even bigger role in Day of the Diesels. Again, not covering those specials right now, just thought I'd bring them up. The new characters introduced for Series 6, the pack notwithstanding, were Salty the Dockside Diesel, Harvey the Crane Engine, and Elizabeth the Old Steam Lorry.
That would be vintage Sentinel Lorry.
Right, sorry. Vintage Sentinel Lorry. Anyway, while Salty and Harvey would eventually make their way into CGI, with the former being established as the leader of Brendam Docks, and the latter getting some good development in the likes of Gone Fishing, I think Elizabeth would have made a fantastic addition to the series. Given how many nice female characters we had in the show, I think someone as blunt and straightforward as Elizabeth could really have shaken things up, not just for female characters, but for the roads as well. Also, she was said to have a history with Sir Topham Hatt that hasn't been elaborated upon since her debut, so why not give them an episode in the CGI? I can only imagine what they would have done with Elizabeth if she had returned to the show. And as for the pack, at least those who've appeared in Jack Jumps In and A Friend in Need, I think the idea of a spin-off to Thomas the Tank Engine, one that was still actually based around the world of Sodor, of course, was a good idea. In fact, I may have heard somewhere that there was going to be one based around the likes of Bertie and Harold that would eventually evolve into one being about the pack. But with what we got, I think we can be happy. They had a great introduction to two-parter, and we get glimpses of their individual personalities. Jack being the eager newbie, Max being an arrogant bully, Ned being clumsy but cheerful, Kelly being the leader, etc. So overall, Series 6 had a great selection of newbies, most of whom have ended up in the CGI series in some capacity, so what can be said in regards to production? Well, for America, this was Alec Baldwin's last series as narrator, and oh boy, his narration had taken a huge nosedive since Series 5. He just sounds forced and uninterested. Let's note a few examples, shall we?
Hurry up, chuffed Gordon crossly. Why the rush, Gordon? Asked Thomas. If I must pull freight cars, then I'll show Salty how an express engine pulls freight cars, Gordon huffed. Hello, James? Muttered Percy icily. Scary Jack Frost, cried James, and he raced away as fast as his wheels could carry him. He didn't stop until he got back to the sheds.
He didn't even bother giving Donald and Douglas their trademark Scottish accents.
Stop being pushy, Donald snapped. Don't call me pushy, Douglas snapped back. You shouldn't have pushed me into the cart, huffed Donald. You pulled me, you mean, argued Douglas. Didn't. Did. Did not. Did too.
Now compare them to the UK dub.
Hurry up, chuffed Gordon crossly. Why the rush, Gordon? Asked Thomas. If I must pull trucks, then I'll show Salty how an express engine pulls trucks, Gordon huffed. Hello, James, muttered Percy icily. Scary Jack Frost, cried James, and he raced away as fast as his wheels could carry him. He didn't stop until he got back to the sheds. Stop being pushy, Donald snapped. Don't call me pushy, Douglas snapped back. You shouldn't have pushed me into the cart, huffed Donald. You pulled me, you mean, argued Douglas. Didn't he? Did, no. Did too.
Seriously, Alec, what the heck happened there? Especially since last series, we did have gems like this.
Help! Called the engines from inside the shed. I can't! Called Cranky.
And now we're reduced to bits like this.
Scary Jack Frost, cried James.
Maybe it was because of the failure of Magic Railroad that he was lacking enthusiasm, or it could be because at the time he was going through a nasty divorce with Kim Basinger. It's one or both of them, but either way, after this series, he left to carry on with his acting career, and while America was looking for a new narrator, Michael Angelis narrated a few episodes of Series 7 for them, which we'll cover in the next episode. Somehow, children's material just didn't work for Alec Baldwin. At the very least, he did get a good role in the first SpongeBob movie.
I got you right where I want you.
Can I help you with something, sir?
Name's Dennis. I've been hired to exterminate you.
But when it comes to the likes of Cat in the Hat, well... Let's just say there's a reason most products based on Dr. Seuss's stories since then were animated.
I'd like to point out that the Cat in the Hat movie is actually a guilty pleasure of mine. It's not very good, but I can never really hate it.
There was also that one role that I remember Alec Baldwin has done. He voices Butch from the 2001 film Cats and Dogs with Tobey Maguire as Lou.
Hey, can we not bring up non-Thomas projects in this? We're gonna get sidetracked if we do. And I just made a painfully obvious pun there.
Oh yeah, you did.
Sorry, Zach. Just thought it would be worth mentioning.
Anyway, Baldwin was later replaced by Michael Brandon, who I'll talk about more in the next episode. Brandon also re-narrated 6 episodes from this series for PBS when they aired alongside Series 9, with recomposed music by Robert Hartshorn. This was the same story for Michael Angelis in the UK, but for Nick Jr. As usual, Angelis does a solid job with the narration. Not much else to say here. Series 6 was the first to be filmed in 16:9 widescreen as opposed to 4:3 full screen from the first 5 series prior. Growing up in America, I got the new episodes in full screen on DVD, at least until Spills and Frills in 2014, when they started to release them in their proper widescreen resolution. Parts of the first 6 episodes were filmed in full screen, but later added to widescreen, with scenes based around Tidmouth Sheds, the seaside village, Tidmouth Beach, and the church being filmed in widescreen. I mean, just look at the galleries for those episodes and you'll see what I mean. You'd never know just by watching the episodes. I guess the scenes in 4:3 full screen were those that were first to be filmed before they decided to switch over to 16:9 widescreen. Anyone got an idea as to why that decision was made? Answers on a postcard, please. For an additional bit of behind the scenes, the original small-scale models for the Skarloey engines were going to be used, but they were left in storage in favor of the more reliable large-scale models, with the exception of Skarloey's original model appearing in the Series 10 episode, Thomas and Skarloey's Big Day Out. That meant Sir Handel had to wait for 4 more series before he actually returned to the show, but Duke never reappeared in the model series outside of stock footage, nor was he even considered for CGI. Heaven forbid if he were to appear in a 2D reboot.
That would never suit his grace.
From what I have read, people have said the writing for Series 6 is weaker than the first 5, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it's the weakest of the classic series. To me, that distinction goes to Series 4 just for how all over the place the continuity is. Continuity with Series 6 is stronger, but that's not to say it's perfect. For example, in Rusty Saves the Day, Sir Topham Hatt closes down the Skarloey Railway, but not the quarry for whatever reason, because it takes too much of Rusty's time just to keep it serviceable. I thought Sir Topham Hatt was all in favor of preservation and that being the Skarloey Railway's maintenance diesel was supposed to be Rusty's job. It just feels as though a lot of Sodor's history was rewritten for the sake of the story, and that's a problem that comes and goes until Series 17. However, when the writing for Series 6 is good, it's really good. A bit like Christopher Audrey's books, in fact, and the same can be said for Series 7, which, again, I'll get to. I could name a lot of good episodes from this series. The Pack 2-parter, James and the Red Balloon, Hershey's Chocolate Crunch, Harvey to the Rescue, Gordon Takes a Tumble, and yes, Thomas the Jet Engine, an episode you either love or hate for the exact same reason. Loads of suspension of disbelief in regards to the laws of reality, but so entertaining you can't help but enjoy it, especially with little gems like this.
Want a race, Thomas? Beat Bertie? Never mind.
However, I wouldn't put Jet Engine in my top 10 episodes overall for that era, but as an honorable mention, maybe. On an interesting note, we did get a Railway series adaptation, well, sort of, in the form of Faulty Whistles, the series finale, loosely based upon Mike's Whistle, but with Peter, Sam, and Duncan taking on the roles of Duck and Mike, respectively. I won't get into too much detail before we get to Series 20, but for now, I will say that it's an alright adaptation, but doesn't really hold a candle to the original story, and especially not the CGI adaptation. But of course, Series 6 isn't without its duds, most infamously being Middle Engine, which may as well be the Thomas equivalent to My Little Pony's Newbie Dash, an episode where our main character, Percy and Rainbow Dash respectively, gets tormented for no reason other than for the sake of the story, and presumably because the writers think Kafka comedy is funny. Basically, Fig stressed Eric with Percy in Eric's place, you get middle engine. Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry Free goes into great detail about why that episode is his personal worst of the classic series, but where does that episode land in my list for worst classic series episodes? I've already said that Rusty to the Rescue is my personal worst in that era, so Middle Engine is a close second. I'll get to my top 10 best and worst for the classic era when, again, I finished up Series 7. This also applies to the next 4 eras to come, and I imagine that my choices will be interesting to say the least. Series 6 has probably not aged for me as well as I like to think, but honestly, I can never really bring myself to hate it. I was 7 years old, later 8, when Series 6 first came out on DVD in America, so I have a bit of a nostalgic connection to it, even if Alec Baldwin's narration sucked donkey ass. But with Michael Angelis' narration, I can appreciate it a lot more. I go so far as to say this series is a bit underrated, even though I get it's not going to be for everyone. But come this Christmas, we come to the end of the classic era, and the gateway to an era despised by many fans. The Hit Era. Henson International Productions, more commonly known as Hit Entertainment, was originally established in 1982 by Jim Henson, yes, that Jim Henson, as the international distribution arm of Jim Henson Productions. Through Hit, they were able to co-produce Henson's latest project at the time, Fraggle Rock, in London alongside the now-defunct Television South. Fast forward 20 years later, and Hit Entertainment had acquired the rights to Thomas's Tank Engine brand with the intent on making it more, let's call it kid-friendly, shall we? This meant that Series 7 would be the last for several key members of the production crew, including Britt Allcroft, now acting as creative consultant, David Mitton for his last series as director, Robert Galt Galliers as art director, and Mike O'Donnell and Junior Campbell as music composers. Although the latter two had expressed interest in returning for Series 8, they were turned away in favor of Robert Hartshorn and Ed Welch. So did those 5 Thomas production veterans end their time with the Little Blue Tank Engine on a high note? Well, yes and no. Obviously, Series 7 does not hold a candle to the first Free series. Rewatching it, I honestly never expected it to, but it does have its own merits and can stand up on its own. Probably the first point of contention is the episode order. Just taking a look at the order on the complete Series 7 DVD for the UK, which was based upon production order, it's really messy and disorganized. For example, Emily's New Coaches is the 18th episode on the DVD, but episodes featuring her, such as What's the Matter with Henry, Bulgy Rides Again, and Salty Stormy Tale, all come before it. Likewise, The Spotless Record comes after Bill, Ben, and Fergus, and the former is meant to be Arthur's debut story. Meanwhile, the Australian release and any digital release of Season 7 has them in the original airing order, but even that's got its issues as well. Along with the aforementioned continuity error with The Spotless Record and Bill, Ben, and Fergus, we have Something Fishy airing before Peace and Quiet and Gordon and Spencer, Murdoch and Spencer's respective debut stories. I think that if you really want a proper viewing experience with Series 7, you have to look more carefully at the little details as to which episodes feature any of the series newbies. I think a proper order could be as follows, and I'll let you fill in the gaps from here. Or you can just watch their respective debuts first, a la New Friends with Thomas, before going into the rest. Whatever works for you. And while we're on the topic of production for Series 7, this series contained a lot of stock footage from the previous 6. It's very obvious since in Toby's Windmill and Bulgy Rides Again, Peter Sam has his old funnel, and in Not So Hasty Puddings, Henry's in his old shape. It's worth noting that while Series 7 was being filmed, so was Jack and the Pack spinoff, at least half of the planned episodes were. It's actually very amazing that they managed to do both at the same time as each other. For example, with A Visit from Thomas, it was filmed alongside Free Cheers for Thomas as you can see Miss Jenny at Mayfleet Station waving on the platform. Series 7 was the first season to officially feature Michael Brandon as the narrator for the American market, and he would continue this role all the way up to Series 16. It's gonna be a long one, folks, believe me. But what do I think of Brandon as a narrator? Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say he was bad, per se. I think it was the writing of Series 8 through 16 that didn't do him much justice. Brandon was trying to make bad stories entertaining, which is an inevitable task for anyone to try and accomplish. To give credit where it's due, he tried, and Michael Brandon is a narrator whom I respect, not only for staying as long as he did, not as long as Angeles, but still, but also for making the most of a tough situation. Then there's Michael Angeles. His narration was pretty solid overall, but compared to series 3 through 6, he had lost a bit of energy that he had in the 90s. probably due to his roles as James and Percy being taken over for Magic Railroad by Susan Roman and Linda Ballantine, respectively. Ugh, don't get me started on James's Magic Railroad voice.
You weren't concentrating, Thomas. Lucky for you that the buffers were there. I was naughty and Sir Topham Hatt told me to think about all the ways I can be really useful. Then I can come out again.
Nothing against Susan Roman, but she's no Rob Rackstraw.
Wobbly wheels.
I'm genuinely amazed that Angelus returned to the show despite being replaced in the movie, unlike John Bellis as the original voice for Thomas and Doug Lennox as P.T. Boomer, both of whom had an amazing opportunity that was so cruelly taken away from them.
Hold up, Zach. Can I please say a few bits on what I think of Season 7?
Matthew... Fine. Go ahead, but don't expect this to be a recurring thing.
Yes! Now then. I've been waiting to say my piece about this season. Despite it being the last of the classic era before the start of an absolutely horrible era, along with being heavy on stock footage as Zach has mentioned, I absolutely love this season! First of all, it introduced my biggest fictional character crush of all in Emily, and also a narrator for the US dub who, despite not being the best of the whole show, gave another character a really good voice to the point in many audio dramas I try to replicate it. Here's who it is.
Not like that, Snapfergus. Do it right. Don't interfere, sneered Diesel. Not anymore. Sir Topham Hatt says I'm better than you, so I'm going to stay here.
That's right, Michael Brandon's best character voice is Diesel. Now then, it's no secret that Emily's new coaches, What's the Matter with Henry, and Salty Stormy Tale each are among my top 3 favorite episodes from the season, and the reasons are simple. They are Emily, Emily, Emily! She was at her absolute best in those episodes, and nobody can convince me otherwise. Unless we are talking about her appearance in Tale of the Brave, since her minor role in that special was easily the finest moment for her character yet. Did I also mention I love her Season 7 theme? I didn't? Well, now you all know. Sadly, the adoration didn't last for very long, as the next season will show why I say that. Now for the other newbies. I like Murdoch and Arthur, but Fergus, I don't really care much for him, but I don't hate him either. Spencer, on the other hand, I think he's an alright new character. I wasn't initially too big on him, but I grew to like him in the CGI era. It helps that he reminds me a bit of Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, Zach, I'm done.
Thank you for your guest appearance. Now do me a favor and buzz off so I can do the review in peace. Anyway, as I was saying, as I said in my review for Series 3, my first exposure to Michelangelos was through the American VHS New Friends for Thomas, in which he did 4 of the 5 introductory episodes of Series 7, as well as the pack episodes from Series 6. I liked his narration then, and I still do to this day. I then became even more familiar with his narration when Series 10 was posted on YouTube, but it was pretty clear to even then that he didn't have the energy from Series 3 to 7. Angelus was a severely undervalued narrator. Most of the other narrators are A-list celebrities in their own right. Ringo Starr was part of the Beatles and had a successful solo career that lasted 50 years over 20 albums. George Carlin was a comedian, and Alec Baldwin and Pierce Brosnan are pretty big in Hollywood. Even Michael Brandon and Mark Morahan had more significance than Angelus did, which is a crying shame. Oh, and in case anyone is wondering, for the next several episodes, I won't be bringing up the narrations of the 2 Michaels that much, but I will say that Angelus sounds a bit more tired as it progresses, and Brandon continued doing his best despite the awful writing. They got seriously overused during Series 13 to 16, and I dread when the time comes that I have to revisit them. When Michael Brandon's narrations were released on VHS and DVD in America, the original music of Mike O'Donnell and Junior Campbell was replaced by that of Robert Hartshorn, with 3 exceptions being Harold and the Flying Horse, Bulgy Rides Again, and Salty Stormy Tale, all from Thomas and the Jet Engine, presumably to be more consistent with the Series 6 episodes. I'm sure there's an official dub somewhere with Brandon's narration and the original Series 7 music for every episode, but we can only dream of what might be. As explained, the music was also recomposed for a few episodes of Series 6 when Vat and the Seventh were aired alongside Series 8 and 9, both for the US and the UK. In the case of Series 7, most of the episodes were given new themes by Robert Hartshorn, and while Renace and the Roller Coaster had Hartshorn's score on the UK DVD Bumper Party Collection, The remaining 5 episodes still have the original themes by Mike and Jr., so who knows if Robert composed new music for those episodes. When it comes to writing quality, Series 7 is about the same as Series 6, although it is marginally better. I mean, I don't think there's an episode here that's downright awful like Middle Engine. There are bad episodes, of course, but they're mostly inoffensive and I can just shrug them off. There's a fair number of gems in this series, like Emily's New Coaches, The Refreshment Ladies Tea Shop, Best Dressed Engine, Gordon and Spencer, and the final episode of the classic series, 3 Cheers for Thomas. And what a fitting finale it was to call back to one of the best episodes of the first series as well. I hadn't seen much of Series 7 as a kid, likely due to interest in newer episodes from Series 9 and 10. Hey, I was a preteen at the time, so could you really blame me there? As an adult, I can appreciate Series 7, warts and all, and say that like Series 6 before it, it's pretty underappreciated by a lot of fans, but not forgotten. So let's talk about the classic series as a whole. Was it perfect? No, there are episodes that haven't aged very well, and there are some that the more I think about, the more I dislike them, and then there's others that were better than I remember. But I wouldn't say the classic series as a whole is the best period of the show's history. I think that's a bit of an overstatement, especially since Burt Allcroft made a lot of stupid decisions, mostly in the 90s, and ended up being the indirect catalyst to where the series is at right now. So the classic series as a whole is something that I respect a lot more than I love. My top 10 favorites for that era are as follows. Number 10, Escape, for its intensity and character moments. Number 9, Something in the Air, for having a classic Audrey vibe. Number 8, Thomas and the Breakdown Train, for bringing Thomas's first character arc to a fantastic close. Number 7, Fish, for having one of the best actions of the show, music and all. Number 6, James and the Red Balloon, for the sheer beauty of its music. Number 5, Gordon and Spencer, for giving Gordon a bit more depth and bringing a good character in Spencer. Number 4, Edward's Exploit, for being peak Edward. Number 3, All at Sea, for expanding upon Duck's character and that beautiful end shot. Number 2, Ghost Train, for its atmosphere and spooky vibe. And number 1, Thomas and Birdie, for so many iconic moments such as Thomas and Birdie's first ever race together. And now for my top 10 least favorites, and I imagine that's going to be a controversial list for sure. Number 10, The Trouble with Bud, for being a messy, pointless adaptation. Number 9, Rusty Saves the Day, for a lack of continuity and consistency and the misleading title. Number 8, What's the Matter with Henry, for having a weak conflict and feeling mandated just to give Henry a lead role. Number 7, The Sad Story of Henry, for showing what Audrey really thought about Henry, even back then, and its lack of action. Number 6, Toby's Discovery, for marking the beginning of Toby's wimpy personality that would haunt him in the Miller era. Number 5, A Bad Day for Sir Handel, for being a sloppy, disjointed adaptation and pointless reintroduction to the narrow gauge engines. Number 4, Paint Pots and Queens, for coming in 11 years too late. Number 3, Snow, for treating avalanches like they're a joke. Number 2, Middle Engine, for feeling like a massive hate letter towards Percy. And number 1, Rusty to the Rescue, for showing just how little Burt Allcroft cared about Audrey's creation. After Ghislaine had been purchased by Hit Entertainment, they went about to reformat the show, one of the major changes being a core cast which we now know to this day as the Steam Team. This would comprise the original 7 engines, Thomas, Edward, Henry, Gordon, James, Percy, and Toby, as well as Emily, who had been introduced the series prior. All episodes from Series A featured the Steam Team in leading roles, while other characters would be relegated to supporting roles. Some would eventually make their way into CGI, others haven't been seen on screen for over 10 years as of 2021. Hit Entertainment wanted Thomas and Friends to focus on the target audience, children from ages 2 to 5, so it introduced learning segments in between episodes to insert an educational standpoint for the show, as well as develop a 22-minute broadcast. The episodes were also extended from 4 minutes and 30 seconds to a full 7 minutes, and the original 35mm film was replaced with Sony camera equipment. Barlow said that the adjustments were made in order to bring the show back to the United States, even though merchandise and VHS DVD sales were doing fine over here, but that's neither here nor there. On top of those changes to the show's format, longtime composers Mike O'Donnell and Jr. Campbell were replaced by Robert Harshorn to compose new themes, while Ed Welch was brought in as songwriter. Mike and Jr. had come up with new music ideas for Series 8 before they discovered that they were not asked to return. My guess is that Hit Entertainment wanted to give their rebranding of Thomas its own identity, separate from the 7 series prior. But even if you take away the fact that he had big shoes to fill, Ed Welch's compositions for Series 8 to 11, as well as Kong of Legends and The Great Discovery, simply couldn't compare to the songs Mike and Jr. had composed. Sure, every once in a while he composed a good song, but even still, they weren't within the same ballpark. As for Robert Hartshorn, I wouldn't say his themes were bad, but they weren't the greatest either. It wouldn't be until the show switched to CGI that people began to really appreciate his themes, just as long as they weren't overshadowed by the in-your-face narration. But in Series 17 to 19, Hartshorn's music really began to shine through, and it probably helped that he had help from his son Peter. Steve Asquith took over as director full-time, and let's just say that he was hit or miss. On the miss side of things, so many of his shots had extremely pointless, epic zoom-ins on the characters, as if he wanted to make things more dramatic than they really were. And don't get me started on how many of the crashes were slowed down. I mean, come on! This is Thomas and Friends, not a Michael Bay movie. It just looks fake and stupid, and would play the rest of the Marvel series before the switch over to CGI. In theory, extending the episodes to 7 minutes was a good idea, as it allows more time to flesh out the story better, and could make room for some Railway series stories like Super Rescue to live up to their potential. In practice, however, the execution could come off as a bit half-baked. I mean, episodes like Thomas Gets It Right and Too Hot for Thomas just feel really slow, and would probably have worked a little better with the original 4-minute 30 runtime. But again, it would be until Series 17 that the extended runtime finally lived up to its potential, even though they had added an extra 2 minutes by then. Series 8 was the first to introduce no non-human characters, which is surprising given how many have been introduced every year since in every series before, most likely to focus on the Steam Team. Because of that, a number of characters were left to the sightings, although every now and again, you'd see the likes of Diesel, Salty, Arthur, and Murdoch having small roles alongside the 8 main engines. This was most likely so Hit could make the Thomas brand their own, and Series 8 was something of a test series to see how the changes could work. Some did, but others did not. Now let's talk about the Steam Team, shall we? Up to Series 16, Edward, Henry, and Toby would each get at least one leading role per series, and while it may be great in terms of quantity, quality left a lot to be desired. Edward got pretty lucky with Edward the Great, but Henry and Toby, not so much. Henry and the Wishing Tree pretty much throws continuity out the window by saying Henry had never pulled coaches before or since, even though there was evidence proving otherwise, even in background shots in the same series. You Could Do It, Toby was more or less a sign of dark times ahead for the little wooden tram engine. Gordon and James usually managed to get good roles, and their personalities weren't butchered too badly, not to mention we got gems like Gordon Takes Charge and James Goes Too Far. Percy, however, was a bit more hit and miss. For every Percy's new whistle, there's a Percy in the Magic Carpet, and this pattern would continue throughout the Barlow era. Then there's Thomas himself. For this series onward, he'd be practically shoehorned into nearly every episode with a few exceptions, sometimes even as a cameo. Remember this quote from Reverend Audrey?
They're so obsessed with the popularity of Thomas that they have what I can only call crane-shunted Thomas to all sorts of unlikely places in order to get him into or force him into a particular story, whether the story was written with Thomas in mind or not.
Yep, pretty much. In nearly every episode of Series 8, Thomas appears in at least one scene and or has at least one line of dialogue. I know they want to establish Thomas as the main character of the show, but I think they went overboard with that. Not to mention, whenever he's the lead character of an episode, his attitude varies. Sometimes he's actually intelligent, and other times he's a bit of a brain-dead moron. Occasionally he can be a bit of both, which makes his personality utterly confusing at times. Lastly, there's a newbie of the Steam Team, Emily.
Oh, you're bringing up Emily now? Nice!
What? Matt, what are you doing here? This is about my thoughts on the show, you know that.
I know, but can I at least say something about Emily in this new era first?
Out!
Hey, what are you...
Sorry about that, folks. Anyway, as I was saying, let's kick off with the obvious. According to Sam Barlow, Duck was originally intended to be part of the Steam team. I mean, the first lyric to the engine roll call goes, "They're 2, they're 4, they're 6, they're 8. And Duck is engine number 8, right? To add a female presence to the show, Emily took his place instead, which resulted in her becoming the most controversial main character until 2018. Frankly, I've never believed the Emily replaced Duck rumor, because if that was the case, then she would have had the number 8 on her tender and would have likely gone on about doing things the Great Northern way, and on top of that, she wouldn't receive her number until 2020. Why she didn't receive a number back when she moved to Tidbit full-time in 2005, or, from her very first episode, I'll never understand. Also, if Emily did replace Duck, then explain why he made a few sporadic appearances during Series 12, made a cameo in the Navigation music video, and has made several appearances since Series 17, even in the Big World Big Adventures era.
Oh, Duck! Victor and Kevin did a great job fixing up your funnel.
Those guys at the Steamworks can do anything.
I think I can rest my case. Oh, and a side note, it's one of the best moments from that era, possibly the entire franchise. I'm also glad the writers don't really care about the Emily versus Duck fandom rivalry either. Well, other than acknowledging it in one episode later in the CGI era, and that led to some seriously mixed results, but I digress. If Duck had actually been part of the Steam team during Series 8 to 16, let's consider how Engines 1 through 7 were treated. Duck would have likely gotten a similar treatment by going on about the Great Western Railway to the nth degree every time he made an appearance, and fans would not be happy about that, and they pretty much weren't during Series 17 to 19, despite wanting him back. Probably no happier than having Emily take his place instead. It almost feels like a lose-lose scenario either way, just have to pick the lesser of two evils. And that lesser evil was Emily joining the Steam team, and that had come with a price itself. In Series 7, Emily was portrayed as something of a stern yet caring big sister figure. For Series 8, however, she became something of a bossy brat, think Lucy Van Pelt from the Peanuts series, in most of her starring roles. Keyword people, most of her starring roles. Probably the most infamous examples were Thomas, Emily and the Snowplow, and Emily's Adventure, and they made a good number of fans hate Emily entirely. So many fans hate both those episodes, but me, strangely, I don't. I mean, I declared Rusty to the Rescue not only the worst episode of the classic era, but of the entire show, so unpopular opinions are nothing new to me. So why don't I hate these episodes and yet many fans do? Well, watching them with a fresh mindset, I can see where they're coming from, but had they aired during Series 7 or perhaps even the Brenner era, they may have fared better. Giving Emily some character flaws was not a bad idea in concept, but again, the execution comes off as a bit half-baked. I think they needed to find a middle ground of her personality. She could still be a kind-hearted, caring sisterly figure, but could still lose her temper if pushed to the point of yelling at whoever's giving her grief. And I think I'd rather have that over something like Emily's best friend. With Thomas, Emily, and the Snowplow, I think what they could have gone for is Emily trying to give Thomas some unneeded pointers, and he gets frustrated with her to the point that he almost refuses to listen when she tells him that he needs a snowplow fitted. It's almost like someone taking constructive criticism the wrong way, and we all know how topical that is. In fairness, she didn't tell Thomas that it was Sir Topham Hatt's orders, and she too got scolded for not listening to his orders, and then both Emily and Thomas apologized for their behavior toward one another. I don't think the episode's really worth the fuss it caused in the fandom. If you look at No Stover or Thomas from Series 17, it was probably the execution of the story that was really the issue. It doesn't even come close to being the worst thing ever if you ask me. Same thing with Emily's Adventure. What if she was going through some minor scrapes and mishaps on her journey, trying to brush them off at first, but as the journey progresses, she gets more and more frustrated to the point that when she comes across Elizabeth, Emily finally loses it. That'd be a great way to teach kids that we all have bad days, and to not get overwhelmed with the small things in life. But was every Emily-centric episode from Series 8 to 12 about her being somewhat of a prissy, bossy brat? No, of course not. If you dig a little deeper, there are episodes where she's portrayed as being somewhat sympathetic. Two standouts being Emily's New Route and Halloween. Aaron Cottrell of fanfiction.net explains it better than I possibly can in his overview of Series 8, but what can I add to either episode? Well, I can say that Emily's New Route, in a series that has Thomas, Emily, and the Snowplow, and Emily's Adventure, feels rather out out of place during Series 8. It's practically a natural expansion of her personality established in her debut series, and may as well be her best episode in the model era. That being said, I think that opinion would have been much more universal had it aired during Series 7 or the Brenner era. But of course, what's happened has happened, and it would take a long time for fans to warm up to Emily again.
You're damn right about that!
Don't make me come over there! Whew. That was a lot to go through. Now what else can I bring up? Well, Series 8 was the last in Japan to be narrated by Leo Morimoto, as well as the original Japanese voice cast from Anoa'i Production, I hope I pronounced that correctly, such as Keiko Toda as Thomas himself, although she would later voice him for events in Thomas and the Rainbow, Thomas and the Storyteller, and Thomas in Trouble from Series 11. From Calling All Engines onward, the voice talent from the Japanese dub would be handled by 81 Produce in Shibuya, Tokyo. For example, Thomas was now voiced by Kabuko Haiga, and she still voices him in Japan to this day. This last bit I'd like to bring up doesn't have a huge impact on this series, or any series afterward, but I'll mention it anyway because I'm sure you'd destroy me if I didn't. Food being transported in open wagons instead of ventilation vans. This was done in order to visually reinforce the contents of the rolling stock so children would believe it, but that just comes off as incredibly unhygienic and could potentially lead to severe cases of food poisoning. I mean, cocoa powder is simply dumped into an open wagon like that? Yeah. Overall, Series 8 was something of a test series for hit entertainment following the format changes. I feel it's about par with Series 6 and 7. They have their share of duds, but when they're good, they're pretty good. So is Series 8 really worth the controversy? I don't think so. Compared to the next 8 series we'll be covering this marathon, it's on par with the first 3 series, and I'm already dreading what I'm about to revisit. 2005 marked the 60th anniversary of Thomas and Friends. To celebrate the occasion, Hit Entertainment produced an hour-long special, The First of 13, Calling All Engines. In between the story about the rivalry between the steam engines and the diesels during the construction of the Soda Airport were some interactive segments and a few songs sprinkled in. Honestly, they didn't add anything to the overall story. If you cut them out, the special would probably run at about 30 minutes, thereby making it an extended episode. Calling All Engines marked the returns of characters like Rusty, Lady, Daisy, Derek, and Diesel 10 into the series, but with the exception of Rusty, none of them would appear in Series 9. Lady and Derek haven't appeared since. Diesel 10 wouldn't play a major role for a special for 6 years, though he was mentioned in the Series 10 song Strength, and Daisy had to wait another 10 years before she actually got another starring role. The biggest shakeup in Calling All Engines was the rebuilding of Tidmouth Sheds from 6 berths to 7, thereby making Emily a permanent resident. Did it make much of a difference in the show? Well, no, not really. But it did mark the implication for 13 years that she and Engines 1 through 6 were the only real permanent residents at Tidmouth, as if they, along with Toby, were the leaders of the railway and the only engines that actually mattered. Series 17 to 21 did attempt to rectify this, as did Series 22 to some extent, by putting more focus on the side characters, and yet the Steam Team name lingered and would continue to do so to this day. As I mentioned earlier, Rusty made a return to the show with the remainder of the Skarloey 6. Except for Sir Handel, who wouldn't turn up until the following series. In the original American dub for Series 9, after being referred to as gender neutral for Series 4 through 7, Rusty was referred to as female for the episodes Toonville Toots and Duncan in the Old Mine, yet for later releases on DVD, and for Series 10 onwards, Rusty was reverted back to male per the Railway series.
Rusty's favorite journey was by the lake. She liked to toot her horn there. The sound echoed around the hills. Rusty's horn was special. Rusty was coming down the hill with freight cars full of coal. She stopped when she saw Duncan. "Oh, look what you've done, Duncan," she hooted. "Why did you break through the barrier?" "I wanted an adventure," Duncan wished quietly. Rusty's favorite journey was by the lake. He liked to toot his horn there. The sound echoed around the hills. Rusty's horn was special. Rusty was coming down the hill with freight cars full of coal. He stopped when he saw Duncan. "Look what you've done, Duncan," he hooted. "Why did you break through the barrier?" "I wanted an adventure," Duncan wished quietly.
Yeah, that was pretty weird, wasn't it, folks? But that being said, did Hit Entertainment make the unintended implication of Rusty being the show's first transgender character? Regardless, having old favorites like the Skarloey 6, or rather 5 at this point, return to the show would be a good thing. Unfortunately, though, their personalities ended up leaving a lot to be desired, especially Skarloey and Rheneas.
Zack, I hope it's not too much trouble, but can I take the reins here for a moment, please?
Sure, I was actually hoping you would.
Thank you. Okay, have the writers decided to just focus on the flashbacks of very old engines riding out Rheneas and the Dinosaur and Skarloey the Brave this season? Actually, I don't think they paid attention to them at all, because Skarloey and Rheneas were a lot more mature in those flashbacks than these 2 episodes. I know Skarloey and Rheneas may look quite young, even in the earlier seasons when they were actually portrayed properly, but they should be the wise mentor figures the young engines look up to, not childish brats. To make this worse, the former of the 2 was implied to have happened because of a quick line in Emily Saves the World from season 18.
Really? Well, once I had to deliver a great big dinosaur skeleton.
I know Rheneas and Skarloey are hard to distinguish as individuals because of their personalities being similar in the present day, but them being written the way they were in those 2 episodes is not the way to do it. This is why I don't mind Rheneas' personality in Blue Mountain Mystery. He's not written too badly here, and he and Skarloey are easily able to be told apart from something other than the way they look.
As much as I agree with Rachel about how badly written Skarloey and Rheneas were, I have one little complaint to address. You wouldn't let me talk about Emily's persona in the last series, and yet you let Rachel talk about Skarloey and Rheneas for this series? What the actual hell?
Oh, back off, Matt. Unless you want to end up like Bishop Brennan.
He did kick me up the ass!
Anyway, in order to interact with the narrow gauge engines, a large-scale model for Thomas, known as Gauge Free, was built. A similar-sized model was built for the Pack spinoff, Gauge Free.5, and had been built during the production of Series 5, mainly used for close-up shots like the music videos for Night Train and 5 new engines in the shed. Percy was also made in Gauge Free.5 for the Pack series, as was James in Gauge Free for Series 10, but we'll get to that next time. While I can understand wanting to save time for making someone like Gordon or Henry, Thomas felt blatantly shoehorned into the Skarloey stories, the worst offender being a random cameo in Skarloey the Brave. Like, what was the point of that? This ended up making Series 9 the first in which Thomas appeared in at least one shot in every episode. Alongside the reintroduction of the narrow gauge engines was the introduction of Mr. Percival, serving as an XP to the Thing controller from the Railway series. Why he wasn't introduced with them back in Series 4, I'll never understand. But with that said, it was one of the better changes that Hit Entertainment made for the show, establishing a different controller for a different railway system that wasn't the Northwestern. It does add a touch of realism to the series, instead of simply making Sir Topham Hatt some kind of almighty master of the Sodor universe. Series 9 was the first since the Hit Entertainment takeover to introduce new characters after not doing so for Series 8. How did they hold up after 15 years? Well, I'd like to start by saying Neville was very much a waste of money, despite the Q1 being a fascinating engine. He had only 3 lines in his debut story.
Hello, puffed Neville cheerfully. Hello, said Neville happily. Thank you, whistled Neville.
And he was basically a plot device, and as showed when Neville appeared in 2 episodes after that, one each for Series 11 and 12, and was never seen again. Even Hugo had more of a personality than that, and I'll get to him soon enough. Unless they decide to bring Neville back, I don't see him making a return to the show anytime soon. Next, there's Molly the Yellow Engine. And I just want to get this out of the way. No, Rebecca is not a clone of Molly. Just because she's a Yellow Tender Engine does not mean they're one and the same. That's like saying Bill and Ben are clones of Donald and Douglas just because they're twins, or saying that Theo is a clone of Fergus because they're both railway traction engines. If you want your character to be a clone, you have to copy at least a majority of the previously established character. Rebecca is a cheerful, somewhat naive ray of sunshine, while Molly is just there with not much in terms of personality. Of course, Molly is considered to be more popular than Rebecca, so there's that. And you know what? This is probably the point in which the show's problem with female characters started to make itself obvious. Barring Emily, who is one of the main characters, although not written very well depending on who you ask, most of the female characters just got shunted to the side after 1 episode, and if they're lucky, make background cameos afterward. Maybe a small speaking part if they're really lucky. Molly got 2 in Series 11.
I thought you were collecting trucks of presents, chuffed Molly.
Be careful, Thomas, Molly tooted.
The wind is filling the boat's sails.
And after appearing in The Great Discovery, she was never seen again. Would I want her to return? Well, I had some attachment to her back in my teens, though since then, my interest in her has waned, mostly due to far more interesting newbies appearing in the series since. But I still believe that if done justice, Molly would have made a fine addition to the show. Thirdly, there's Mighty Mac, a double Faraday locomotive, and you know, there is a lot you could do with an engine like that. They could provide some muscle power for the Scarlet Railway, maybe help them out with goods work at the Blue Mountain Quarry. In their debut episode, we see them bickering over which way to go, and after getting stuck, realizing they have to work together as one engine to get by. So would I want them to return? Sure, as long as the Scarlet engines aren't constantly pushed to the side. The last of the newbies almost made it into the CGI series, believe it or not. Dennis probably had the strongest introduction out of the series 9 newbies. He's lazy and manipulative, but in the end saw that it would get him nowhere if he kept acting this way. And in a show where we have an ungodly amount of Class 8 shunters, the Sovereign 11001 is a very unique design and almost seems to fit Audrey's mentality of including oddities on Sodor. So why not bring Dennis back? Well, interestingly, he was going to be brought back in Day of the Diesels alongside Splatter and Dodge, as was suggested by Ian McHugh, but Hit wanted new characters instead, as if Bell, Flynn, Den, and Dart weren't enough, so we got Paxton, Sidney, and Norman instead. Well, Paxton and Sidney did get starring roles in the Brenner Era, and even a couple in Big World Big Adventures era. Norman was always in the background, and he's done nothing to draw me towards him. Funny how Dennis left more of an impact in one episode than Norman did in 10 seasons, isn't it? Also, this lyric comes off as incredibly ironic in hindsight.
Our new friends on the island here, once seen you won't forget.
Oh, older fans don't forget, but Thomas's owners somehow seem to. Some newbies from Series 9 through 11 were lucky to make it into CGI, while the rest sadly weren't, with Dennis coming painfully close. While Series 9 was being produced, Hit Entertainment put itself up for sale due to straining toy firms, and so they were bought up by the private equity investment group Apex Partners, which saved Hit from any potential downfall. Apex Partners would maintain ownership of the company until the airing of Series 16, to which they were bought up by Mattel, and the rest is pretty much history. Sharon Miller also made her writing debut in Series 9, and her writing overall for it was above average at best. Not outright awful, but at best, they were tolerable. That being said, she did set the bar for what we would later expect from her writing down the road up to Series 16. For this series, as well as 10 and 11, Sharon was the script editor before becoming head writer for Series 12 through 16. Sadly, her episodes and writing would ultimately earn her an extremely negative reputation among fans that has yet to fully heal, if at all. Is her writing for the later seasons deserving of the criticism it got? Well, we'll see when we get to each one. Even 8 years after her last written episode had aired, fans still insist on dogpiling all the blame on her and treating her like scum. Seriously, people.
It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay?
Lest we forget, Sharon Miller is a human being like the rest of us. A show should not depend on one person in order for it to be amazing, nor should only one person get the entire blame for a movie, novel adaptation, or a few seasons of your favorite show being awful. Granted, there are some people who will do the research on what goes on behind the scenes, but then there's those who just won't bother doing any, and instead take their frustration out on one person online. And there are those who do their research, but still decide to blame one person online anyway, because why not? Can we stop doing that, folks? It's not going to make you any better than them. 2 wrongs never make a right, you know. Now that I got that out of my system, what else can I talk about here? Well, Series 9 has a lot of firsts, yet another one under its belt is being the first to air on Milkshake from November 2006 to January 2007. Since then, the show has run every new season there since, being broadcast on weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9:15 a.m., though not without its own distribution problems throughout the Brenner era. Also, for the first time, the titles of the episodes were read out loud by the narrator. Not something that has a huge impact either way, but I wanted to mention it regardless. Something I didn't mention for Series 8, but I figured I'd do so here, is that every TV airing would feature Wilbur Awdry's letter to Christopher for the second Railway Series book, narrated by Nigel Plaskett, before the title sequence played, and following that was the Island of Sodor sequence before we got to the first episode of the day or week. The letter would be featured up to Series 12, while the opening Sodor sequence would be refilmed in high definition for Series 11, and then the close-up of Thomas refilmed for Series 12, and that also applies to the opening theme. The opening Sodor sequence was then redone by Nitrogen Studios for the CGI era up to Series 18 for the United States only. There was a recording of Ben Small saying, "Hello everybody, welcome to the Island of Sodor." But it was only ever featured in an interview with Veronica Chambers on the BBC in 2014. Starting with Series 9, the program would begin with Thomas's crew getting him ready for a busy day, and it was then followed up by Awdry's letter, the title sequence, and the Sodor opening sequence before finally getting to the first episode. After the engine roll call, the program would end with Thomas being cleaned by his crew after a busy day before the end credits played. While they didn't add much, it was nice to see some exclusive footage that didn't appear in any episode. Shame that they're hard to find these days, much less in widescreen. Another thing that I like to mention is the controversy surrounding Keeping Up with James, or rather, the UK DVD it was on, Little Engines, Big Days Out. In 2011, Hilary Fortnum, Wilbur Awdry's youngest daughter, criticized Hit Entertainment for the use of the term winter holidays instead of Christmas, and even said that her father would have hated the episode because of it. And not because of, I don't know, the awful writing style that was plaguing the show at the time. In an era where we had cargo being carried unrealistically, engines rhyming at the drop-ups of Topham's top hat, two engines with an unreasonably small load between them on a conflat, and not to mention the implications of firefighters acting like idiots. This episode specifically from 6 years prior was what got her all riled up. Unbelievable. That's all I can say to describe it. Unbelievable. Now granted, it did lead to Christmas being reinstated for Series 17 onward, but the DVD, which was a non-holiday release, let's not forget, had come out in 2006, 5 years ago. So why didn't Hilary call out Hit Entertainment back then? Maybe she just didn't know about it at the time? I don't know. This doesn't make any sense to me at all. I didn't see anything controversial about Keeping Up with James. On its own, it's a pretty harmless, inoffensive episode overall, which is more than what can be said about the likes of Thomas the New Engine or Skarloey the Brave. Overall, Series 9 was a step down from Series 8. Not a huge one, but still significant enough that it resulted in the show getting much more childish. Admittedly, I did enjoy it a lot when I was younger, but now I see that it's not aged very well. It's an average at best series, but unfortunately, it's about to get worse from there. Much worse. Yes, I know I'm supposed to cover Series 10 next, but it's a very lengthy season, and after covering 9 running at 26 episodes each, almost 20 hours if you took out the intro and end credits, I figured I'd take a break from the main show for a bit and cover the Jack in the Pack spinoff. You could binge watch all of them within an hour, so why not? To quickly recap what I've said in my reviews for Series 6 and 7, 26 episodes were planned for Jack in the Pack, but due to the acquisition by Hit Entertainment and wanting to avoid competing with Bob the Builder, the spinoff was cancelled. While what would become the 13 episodes were released on DVD in 2006, these episodes were filmed in 2003 alongside Series 7, hence the abundance of stock footage in the latter. As I said, it was amazing that they managed to film nearly 40 episodes at the same time, but let's take a look at what we got out of the Pack spinoff, shall we? Like the pilot episodes Jack Jumps In and A Friend in Need, the Pack episodes were directed by Steve Asquith, with Phil Farrell serving as the producer and Robert Harshorn as music composer. Keep in mind that it was released between Series 9 and 10, so of course they'd use Robert's music. Michael Angelis and Michael Brandon reprised their roles as the narrator for their respective dubs, as does Eric de Zwart in the Netherlands for Dutch audiences, which is surprising since the Pack episodes are not available in many other languages. The only languages this series has been dubbed in, apart from the 2 English dubs, are Dutch and German. Japan was planning to release the series in 2003, but plans for the dub were ultimately cancelled, probably because a fair number of people working on the series at the time had retired after production of Series 7 was completed. On August 24, 2006, 6 episodes were released in the United States on DVD On Site with Thomas and Other Adventures, while the remaining 7 episodes were released on Thomas's Trusty Friends in the United Kingdom on October 2nd, with Jack Owns Up and Percy's Scary Tale being left off for whatever reason. Chronologically, the pack episodes take place after Jack jumps in and A Friend in Need from Series 6. And given that the episodes were around 4.5 minutes long, it's likely they may take place before or during Series 7 as well. And if you thought Jack Owns Up and Percy's Scary Tale being left off a UK DVD for Thomas's Trusty Friends was weird, in the United States, Thomas's Trusty Friends featured episodes 7 to 12, while episode 13, Mud Glorious Mud, was put on a compilation of the same name with 5 other randomly selected episodes from both the classic series and the hit era. When the episodes were released, rather annoyingly, 9 episodes had their titles changed to put emphasis on Thomas and Percy, even if they had little involvement during the events that unfolded. Probably the only one to make some degree of sense was Kelly's Windy Day, originally called 5 Easy Pieces, since the former title properly reflects on what's happening in the episode. Here are the remaining original titles, along with the official ones. The only ones to keep their titles were Jack Owns Up, The Tortoise and the Hare, Alfie Has Kittens, and Mud Glorious Mud. But do the current misleading titles reflect on the quality of the episodes? Of course not. Admittedly, some episodes like Percy's Scary Tale and Kelly's Windy Day are a bit more on the dull side, but when they're good, they're really good. Thomas's Trusty Friends and The Tortoise and the Hare are 2 of the funniest episodes of the entire franchise, and Jack Owns Up has a fantastic lesson about owning up to your mistakes. But the best episode of the bunch was Alfie Has Kittens, and if I were to include the pack episodes in my top 10 list of favorite classic series episodes, it would have easily made the list, knocking Escape to a rather fitting number 11. It has a great message, 2 actually, about sizes and everything, and about playing to your strengths. Alfie Has Kittens is really that great. Also, it has adorable kittens in it, and anything with cats and them is good in my books. Well, mostly. Ugh. But on the other hand, the weakest episode was A Tale for Thomas, and it does wrong what Henry's Forest does right, even if I don't like the Series 3 episode. Why would a tree that needs felling be saved? Once it's been felled, that's it. Henry's Forest did it better because it taught its audience that not every tree could be saved. But even then, A Tale for Thomas isn't terrible, but it's not that interesting either. As I just mentioned during the Series 9 review, Thomas and Percy both had gauge 3.5 models made so they could interact with the pack. Weirdly, though, Percy's model had a green dome and red stepladders. A gauge 3.5 model for Trevor was also made, most likely for the cancelled episode Isabella Gets Steamed, but the most Trevor got was a few cameo shots such as in Mud Glorious Mud, making you wonder why they bothered to build it at all. Then again, considering what he went through in the CGI series, that's not much of a surprise in hindsight. Fortunately though, the gauge 3.5 model has been preserved by the Thomas Tank merch team. The pack episodes marked the sole appearances of Patrick the Cement Truck, Nelson the Transporter, both debuting in On Site with Thomas, with the latter also appearing in Thomas and the Moles and Percy Helps Out. Neither really left much of an impact after the spin-off, although Patrick could have had a chance at redemption in another cancelled episode, The Importance of Being Patrick. Buster the Steamroller was very much the polar opposite of George, even down to his red livery. It would have been a lot of fun just seeing the two clash with one another. Both did appear in The Great Discovery, which was also Buster's last appearance, but never at the same time. On a side note, Buster's name was intended to be one for Oliver the Excavator. A UK livestream even accidentally labeled Buster as an excavator. Had Oliver been called Buster, we probably wouldn't have had Marion subplot in Soda's Legend of a Lost Treasure.
Oliver? Oliver? But I thought you made a wish. I thought you changed into a digger. There can't be 2 Olivers.
Yes, there can.
The only pack member introduced in the spin-off to appear in future projects beyond the model era was Monty, Max's twin. He's probably the best thing that happened to Max, who could have likely come off as a generic antagonist with very little to him. Both get competitive with one another as well, which was far more interesting than Max alone outright picking on the smaller vehicles for no reason. You'd be easily forgiven for thinking that pre-Series 23 there are only 12 members of the pack. Nope. There are actually plans to include more members, such as the Horrid Lois from Series 5, according to the official website and various magazine articles and file facts. For whatever reason, they were dropped, leaving them one-offs. It would have been nice to see what could have been done with them had they stayed. The only ever dropped member was the number 21 member, Nigel the Transporter. He was developed by Robert Galgalius before writing for the Jack and the Pack spinoff had begun, but Nigel never appeared in any script, and I think it's possible that he was replaced by Nelson. Who knows what they could have done with Nigel and what his personality was like. If we include Brenda and Darcy from Series 23, that's 18 Pack members in total, with 6 or 7 currently unknown. And while we're on the topic of scrapped concepts, I forget when exactly we heard the news of the remaining 13 canceled episodes, but we do have varying levels of information about them. From what has been uncovered so far, there were plans to give the likes of Byron, Patrick, Nilsson, and Isabella more involvement in the stories. Since these episodes were written around 2003, it's believed that some of their plots were reused for future episodes of the main series. Pop Goes the Diesel was rewritten to become Thomas to the Rescue, and Bossy Byron into Emily's Adventure, both for Series 8. Treasure Hunt became Thomas and the Treasure for Series 10. The Importance of Being Patrick had elements adapted into Percy and the Bandstand and Being Percy in Series 12 and 14, respectively. And Jack and Alfie Swap, or Grass is Greener, became the Switch in Series 17. Alongside them, we have Gordon Goes Foreign and the Missing Code from Series 2, alongside with 3 currently unknown scrapped episodes from Series 21. That's 18 known episodes that were cancelled during production, but with the Pack episodes, we probably didn't lose a whole lot in the long run since all 12 members at the time had been pretty well established in those episodes, although it does leave you wondering what might have been. Since 2006, members of the Pack have appeared in The Great Discovery and Percy and the Bandstand, as I mentioned while discussing Percy's Gauge 3.5 model. And starting with Jack appearing in King of the Railway, the Pack has appeared sporadically in the CGI series, or at least Alfie, Oliver, Max, and Monty have, and they become minor regulars in the show up to Series 23. And no, I'm not commenting on Jack's model being modified. There's really no need. There was a pretty stupid complaint back in 2013, and it's pretty stupid now. The Jack and the Pack episodes were probably the best thing to come out during the hit model era, even if they were produced 3 years prior. Much like Series 4, I really respect how they were able to work around a lot of issues with filming. With Series 4, it was dealing with the models of the narrow gauge engines alongside the standard gauge ones, and with the Pack episodes, it was having them filmed alongside Series 7. While it would have been nice to see more episodes out of them, don't get me wrong, with what we got, I think we can be thankful and accept that quality matters over quantity. And for a while, it was rumored that Andrew Brenner was the head writer for a second Pack series, but it turned out to be false. The episodes we got are pretty simple overall, but like Series 6 through 8, the Pack spinoff does the job it's supposed to do, be a soothing experience for kids while teaching them good lessons. Well, that was fun, but next time it's on to Series 10. For real this time. Before we discuss Series 10 proper, we're going to start this episode off several years earlier, in 1999. When Thomas and the Magic Railroad entered production, there were screen tests in Toronto, Canada using the models in their Series 5 conditions being performed. The original glossy liveries would not have held up on the big screen, and so newer brass models of Thomas and Percy would be made for the film. Because they would be subject to intense use during filming, they needed to be in top condition since the original models have been given so many repairs over the years that the crew was concerned about these imperfections being visible on the big screen. As Series 6 was being filmed, the original brass chassis over the models were replaced with brand new CNC machined aluminum ones and would become the standard for new models all the way up to the end of the model era, which brings me on to Series 10. By the time production had started, the original Perspex models were over 20 years old, having been in near constant use since the early 1980s. Because schedules were tight and there was little room for emergency repairs at this point, Thomas, Edward, Henry, Gordon, James, and Percy would each have 2 new brass models built, with Thomas himself having around 5 models by 2008. Toby would not receive a new model until the 12th series, and as Emily had been introduced in 2003, it is unlikely that she received a new model. The Thomas Tank Birch blog goes into fuller detail about the subtle differences between the original models and the newer ones. However, every once in a while, an older model would be utilized for filming for stunts in case the new brass models were damaged. For example, in the Green Controller, James's original Perspex model was repainted into the yellow and black B livery rather than using the new brass model. In Thomas and Skarloey's Big Day Out, Skarloey's small-scale model was used for the first time since Series 5, ignoring stock footage from Series 7, to be used for long shots alongside Thomas's Gauge 1 model, as the large-scale model would have looked too big alongside Thomas. This model has been preserved by the aforementioned Thomas Tank Merch, alongside Sir Handel, Rusty, and Duke, as well as James and Edward's original Perspex models. Peter Sam's original model has since been bought by an unknown buyer, and who knows if Rheneas and Duncan will pop up in the future. Save for Series 10 and the pack, 2006 was a fairly quiet year for Thomas and Friends. All 28 episodes of Series 10 had aired in the United Kingdom across 2 weeks, between October 2nd and 15th. And that was pretty much it as far as new content was concerned. And no, the 28 episodes bit wasn't a typo. Series 10 was the first to deviate for the usual 26 episodes, presumably to celebrate the milestone of double digits. But frankly, looking back, they should have stuck with 26 episodes and removed 2 episodes. I would have gotten rid of Topped Off Thomas and Thomas's Frosty Friend, 2 of the most stupid, brainless episodes of the entire show, as they're literally 7 minutes of nothing of substance happening. There is a third I probably would have cut as well, but a character introduced in that episode appeared in later series, and we'll get to that soon enough. It didn't really help much that Thomas appeared in every episode with the exception of Duncan Drops a Clanger, making Series 10 the one where Thomas appears in the most episodes with the exception of Series 20. For the narrow gauge episodes, a wharf was introduced as another location for the Skarloey engines to interact with the standard gauge engines, or at least Thomas and James, the latter of whom was given a gauge-free model so he could interact with Skarloey and co. While Thomas's model looked fine, James's model just looked off, mostly the lamp irons and his confused face. Seriously, just freaks the fuck out of me. And his middle lamp iron looks like it's poking his chin. James's gauge-free model just looks ugly on the front. A large-scale model for Bulstrode was also considered for the set of the wharf, but because of budget constraints, the idea was dropped, forever leaving him a one-off character. Yet that didn't stop him from appearing in merchandise or books. However, we did get the return of Sir Handel, finally, to complete the Skarloey 6. The reason we haven't seen him until then was because he was working at the Skarloey Slate Quarry, which is weird since we've never seen him in scenes that take place there like Duncan. Not only that, Sir Handel was given a change in attitude, like doing his jobs without complaining, and even became wiser in most situations. Strangely, it was as if Sir Handel had become a gender-flipped Emily in reverse. Oh, and somehow he knows Fearless Freddy before Skarloey and Rheneas did. Your guess is as good as mine. What the? I wasn't expecting anyone.
Oh, hello, Zack. Oh, you're doing SODORAMA, I see. How's it going?
Pretty good. I was just talking about Series 10, and I guess you want to say your 2 cents on Sir Handel?
Of course. I mean, if that's okay with you.
Sure, go for it.
Thanks! Okay, so, for those of you who aren't in the know, I've been perfecting my Skarloey Railway story arcs for quite a few years now, and one major player in the arc is Sir Handel. I've been disappointed with certain aspects of the way he was presented in the books. He doesn't seem to learn his lessons very well. In Old Faithful, he learns to be kind to the old coaches, but in Mountain Engine, he's calling them cattle trucks again. And he doesn't even react to his mentor supposedly being scrapped in the story Duck and Jukes either. I mean, come on! Was Audrey even trying to make him a part of that plot? I'm very surprised not many fans have attempted to correct this mistake. So, in Season 10, when I saw him being a more kind and hardworking engine, this was a refreshing change. A bit abrupt? Well, kinda. But seeing him having positive interactions with the other engines, especially Peter Sam, left me with a warm feeling. I personally think if they mashed up the Railway series Season 4 Sir Handel with what we see of him in Season 10 onward, Sir Handel would have been very close to being my favorite character on the show. And we actually do get hints of Sir Handel's cheekier side in Season 20, I believe.
Are you sure you're saving time there, Samson?
Well, once I get going, you won't believe how fast I can be.
You're right! I won't!
Neither will I, Samson! Good luck!
Thanks for the insight, Rachel. Now, I guess Peter Sam would still be your favorite character regardless of making Sir Handel a more well-rounded character.
Very funny, Zack. I'd better go before I start rambling on about my headcanons about Freddy and Ivo Hugh. Catch you on the flip side.
Right, so anyway, let's get down onto the newbies for Series 10, shall we? Freddy is probably the least interesting out of him, and rewatching his debut episode, he practically rewrites a lot of the Scarloy Railway's history. But even if we take that out of the equation, his personality added nothing new to the railway. You've already got Scarloy and Renee's for being brave, wise engines, plus Duke if he appeared back then, Peter Sam being a cheeky scamp, and if you want a number 7 for the railway, Ivo Hugh from the Railway series, who was literally a blank slate. Back in 2011, or was it 2012? I don't remember. I remember there being a rumor that Freddy would reappear in the CGI series and that he'd be voiced by Bob Golding, and while Bob would later go on to voice the likes of Steven and Sidney, Freddy did not reappear in the show, with Series 12 being his last appearance to date, and hopefully it'll stay that way as, like Neville before him, Freddy didn't contribute anything to the series, so what's the point? The next newbie on the list, Jeremy the Jet Plane, did appear in the CGI series, or at least a merchandise promo of him. In a brief sequence in Letters to Santa, you can see his Trackmaster toy. While he didn't have much in terms of personality, I liked how, along with the Sodor Airport, they tried modernizing other aspects of Sodor like the Railway series did, so why not bring the airport back along with Jeremy? With that being said though, he could use a redesign. Those eyes on the windshield just look plain wrong, almost like something out of Cars or, more fittingly, Disney's Planes. Next up, there's Rosie, who back then was painted lavender. If you want to make Rosie a tomboy character, then why was she painted lavender, which is a stereotypical girly color? That is the complete antithesis of what a tomboy is supposed to be. In her debut story, Rosie just comes off as a creepy stalker, which was not the start they should have gone with her, especially since she was introduced with no explanation as to how or why she got there. In real life, the USA dock tanks superseded the E2s at Southampton docks from the 1940s to 1960s, and that could have made for some interesting storytelling. What if Thomas had been resentful towards Rosie upon first meeting because her siblings replaced his own, even though she had nothing to do with it? That way, both sides could be sympathized with, but in the end, Thomas realizes that you shouldn't just judge someone for what they are and they become friends. That would have been a much better introduction to Rosie than just making her a stalker in their debut story, and then doing little to nothing with her after that, even though she would eventually get a revamp in 2017, but even then, they'd done little with her since, save for one episode in Series 22. It is a shame because there was so much you could have done with Rosie before and after her revamp. I've seen a fair amount of fan content that at least tried to make some use of her, and heck, I've even had a few ideas myself on what to do with Rosie for my own headcanon for this series. As much as I find Thomas in the Birthday Mail to be a bad episode, it is nothing compared to the debut episode of Rocky the Crane, the infamous Edward Strikes Out. Why is it infamous? Well...
That crane might be big, Gordon sniffed, but he has no engine. He can't move unless another engine pulls him. Then I don't think he can be really useful, chuffed Edward slowly. Quite right, Edward, huffed Gordon. He will only get in the way.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why Edward leaving the Steam Team in Series 21, even though it should have been abolished by then, was a good thing for him. Throughout Series 8 to 16, Edward was constantly given starring roles even when they didn't fit him, but Edward Strikes Out is the worst offender of the lot. It is the complete antithesis to Edward as a character. This is the same engine who stood by Duck's side when Diesel spread lies about him out of petty revenge, served as a mentor figure to smaller engines like Thomas and Percy, saved Trevor from scrap, saved James from potentially crashing, helped Gordon up his own hill, and got passengers home despite being crippled. Edward may be engine number 2, but he is number 1 to the hearts of so many fans, and for good reason. There is nothing more sickening than just seeing him outright bully Rocky like he did, except maybe a later episode from Series 15 which we'll get to, even going so far as to call him newfangled nonsense to his face. Yes, Gordon may have been an influence on Edward, but it was Edward himself who also acted rude to Rocky of his own volition. There is no way you can redeem this episode after such a horrifying scene like that. Not only that, this episode is something that Rocky as a character will never live down, because this is his introductory episode. It almost makes it canon as much as I wish it weren't, especially since Edwards had far better roles before and since. Okay, granted, he did have a few slip-ups before this episode.
He doesn't even look like an engine, said Edward.
And afterward.
I'm not setting one wheel out there in the dark.
But there were minor moments that could have easily been fixed. Edward Strikes Out would need a complete rewrite from the ground up in order to make better sense, but as it stands, it'll forever be remembered as the episode that destroyed Edward's character before Andrew Andrew Brenner took the reins as head writer. It also likely cemented Sharon Miller's growing negative reputation among older fans and remains one of the darkest marks she has yet to shake. What else can be said about Rocky? Well, for the CGI series up until Series 20, he virtually replaced the breakdown train, which is neither practical nor economical. Why would anyone think of replacing 2 cranes with just 1? My Little Pony's last season did something similar with Twilight Sparkle, a princess who's already got too much time on her hooves as it is, not to mention certain behavioral issues in the past, taking over for Celestia and Luna. It was a terrible, ill-suited idea if it didn't have any degree of sense or logic behind it. It was quite possibly the worst idea the show had ever come up with.
That was unexpected.
Okay, make that second worst idea, but I'm not through with that one yet. What's that got to do with Rocky? Long and short, replacing 2 of something with 1 of that same something does not work no matter which way you slice it. If it didn't work for My Little Pony or Thomas and Friends until Series 20, then what chance does it have working at all? I would talk about Rocky's personality next, but there's very little to it. He's had more screen time than Rosie, and yet he doesn't show much in terms of character, which is actually kind of pathetic, since Rosie's always had a chance to show what she could do, while half the time, Rocky just seems shoehorned when it could have also used Judy and Jerome. Well, that rant went on a bit longer than I thought, and now that I think about it, that was all really messed up what they did back then. Any other highlights I could mention? Well, we did have the Chinese dragon reappearing in Percy and the Fun Fair, Duck got a cameo in the navigation music video, and It's Good to Be Gordon was really great, but that's pretty much all I could think of. For the airings of Series 10 on television, a new segment called Sodor Special Places was featured, which would involve a location on Sodor such as Nappert Station, Gordon's Hill, Tidmouth Sheds, and Brendam Docks. This was followed up in Series 11 with Fun Times with Our Friends, and then in Series 12 with Thomas's Favorite Friends, each featuring recaps of episodes from Series 8 to 10, focusing on a specific character or a group of characters in the question. On the whole, Season 10 was bad. It's the first series thus far that I've ranked 3 episodes as atrocious, and they really sank the whole ship. If you took out Topped Off Thomas and Thomas's frosty friend, then this series would just be mediocre at best. But as it is, it's aged like milk in the sun, and the models beginning to show their age didn't really help much. It's a real slog to sit through, save for a few gems. Mind you, for the next few years, at least in terms of episode quality, it was about to get much worse. Again. 2007 marked the release of the first Railway Series book since Will and Audrey's death a decade prior, Thomas and Victoria. As I explained during the overview for Series 5, the book was going to be published back in 1997, but it was shelved once Bert Allcroft bought the rights from William Heinemann. So who knows what Christopher Audrey could have come up with had Thomas and Victoria actually been published back then? Could Barry's book have finally been published and we would have actually gotten to see what his character was like?
The world may never know.
So what was Thomas and Victoria about? Well, once again returning to Thomas's branch line, as if we didn't have enough books featuring it already, the Farquhar team were joined by an old furnace railway coach called Victoria, who became a part of Toby's vintage train alongside Toby himself and Henrietta, the latter of whom was seen for the first time with a face. She wouldn't gain a face on TV for another 7 years, but we'll get to that later. Moving on to the TV series at hand, Series 11 was one for many firsts and lasts. In the case for the latter, it was the last series to exclusively use resin cast faces, as well as be a models-only series, while Series 12 would be the transitional series from models to CGI. A couple of scenes from Thomas and the Stinky Cheese were used as a test to see how the show could look in CGI, and oh my goodness, has it aged horribly. I know I should cut some slack. I mean, nobody's expecting it to be Pixar quality, but I think we should be glad that even now, the animation is nothing like that. Don't Be Silly Billy was also considered for animation tests, but they never came to pass. Probably a good thing too, and I'll get to why soon enough. Series 11 was intended to be the last series for long-standing narrators of the United Kingdom and the United States, Michael Angelis and Michael Brandon, respectively. They were going to be replaced in both dubs by Irish-American James Bond actor Pierce Brosnan up to at least Series 14, but for unknown reasons, he left after The Great Discovery, bringing back both Michaels for 5 more series. This would leave the aforementioned special Brosnan's sole narrative contribution to the show. We may never know why he left, but did Pierce ask for too much money? Or maybe he was too busy with other projects at the time. Who knows? As you would expect by this point, new characters were introduced to Series 11, with the only one making it to the CGI series being Whiff the Rubbish Engine. There's just something I don't get here. People criticize him because he wears glasses? We've had the ballast cleaner from the Railway series wear glasses too on the wooden railway model, and nobody freaked out then. Can someone fill me in on why? I just don't get it. But I do like the look of Whiff, and that he doesn't seem to care what others think about his appearance. He even says so himself in his debut episode.
My name's Whiff, because I'm a bit smelly.
Oh yeah, and side note, Emily's Rubbish is one of the worst episode titles in this show. I much prefer to call it by the US title, Emily and the Garbage. It just sounds less offensive in my opinion. Anyway, considering Whiff was in the CGI series, there is a lot they could have done with him. Maybe have him take on other jobs away from garbage collecting? Given that his basis was a passenger engine back in her day, what about taking a passenger train for the first time by himself? He didn't appear very frequently in the Brenner era, so what's the deal here? While Whiff did make it into the CGI series, someone else almost did, but thankfully that didn't happen, and considering the reboot, probably never will. That being Prototype Charlie, aka Billy.
Thomas, huffed Billy, stop telling me what to do. You are a very bossy engine.
Ugh, I hate this little brat so much. Every time he opens his stupid fat mouth, I just want to punch him in the nose. He acted like an ungrateful bastard around Thomas when he tries to help him out. Combine that with the Three Strikes formula, it makes for a painful experience and the worst introductory episode since Edward Strikes Out, which was literally in the last series, and by the same writer no less. Even a child learning to share for the first time isn't as horrible as Billy was in his only episode. Apart from cloning Charlie's render to make him, what would Billy even add to the show?
Nothing! Absolutely nothing!
Exactly. I just see no potential in him whatsoever, and the only time I want to see him come back to the show is if he was being ripped apart by Diesel 10. Now, Billy almost did return for Series 13 in Splish Splash Splosh, but thankfully, they dodged a bullet and used Charlie instead. I'll be glad if Billy never returns to the show. Fuck this infuriating little brat!
You are a very...
Shut up!
Thank you.
You're not the only one to hate that buck-toothed brat, Zack. I hate him just as much as you do.
You are a very...
Even then, there are 3 characters whom I hate even more. But it's way too early for me to say who they are.
Yeah, I get it. Now do me a favor, Matt. Let me do the review in peace before I throw you out again. Now that that's out of the way, who's next?
Keep away! roared Hector.
Ah, yes. Hector the Hopper. After the worst Series 11 newbie, we get the best of the bunch. Hector had a really good character arc for the 2 episodes he appeared in. He started off very aggressive, but after Thomas gave him a good hard bump, Hector revealed that he acted this way because he was scared of being filled up with coal, but then saw it wasn't so scary after all. An episode from the Barla era that tackled the issue of bullying far better than Apology Impossible did 11 years later? How the hell is that possible? Anyway, in his next and final appearance, Hector gives James some advice when it comes to handling snowy weather, which further showcased his character growth. Would I have wanted him to return to the show? Absolutely. As one of the few trucks in the NWR that isn't troublesome, Hector could definitely add some variety to the yards, not just in size either. Plus, maybe he could have paved the way to give more trucks some individual personalities. Lastly, there's Madge the Snub-Nosed Lorry, the only Series 11 newbie to appear in more than one episode in said series, yet after appearing in The Great Discovery, she hasn't appeared since. We do, however, get glimpses of her wanting to play things safe in snowy conditions, and seeing her act motherly toward the little engines, even if Scarlet and Rheneas are technically older, but I digress. So why hasn't she been expanded upon since then? If you wanted more field representation in the show, they could have brought Madge back into the show and still have her work alongside the Scarlet engines. That seemed like a pretty good win-win scenario there if you ask me. And speaking of the Skarloey engines, a whole DVD was dedicated to them in October 2007, about a month after the rest of Series 11 had aired on television in the United Kingdom. Engines and Escapades featured 6 episodes that would not air on television until January 2008, a practice that would later be repeated for Series 17 to 20. At the time, releasing 6 episodes at once and marketing them as DVD exclusive was quite the novelty. I'm not counting Series 3 and 4, despite them being released on VHS first for the record. But sadly, the episodes were subpar for the most part, with the Badge episodes being the only good ones on the DVD, while the rest were just forgettable. The only other exclusive thing on the DVD was the only new song in Series 11, dedicated to the Skarloey 6 plus Mighty Mac and Freddy.
They are the Narrowgauge engines, running on a Narrowgauge track. Friends like Rusty, Duncan, Fearless, Freddy, Mighty Mac.
While Series 11 was broadcast on Milkshake, Dirty Work, not the one from Series 2 obviously, Hector the Horrid, Thomas and the Spaceship, Don't Be Silly Billy, and Hide and Peep all had some scenes that differed from the half-hour airings on PBS Kids for the United States and Nick Jr. for the United Kingdom. The scenes are generally on the same sets as the original, but each are at different angles. Save for Series 1, which had some notorious restoration mistakes, while Series 2 through 3 didn't have as many, I don't recall any other series having refilmed footage for certain episodes. Series 11 was the first to have Christopher Scala as executive producer, and would remain in this position until the first half of Series 15. Meanwhile, this was also the last series to have Sharon Miller as script editor before she became head writer for Series 12 through 16. And believe me when I say it gets worse from here. 9 through 11 had their share of bad episodes, Series 10 especially, but they paled compared to the awful episodes Series 12 through 16 brought out. Except maybe Edward Strikes Out, but we'll see when I get to them. The theme song was given a revamp so that the lyrics to the engine roll call would play to introduce the show, most likely to go along with the refilmed scenes for the intro, with the last shot of Thomas going under the bridge being refilmed to include CGI elements, and as explained, it was later reanimated entirely for CGI and would remain that way until Series 18. So how does Series 11 compare to the last 3 series? Well, it's better than Series 10, but not by much, but it's still worse than Series 8 and 9. Without Billy's debut episode, I think it would probably be on par with the latter two, while Series 10 would still be stone dead last for the model series. But how will Series 12 compare to all 4? That is something we shall find out next Monday. 2008 was a rather sad year for the Thomas fandom. Veteran director David Mitton died from a heart attack on May 16, 2008 at the age of 69. He was working on a new CGI animated series called Adventures on Orsum Island at the time of his death, but only a few episodes were partially completed before he died. At the time, Soda Island forums were conducting some interviews with him, but many questions for David were left unanswered, and we may never know the answers to some of them. As if that wasn't enough, on June 22nd, former American narrator George Carlin died of heart failure at the age of 71. I was a young teenager at the time of George's death, and learning that about someone whose narrations I loved growing up really gutted me. Even with Rusty to the Rescue, no matter how bad I may find an episode, I could never really hate his narration.
Diesel, silent and still, lined up on guard. Who are you? Rusty plucked up courage. I'm a shed and sidings inspection, Diesel. Have you any engines in the shed? No, none. Rusty rallied again. Then what about the sidings? One. We have one. Rusty grew braver still. Then I'll just go and inspect.
See, folks, I'm not negative all the time. Even when discussing things I dislike, I can usually say something positive now and then. Most of the time. Another tragedy would strike the fandom, but it was not someone from the production crew. Oh no. After Series 12 would finish production, the models would be retired altogether in favor of 3D computer-generated imagery, or CGI for short. To make the transition easier to stomach, the characters' faces were animated with the aid of motion captures, as the physical models' faces were replaced with white targets with white triangles to add in the computer-animated faces in post-production. In addition, human characters like Sir Topham Hatt were fully animated in CGI, as was Harold the Helicopter. However, in some shots, resin faces were used mainly in the background and for scenes where objects would have obscured the vehicle's faces. And boy, has the CGI aged so poorly. I'm all in favor of going for a mix of styles, just as long as they work well together, but the CGI model hybrid just doesn't look right, and it comes off as uncanny valley, like this shot for example.
Thomas the hero, beamed from buffer to buffer.
Seriously, just what the fuck is up with Thomas here? He looks like a goddamn child molester. But fortunately, we weren't stuck with that for too long. Hit Entertainment wanted to produce more model CGI hybrid series, but as I mentioned earlier, the models were retired due to low finances and budget cuts. And since the show transitioned to full CGI, that was probably for the best. I mean, just compare Series 13, which we'll get to next time, to Series 12, and you can tell that the faces are vastly improved. While the first 6 engines each received new models back in Series 10, Toby received a new chassis for this series, likely due to how worn out his original Markland chassis was, having been used since 1983 all the way up to 2007. Since Series 12 was the last to use models, what was the point of giving Toby a new chassis? He only appeared in 6 episodes, so it wasn't like it would make much of a difference, would it? Speaking of being the last series to use models, Series 12 marked the rather brief returns of the likes of Duck, Oliver, Toad, Bulgy, Jack, Alfie, and even Max or Monty, as well as a surprise cameo from Stepney. While most of them have returned in CGI at various times between 2013 and 2017, Stepney hasn't really been seen since Rosie's Funfair special, most likely because Andrew Viner was a fan of his book as a child. I get that they wanted to make this series a send-off for the models, but come on! You could literally replace them with various members of the STEAM team and nothing would change in terms of writing. Also, I know that we also got Donald, Douglas, Murdoch, Arthur, and Neville appearing in brief roles, but technically I don't count them as returnees since they appeared in Series 11. Why I didn't mention the Scots, Roland, Gordon, and the Engineer last time, I don't know. On top of that, we even got Proteus returning in statue form. And as usual, some new characters were introduced for Series 12. Apart from Stanley...
Welcome, Stanley!
Apart from Stanley...
Welcome, Stanley!
Apart from Stanley...
Welcome, Stanley!
Apart from Stanley, who was introduced in The Great Discovery, and has since gone on to become a background engine throughout the CGI era since Series 14, with a few speaking lines if he's lucky, not to mention constantly changing voice actors in the American dub and the odd occasion in the British dub.
You weren't at Tidmouth Sheds! My firebox is faulty. I won't be able to go to the children's party.
Scrapped.
Here you go, James. Fresh from the washdown.
Please, sir, I beg you, I just have to know. Will you, won't you take me to the railway show?
At least you're back on the rails again, James. And just in time, too. Henry's being delayed. Sir Topham Hatt wants you to take his heavy goods train.
Seriously, what was up with that? Anyway, Series 12 introduced 3 new characters who each only appeared once and were never seen again. Hank the American Engine was fine, but not what I would call a fan favorite. If he was to appear again, it would probably be in the United States where he was built, but considering the upcoming revamp, I doubt that'll happen anytime soon. Also, I don't know if anyone knows about this, but Andrew Brenner planned to have him return in Series 22 along with Boko, but Mattel had other ideas. Flora the Steam Tram, meanwhile, basically took away what made Toby unique by being the only steam tram on Sodor, but ignoring that, her personality was just a borderline Disney princess stereotype by doing what she's told without second thought or standing up for herself. Yeah, that's a great role model for little girls, isn't it? But if she were to make a comeback, why not have her do heritage runs on the Vicarstown Tramway? It would have been nice if it had been expanded upon, if Mattel allowed it. I mean, they were going to introduce free tramway engines for the line in an early draft of The Great Race, but the plotline was dropped and they were replaced by the classic Arlesdale trio from Surto's Legend of a Lost Treasure. In the long run, we did end up getting small Revy engines adapted for CGI, and the trio have a wonderful chemistry together, but I'm getting off topic here. The last of the newbies for Series 12 was Colin the Wharfside Crane, and holy hell was he so boring and bland. We know literally nothing about him as a character, only that he's lonely. The only way he could have possibly returned is if the wharf were to be reintroduced in CGI, but with Ulfstead Castle, the Blue Mountain Quarry, and Croven's Gate already there, what would be the point of having both standard and narrow gauge meet up in another location? Now, Colin was going to reappear in an original version of King of the Railway to be animated by Guru Studios, but when Arc Productions took over, he was dropped altogether. Probably not a huge loss in the long run, I suppose. Series 12 was the second series to deviate from the standard 26-episode run by having 20 episodes instead. I personally believe in quality over quantity, but did having less episodes improve the quality of the writing? Nope. Henry Gets It Wrong is just stupid and illogical. Gordon Takes a Shortcut is riddled with plot holes and contrivances. The less said about Don't Go Back, the better. And Push Me Pull You is so painfully awful that it was such a relief the Scarlet engines did not appear in the Nitrogen era, save for 2 episodes and 1 special in 2012. Though it is a shame that despite appearing sporadically since Series 17, with the exception of a 19th for some reason, they didn't get many episodes dedicated to them, but I'd much rather they get few starring roles and be well written than up to 8 episodes per series and be written poorly. As I mentioned previously, Series 12 was the first to have Sharon Miller as head writer, and boy does it show. But trust me when I say it gets worse from there. Series 12 was the last to be filmed at Shepperton Studios, Thomas's home since 1985, and it was the last to have involvement from Simon Spencer as producer and showrunner, Ed Welch as songwriter, and Steve Asquith as director, the latter of whom had been part of the show since the beginning along with David Eves and Terry Permain. That is real dedication right there, but perhaps not as dedicated as Carol Spinney playing Big Bird and Oscar the Grouch since the start of Sesame Street in 1969, all the way up to 2018, with the show's 50th anniversary celebration special being one of his final appearances prior to his death the following year. Rest peacefully, you utter legend. That being said, since leaving Thomas, Steve Asquith has applied for a job as a letter sorter, and I think he's pretty content with his position. When it comes to the CGI elements, the animation was directed by Dino Afanasiou, while Greg Tiernan, who later became full-time director for the next 4 series, worked as the unit director with his wife Nicole Stinn as unit producer. Nitrogen Studios began production on Series 12 in November 2007, with it costing £2.5 million to produce, £1,000 per hour, taking about 5 days to film each episode. So roughly speaking, if we consider a 9-to-5 job, it would have taken about $40,000 per episode, which is roughly $800,000 to film the episodes, and the remaining $1.7 million goes into model making and CGI elements. Overall, they would have been about £125,000 per episode on average, give or take. Strangely, Series 12 has never aired on Japanese television, most likely because kids would have been confused by the model CGI hybrid, which I can understand. Despite that, some episodes have been shown exclusively at Thomas Land's 3D theater and video on demand there. Among the other countries it hasn't been shown in include Hungary, Norway, Romania, Poland, and the Netherlands. A fair number of series and specials haven't aired across the various countries, but I don't usually mention that since it has no impact on the production or quality of each. Overall, it's safe to say that Series 12 has aged horribly, at least in terms of CGI animation. The writing quality at the time didn't help either. We had several episodes in the past few series that utilized the Three Strikes formula that Sharon Miller was infamously known for, but Series 12 was a lot more blatant about it, and no matter how many characters were brought back just for this series, it couldn't shake off the fact that it was a sign of things to come. I think it's safe to say that the likes of Duck and Oliver have since shown up in episodes of far greater quality, and I'd say that's for the best. Alright, so that does it for the hit model era of the show. Why people still call it the new series despite that they're not really that new anymore, I'm not sure. We better find a more suitable name for this era. But anyway, it was quite obviously a step down from the classic era. It started off decently with Series 8, and then Series 9 was just okay. But it was the 10th where things started to go downhill, even though the 11th was a step up, but not really by a whole lot, and Series 12 was where it bottomed out. But as I said before, this is not the worst the show gets. Here's my top 10 episodes of Series 8 through 12. Number 10, It's Good to Be Gordon. Number 9, Gordon Takes Charge. Number 8, James Goes Too Far. Number 7, Hector the Horrid. Number 6, Thomas Tries His Best. Number 5, Dream On. Number 4, Halloween. Number 3, Gordon and the Engineer. Number 2, Best Friends. And number 1, Emily's New Route. And as for the worst of that era, unlike the last one, I don't think there will be too many controversial choices, so here we go. Number 10, it's a two-way tie between Reneus and the Dinosaur and Skarloey the Brave. Number 9, Thomas and the Big Bang. Number 8, Henry Gets It Wrong. Number 7, Thomas and the New Engine. Number 6, Don't Go Back. Number 5, Topped Off Thomas. Number 4, Thomas's Frosty Friend. Number 3, Push Me Pull You. Number 2, Don't Be Silly Billy. And number 1 is probably the least surprising entry on this list, Edward Strikes Out. Well, that was painful, but we're only just getting started, folks. I've been dreading this moment for a while now, but at last we have entered the darkest period in Thomas and Friends history, the Nitrogen Era. The first full CGI production to be released was the feature-length special Hero of the Rails, and it was kind of a big deal back then. Thomas discovers an old abandoned Japanese engine named Hero and relies on the help of the steam team to bring the master of the railway back to his former glory, all while trying to keep Spencer and Sir Topham Hatt from finding out. And, well, it hasn't aged very well. It feels like it drags on for a bit, and Hero's departure at the end feels pointless since he's been seen on Sodor a lot between Series 13 to 20, plus Kenji on the rails again from Series 24, not to mention that the voice acting and visual design both pale compared to what ARC Productions and Jamfield have brought since. Now, to be fair, this was the first production to have a full voice cast since Magic Railroad, so you're not going to get it right the first time around. Mind you, compared to what Hit's other shows looked like at the time, Thomas's world being in CGI is practically Pixar quality, and like Pixar, it gets better with every subsequent production for the most part. Which brings me on to Series 13, the first in the show to be in full CGI after 11 series with models and one hybrid that just looks worse with age. And while I find Series 13 to be bad, I will try to be fair to this series and start out with a few positives. First off, I like how the CGI demonstrates what you could never properly achieve with the models. For example, James being given his pink undercoat and tickled pink. You also get far more expansive sets for many of the long shots, and you also have more consistent set designs, with occasional tweaks here and there that could later be seen in the Brenner era. Plus, it's cheaper in the long run since you can simply reuse the models and, again, occasionally tweak them to look better. Series 13 was the first to utilize a full voice cast for the characters. For example, Ben Small voiced Thomas for the UK dub, while Martin Sherman voiced him for the US dub. I haven't heard much of Martin's voice acting in a long time, and for the purposes of a proper reviewing experience, I've predominantly stuck with the British dub. And no, I don't have any intention of rewatching the American dub for Series 13 to 16. One revisit of that era was one too many for me, but I will say that Ben Small's voice acting for Series 13 doesn't hold up, and his performances as Thomas up to Series 18 were usually hit or miss.
If I may say something, Zach, about the two voices for Thomas?
Sure, go ahead.
Between the two, I personally prefer Martin Sherman voicing Thomas, especially in seasons 17 and 18. His Percy voice is quite good too, while his Diesel voice was hit or miss. Ben Small, on the other hand, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but his Thomas is no John Hasler or Eddie Glenn. Although I do like his Renee's voice, and he did some other voices that were pretty good too.
However, the best voice actor for Thomas, discounting John Hasler, is Daniel Radcliffe.
Harry Potter? When did he voice Thomas?
Robot Chicken.
My internal organs! Oh, just finish me, you pussies! Oh, what cruel god would give a train a face?
Okay, it wasn't official, but still, if we did make another Thomas movie, Dan Radcliffe would be my first choice for Thomas himself.
I see. Well, I guess I'll leave you to continue sharing your thoughts on Series 13.
Thanks, Mike. Anyway, the other voice actors who joined in Hero of the Rails included Carrie Shale, Teresa Gallagher, William Hope, Glenn Rage, Matt Wilkinson, Jules DeJong, David Badella, and Keith Wickham, as well as Michael Brandon voicing Diesel for the US dub, and Togo Egawa as Hero for both dubs. Again, the voice acting doesn't hold up compared to later series, but for the time, it was nice having the characters actually speak for themselves in the English dub, even if the writing didn't do them much justice, but more on that in a bit. Lastly, the runtime was extended once again, this time to 8 minutes and 45 seconds, with the opening song, engine roll call, and credits filling up close to 11 minutes. Even if it felt too long for the stories being told, I like that they extended the runtime because, in theory, it allows more room for the story to develop, but again, it was finally realized in the Brenner era. And that's all I can think of in terms of the positives. The writing for Series 9 through 12 ranged from pretty good to pretty terrible, but for Series 13, holy 18-inch Stonehenge, it was dreadful. Every once in a while, you had a good episode like Tickled Pink and A Blooming Mess, but the majority of the episodes fall victim to what many have called the three strikes formula. Basically, an engine screws up their jobs 3 times before putting things right again, and then you pad it all out with unnecessary narration from Michaels, Angelus, and Brandon, and that's Series 13 in a nutshell. Wow, that is very creative.
Not.
But that's not the worst of it. Thomas appears and speaks in every episode, and it gets to the point that 13 episodes are dedicated to him, most of which were wasted on him being an insufferable dumbass. What were they thinking?
Hello? Hello?
Anybody home?
The rest of the Steam team, barring Edward, each got one episode to themselves. James and Emily got pretty lucky with Tickle Pink and A Blooming Mess respectively, but everyone else was a mixed bag. Gordon had a fair starring role with Snow Tracks. Percy's Parcel was simply okay. But as for Toby and Henry, well, if you thought they had bad luck throughout series 8 through 12, then take that, only ramped up to 11, and that's what we got with Toby's new whistle and Henry's good deeds. Yeah, on a side note, I never understood why anyone would enjoy Henry's good deeds. He didn't perform any at all in this episode. Stopping for animals to let them cross isn't a good deed. It's just common sense and showing sensitivity to their surroundings. It's a stupid episode and solid proof as to why he's better suited as a secondary character, because being part of the Steam team means that you were going to end up with starring roles even if they didn't fit your character or previously established starring roles. Another episode I don't understand is Buzzy Bees, an episode that somehow got bundled with digital downloads and Hulu versions of several CGI Thomas DVDs, each containing 4 episodes but needed a 5th in order to fill up 1 hour. Why? What was so appealing about that heap of junk? Couldn't they have chosen other episodes in the Nitrogen series to add some variety? They had 80 of them. Surely a bit more variety wouldn't hurt. Even if it was wonky whistle, at least we would have gotten something different. The only episode to not focus on any of the Steam team was the series finale, Hero Helps Out. I've not revisited Hero of the Rails yet, but I will say right now that I think he's an okay character, but Hero's leading lead role in this series didn't do him any justice. You could have replaced him with Edward and the result would have been the same, and strangely, he still stays on Sodor for a further 11 series, I think, before leaving for Japan again with no fanfare, even though despite missing his home country, Hero certainly doesn't seem to spend a lot of time there. The other Hero of the Rails newbies were Victor and Kevin, the Steamworks duo. Victor is probably my favorite out of them, and it probably helps that he's remained a constant staple of the CGI series and the Sodor Steamworks. Kevin, however, took a little while to grow. His clumsiness was very much used for comedic effect, even though it was toned down in recent years, but it does pop up once in a while. The only real newbie for Series 13 was Charlie, the Purple Billy Exby. That is probably the best thing about Charlie, is that he replaced the Orange Idiot in Splish Splash Splosh, so that's a bullet dodged there. I swear, if I see Billy again in the show, I will not be happy. So many people hate Charlie as well, but for me, personally, I'm sort of indifferent to him. He's not the worst thing in existence, but they really could have done more of him if given a proper chance. They have a decent role for him as a shunting engine at Nafford, but he's hardly been addressed since Series 18, specials like The Great Race notwithstanding. Series 13 was going to air in 2009, but was pushed to 2010 instead after production had ended. Production had started in January 2009, running concurrently with Hero of the Rails, which would explain why there was such a small cast in Series 13. However, 4 episodes were released in theaters that November before being released on DVD in January the following year. The episodes were Playtime, Splish Splash Splosh, Slippy Sodor, and Snow Tracks. And in between the episodes was Mr. Perkins baking a cake in the shape of Thomas for Sir Topham Hatt's birthday. Which reminds me, for 2 Series 12 DVDs in America, the episodes included in-between segments featuring engine driver Mr. Arkwright, played by Robert Slade, either making a cardboard Thomas or getting ready for the day's work. From what I remember, they were pretty well liked, but for whatever reason, he was superseded by Mr. Perkins, played by the late Ben Forster. Who knows why Mr. Arkwright was replaced, even if he was later mentioned in some Perkins segments. The Mr. Perkins segments were probably the biggest highlight of the CGI releases at the time. Like the Arkwright segments, they were vaguely reminiscent of Shiny Time Station, but with Perkins interacting with the audience while things were happening in the day of his working life, such as looking after Beaky the troublesome parrot, demonstrating how a model railway works, or teaching his protege Artie how to be a responsible engine driver. After the Nitrogen era, Mr. Perkins had his own set of segments away from the engine driver's common room at Nafford Station, like teaching children various aspects of the railway, answering to postcards from various passengers, or reading some stories from the Railway series. Sadly, they were discontinued in 2017 following Ben Forster's death from cancer that same year. Prior to Mr. Perkins' Railway, there were the Down to the Station segments, narrated by Michael Zangelis and Brandon for their respective dubs. They were produced by Leighton Shale and directed by Ben Hall, again showing how real railways operate, being filmed at the Lakeside and Haverthwaite Railway and the Llangollen Railway. These segments were readily available on DVD in the UK, and the only way you could watch them in America was on PBS Kids. You know, it's really sad that the in-between segments are a lot more enjoyable than the episode Series 13 shoved into our faces. I don't know what more I could say that hasn't been said. This series is just dreadful, and the few gems aren't enough to salvage the whole thing. You know what's even worse, folks? We have to endure this crap for 3 more series. 2010 marked the 65th anniversary of the publication of the first Railway series book, and it was treated as a pretty big deal with the UK DVD The Best of Thomas to celebrate the show's history up to that point. That same year also marked the release of Misty Island Rescue, which has since gone down by many fans to be the worst Thomas movie since Thomas and the Magic Railroad. But it did end on an interesting cliffhanger, hinting at next year's special.
You'll be laughing on the other side of your boilers soon, silly steamers. Yes.
Which brings me on to Series 14. It first aired in October 2010, 8 months after Series 14 had finished. That does sound very surprising, doesn't it? Having 2 series airing within the same year, and on the 65th anniversary, no less? Wow! That may have been great for the time, but with hindsight, it's quality over quantity that mattered. If you're wondering what I have to say regarding the writing for Series 14, sadly, I have little to say that I haven't already for Series 13. Basically, it's that, but way worse. Here's a couple of examples.
This lamp will make me look silly. Everyone at the concert will look their best except me.
Why would James not want to wear a lamp, and why was he so blind that he couldn't see 3 feet to his left onto a well-lit platform? What kind of crap is that?
Bust my buffers! These woods are too scary for me.
Really? It's just a forest. Why is Toby scared shitless about the sounds of an owl and the wind? And I thought him being scared of an abandoned mine in Toby's discovery was bad. And yes, people, the classic era was the first to have an episode that portrayed Toby as a wuss. But back to Series 14.
If I bounce along the track, perhaps that sound will soon come back. The sound that makes me smile and giggle when I puff on tracks that jiggle.
Why the hell is Thomas so easily amused by popping noises? Doesn't he know that it's just the corks on bottles of lemonade? Why is he so fucking childish?
Easy there, Zack. Breathe.
Once again, I apologize, but Series 14 was just painful for me to sit through again. Sure, they brought back characters like Harold, Salty, Whiff, Harry, and Bert for CGI, but since most of them returned in Misty Island Rescue, that's not really much of an achievement. They toned back a little on Thomas being a spotlight hog, but he's still prominent in episodes, sticking his funnel where it doesn't belong. The Logging Locos and Captain appear following Misty Island Rescue, but I've barely a thing to say regarding Captain. He hasn't done anything significant since his debut, so as Matt would put it, I've got nothing. Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand, however, are just insufferable whenever they turn up. Why is that? Well...
What? What did you say?
I said that the Logging Locos appear...
No. Please, no. God, no. They can't be here. Those pathetic excuses of engines. Not after the horrible excuse of a special that was Misty Island Rescue. They just can't be here.
Well, since you asked...
Shake! Shake! Make me quake!
Make me quake until I shake!
Looks like you do, so we're here to give it. Do as we say, and we'll show you the way.
That's right.
You'll find plenty more on our island.
That's right.
One biff, one bash, and there's always a crash.
That's right.
Fizzling fireboxes? That's not meant to happen.
That's right.
This is not right.
You puff to the hill and you stay quite still.
You chuff to the sea and you wait patiently.
Then you steam back to here.
And the snow will appear.
That's right.
Do you think that's right?
I don't know.
It'll be fine.
With a star.
That's right.
They are here!
That's it. I'm done.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Matt, please calm down.
Wow, that's a side of Matt I never thought I'd ever see. But in all fairness, the logging locos aren't my cup of tea neither. Glad we never got to hear from them again since the Christmas Tree Express.
Yeah, same here, Cam. It would also be entertaining to see if what Matt said about the logging locos wasn't so true. But anyway, you see what I mean? I think those logging loco clips speak for themselves. The only other newbie for Series 14 was Scruff the Scruncher. I've never really cared much for him either, and I sometimes kind of forget he exists. But there's one line in his debut episode that's always made me mad.
Thomas liked Scruff, but he was worried. Really useful engines couldn't be really dirty ones.
What now?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What that episode is basically saying that if all you do is dirty jobs, then you're not really accomplishing anything in your life. I'm sorry, but what the fuck were they thinking? Engines get dirty a lot of the time. 19 times out of 20, they're doing something to make themselves useful. Hell, Thomas was friendly with Whiff earlier in that episode, and Whiff was arguably even dirtier than Scruff. So yeah, that's the role model Thomas has become in this era, folks. A hypocritical, borderline xenophobic dumbass. But that's not the only awful lesson Series 14 has taught us. Stealing is perfectly acceptable, children won't cheer for you if you're not a steam engine, messing about with dangerous equipment is perfectly fine, and it's only women that do the laundry. Yeah, in case of the last one, I consider Pingy Pongy Pickup canon in name only, mostly because of this line.
Well, there was that time I took Sodor United's football kit to the laundry.
I just find it sad that journalists constantly beat down on the sad story of Henry for supposedly having no happy ending, but I'm sure that if Pingy Pongy Pickup had been written back then, they would hate that episode for enforcing an outdated, possibly borderline misogynistic stereotype. It's now become my most hated episode featuring Emily as the main character. Yeah, I hate it more than Emily in the Middle and Emily's best friend, and I'll get to those soon enough. Then there's Thomas and the Snowman Party, which has one of the worst morals of the entire show. Not as awful as Apology Impossible, but damned if it doesn't come close. The Series 14 episode basically teaches children that if you steal someone's property without their acknowledgement, you won't get in trouble for it.
What? What the fuck?
I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. Speaking of winter-themed episodes, do you remember back in Series 9 when Keeping Up with James caused controversy over Winter Holiday being used instead of Christmas? This resulted in the DVD Merry Winter Wish being held back for a United Kingdom just to replace winter holidays with Christmas holidays, or just plain Christmas in a few cases. And this also applies to Series 15 and, I think, 16 as well. Sure, we can thank Hillary Fortnum for helping to bring Christmas back, but really, it should never gotten rid of it to begin with. Still makes you wonder why it didn't reach the headlines earlier, but at least it was something. Series 14 began production in May 2009, with the first half being produced alongside Series 13, specifically the first 8 episodes plus Ode and Dignity and Henry's Magic Box, which have a copyright date of 2009. After that came Misty Island Rescue, then the second half of Series 14 was produced alongside the first half of Series 15, hence the abundance of the logging logos in both halves. After that came Day of the Diesels, then the second half of Series 15, which was produced alongside the first half of Series 16, before being followed up by Blue Mountain Mystery, and then the second half of Series 16. Confused about all of it? I don't blame you. Just trying to untangle this complicated production schedule for Nitrogen's Time with Thomas is like trying to figure out Michael Caine's great idea at the end of The Italian Job, how Superman was able to reverse time in the first Richard Donner Superman movie, and the expanded Back to the Future timeline, while you're trying to cure a patient with cancer. Okay, that was a bit of an exaggeration, perhaps, but you get my point. Series 13 was bad, but Series 14 was even worse. I apologize if the review was a bit short, but there's honestly very little I can say that I haven't already. This is the first series of the show which I gave 4 episodes the equivalent rating to 0 stars out of 5, and all of them ended up in the bottom 5. But if you think that's bad, then brace yourselves for what's coming up next. There was a very short airing gap between Series 14 and 15. Between November 2010 and February 2011, there were no new episodes airing in the United Kingdom, marking the shortest gap ever between 2 series of Thomas and Friends by 5 months. By contrast, the longest gap was Series 2 and 3, 5 years. 2011 was expected to be a big year. A new special was coming out this fall. It was Wilbur Autry's centenary, and there was the report of a new Railway Series book coming out as well. The latter was definitely something to feel happy about, but I'll come to that when we get to Series 16, but for now I want to talk about Series 15. It premiered throughout March 2011, and between this and the 2 series prior, that meant we had 60 episodes within the span of 15 months. A likely reason is so that Milkshake could re-air as much CGI Thomas content as possible, a strategy that was later used for the Bob the Builder reboot, but one topic at a time, please. Chronologically, Series 15 followed on from Day of the Diesels, yet the newbies barely did anything significant until the second half, and even then, the episodes were utter shit. Coincidentally, 15 episodes out of Series 15 were all penned by Sharon Miller, her most to date. Combining all of her efforts across Series 9 to 16, she penned a whopping 66 episodes, and exactly 2/3 of them were from the Nitrogen era alone. That's pretty alarming if you ask me. That's more than Davey Moore, more than Andrew Brenner, even more than Paul Larson. The only 3 writers that topped Sharon in terms of quantity were Wilbur Autry himself, Burt Allcroft, and David Mitton coming out on top. The only 5 episodes Miller didn't write were Percy's New Friends, Spencer the Grand, Kevin the Steamy, Percy the Snowman, and the infamous Wonky Whistle. Although, in general, Series 15 was so poor that you might be easily forgiven for thinking she didn't write them, least of all Wonky Whistle. Speaking of that episode, Wonky Whistle is so infamous among the fandom because, well, let me show you.
I'm sure my whistle isn't wonky. I must race to Farmer McColl's.
Thomas!
Yep, that one scene single-handedly brought the episode into infamy, and fans have ranked it the worst of the show, even more so than Edward Strikes Out, which I don't really understand looking back. Yes, what Thomas did was incredibly dangerous and stupid. Yes, the workman could have potentially gotten killed as he set off, and yes, Thomas was of course an idiot for not listening. But did you really expect anything less by this point? Considering how often Thomas acted like a dumbass over the course of the Nitrogen era, him acting like that was to be expected by this point. Not only that, if you took out that moment altogether, then Wonky Whistle becomes a run-of-the-mill bad episode, and I doubt people would have talked about it that much. Writer Neil Benn has even said that the final episode we got was very different from what he originally intended, so who knows how it could have gone. But then again, very important sheep from Series 19 was this episode done better, suggesting that Wonky Whistle, like a lot of other episodes from the Nitrogen era, had potential that was quagmired by the formula at the time. So is Wonky Whistle really the worst episode ever? When it first aired, I would have agreed with the majority, but now, not even close. Don't get me wrong, I still consider it to be a bad episode, but the show has had way worse episodes before and since.
What? You don't rank Wonky Whistle as the worst episode?
Oh, great. The bitch is back to complain again.
What the hell is wrong with you? Not ranking Wonky Whistle as the worst episode of the whole show is a likely sign that you might actually like...
Oh, come now, Matt. You should have seen that coming from a mile away. Look, I'm not saying fans shouldn't hate on Wonky Whistle, but calling it the worst episode of the show? Come on. I apologize if I sound condescending, but saying it's the worst of this entire 24-series show is not really much of an opinion. It's just repeating what's been said to death already. Say what you want about what I've said, calling Rusty to the Rescue the worst episode of the show, but at least I try to think outside the box. Wonky Whistle isn't the worst episode of the Nitrogen era, let alone Series 15 in my eyes. I could name at least 10 episodes that are worse, but more on that next time. But Wonky Whistle does feature everything people hate about the Nitrogen era, like, say, annoying rhyming, nonsensical alliteration, the Three Strikes formula, dangerous actions, Thomas being a brain-dead idiot, the list goes on. If people want to claim Wonky Whistle's the worst episode of the show, then that's fine. But if it's not the worst of Series 15 to me, what is? If we're talking about episodes concerning their messages, one that really sticks out to me is James to the Rescue.
You are a steam tram. Steam trams can't be rescue engines.
That line from James right there implies that you're only useful if you're normal. Seriously, this episode sends out an ableist message, and speaking as someone who's on the autism spectrum, I find that incredibly insulting. not just to myself, but possibly to young autistic fans of the show. This era has sent out discriminatory messages before, but James to the Rescue is easily the worst offender of the bunch. That episode just gets worse and worse, with ableist attitudes rearing their ugly heads in recent times. Then there's Kevin to Steamy, or as it has come to be known, the episode that came before Wonky Whistle, and that's got far worse messages and implications. Basically, play around in a dangerous environment and you won't get in trouble for it. A storyboard suggested that Dukes or Handel and Peter Sam would appear, but unfortunately, or rather, fortunately, that didn't happen. The latter two would eventually return in CGI the following year, while Duke remains missing in action to this day. Then there's Fiery Flynn, or should I say, the anti-fireman Sam of Thomas episodes. This is an episode that portrays firefighters as incompetent idiots. Just what else needs to be said? Oh wait, I know.
His firebox was on fire.
Yeah, I'm sure that even back in 2011, you were all shocked by this line. You guys do know that a firebox is supposed to be on fire, right? Unless the firebox had collapsed, how is that even an emergency? A firebox has a fusible plug, a metal cylinder, which serves as a safety device against low water levels in a steam engine's boiler. Should it fail, it can result in boiler damage, possibly leading to an explosion if left untreated. Fiery Flynn is so infamously bad, in some cases possibly more so than Wonky Whistle, that it called for a change to get Thomas back on track again. And it did, but not for another 2 years.
I guess. But I still say Wonky Whistle is way worse!
Shut up, you moron! Now, as mentioned, Flynn just came off as stupid in the season 15 finale. This is behavior you'd expect from a firefighter, ignoring warnings, racing off before an announcement is finished, letting insults get to them, spraying water where there isn't an emergency, and he would act just as stupid in Race to the Rescue next series, and that's the episode that comes immediately after Fiery Flynn. It says a lot that Flynn acted more like a hero in Day of the Diesels than series 15 and 16 did. Sure, he did get much better in the Brenner era, for the most part, but the damage had very much been done at this point. I doubt Flynn is ever gonna live that down. Belle, meanwhile, is what I consider a lost opportunity. I really like her bassist, the British Railway Standard Class 4 tank engine, and there's a lot that they could have done with her if she was given a proper chance. But the one time she got a starring role in Series 15, Big Belle just made her look overbearing and bullshit, although that episode was pretty forgettable in the long run. Since then, she's been a supporting character and barely had a chance to shine, or Mattel somehow forgot that she exists. Yeah, I know she was introduced in the worst era of the show, but come on, she's a female firefighter for God's sake. There's so much you could do with making her a role model for little girls who would want to be firefighters in the near future. Den and Dart, I didn't really care much for them until the Series 19 episode of the same name, but from what we had seen even then, Den is a slow thinker, while Dart quickly explains what he's trying to say. It's fine and all, but not really a whole lot to work with there. But the development Den received in Series 19 was really good, so I can't complain much there. Oh, and in case anyone is asking, I won't be giving my thoughts on Paxton, Sydney, and Norman here since they were merely props rather than characters back then. I'll come to them when I get to Series 17. Meanwhile, even though he had been introduced in Series 5 and had been a background character for the next decade or so, for the first time ever, Butch the Breakdown Vehicle finally got to speak in the episode Stuck on You. Why it took him so long to give him a speaking role, I don't know, but at least he got something. Stuck on You wasn't the greatest episode of that era, but it was one of the more average at best ones, even having 2 strikes instead of 3. For the first time since Series 4, or 6 if we consider the Pack 2-parter, we had a mini-saga going on with the logging locos to start of the series. It wasn't that great a saga, but it was at least nice for Sharon Miller to try something that worked in the classic era, even though since then, we've got a certain trilogy that's way better in terms of writing. Series 15 began production in November 2009. As explained, the first half of Series 15 was produced alongside the second half of Series 14, but before Day of the Diesels. This explains the abundance of the logging locos in both halves, appearing in 8 episodes total, and then 3 episodes afterward. And why we didn't see much of Flynn, Belle, Den, and Dart until the second half of Series 15. For every episode in this series, Thomas's name did not appear in any of the titles, and unless you actually read the descriptions, you'd never know he was a star in any of them. Series 15 was... No, it was trash when it came out, and it's trash upon rewatch. But at least we're almost at the end of the Nitrogen era, so surely things can get better from here, right? 3 down, 1 more to go, then we're finally out of the Nitrogen era. I can't wait to get to the Brenner era just to wash the taste from my mouth. For a celebratory year, 2011 was rather underwhelming. As mentioned previously, Series 15 was terrible, and David Diesel's just came off as overhyped in retrospect. At first it was well received with the rhyming and alliteration cut down, making Diesel 10 a real menace once again after a pretty underwhelming portrayal in Calling All Engines, but now, most of the fandom despises it, with some people like myself ranking it as even worse than Missy Island Rescue. And as for the final book in the Railway series, Thomas and His Friends, it was pretty much recycled material. Thomas and the Swan was simply a retelling of an annual story from 1992, with an introduction featuring Pip and Emma becoming the new express engines to London that kind of went nowhere. We didn't get to see much of how Gordon reacted to this change, and that could have been an interesting book in and of itself. Gordon did get a story to himself, however, with Gordon's Fire Service, probably the best of the book, and even mentioning the Peel-Goddard branch line for the first, and sadly only time. It may have been a rewrite to one of the stories in the Thomas Noisy book, but I could be wrong. Buffer bashing, however, was simply the worst story, probably the entire Railway series, being the middle engine of Audrey's writing with no resolution. Centenary was just a rewrite of Golden Jubilee, and probably even more underwhelming. So all in all, Thomas and His Friends did not live up to its hype either, ending the Railway series on a very weak note. Now with Christopher in his early 80s and the fact that he has no plans to continue, we may never get the stories he wanted to tell but couldn't. Alas, poor Barry, we could have known him, Christopher. But was it all bad news for 2011? Not really. Greg Tiernan informed the Soder Island forums about some changes ahead, such as Sharon Miller stepping down from head writer and later being superseded by Andrew Brenner, who was then working on the CGI incarnation of Fireman Sam, beginning with Series 17 to air in 2013, which we'll cover next time. This promised a return to the quality storytelling and abandoning the Free Strikes formula altogether from Series 9 to 15. Brenner would also be joined by producer Ian McHugh, who had arrived during the production of David Diesel's as well as Series 15 and 16, and he would keep that mantle all the way up to Series 24, being a creative executive producer for Series 21 and 22. In February 2012, shortly before Series 16 had begun airing, Apex partners with sell Hit Entertainment to Mattel, and the rest is pretty much history. So, how does Series 16 stack up? Is it as awful as the free series prior, or was it a sign of better things to come? Well, there were signs of better things to come, but they were very few and far in between. One of them being that the rhyming element was removed altogether, but the constant alliteration and Free Strikes formula still plagued the writing. That and Winter Holiday, at least if you were from America. Not only that, after annoying the piss out of fans during Series 14 and 15, the Logging Locos and Misty Island were only prominently featured in just 2 episodes, while appearing in a brief scene in Welcome Stafford. Starting with Series 17, the Logging Locos and Misty Island were pretty much sent to the scrap heap, with Ferdinand briefly appearing in Signals Crossed if you look closely enough, and with Misty Island being made fun of in the way she does it.
Sitting in your shed? No. Working at the waste dump? Taking monkeys to the animal park? Ooh, I know. Going to Misty Island? No.
Not gonna comment.
Yeah, we get that Misty Island was a terrible invention, but it had been 4 years by the time it aired in 2016. How many viewers from the actual target audience would have gotten the joke? Still, all we can say to the Logging Locos' disappearance is good riddance.
You're no fun.
Oh, shut up, Mr. That's Right. Who does he think he is? Groot? Anyway, for all the badness that Series 16 endured, much like the free series prior, it did have some good episodes, one of them being Express Coming Through where, for once, it felt like Thomas and Gordon were in character. They even did a callback to Thomas's train. Flashbang Wallop even featured a picture of a Garrett locomotive, which had been Greg Tiernan's desire to include at some point, although one of them did eventually appear in full CGI in the form of Nia's friend Kwaku from Big World Big Adventures. Welcome Stafford wasn't too bad either, with the battery-powered electric engine having a wonderful voice provided by Keith Wickham, and with some dialogue that felt a bit more natural and, at times, funny. I feel like Stafford could have done more with the right idea for the character they've given him, but the most noteworthy episode of this series was Percy and the Calliope, in which the Free Strikes formula was implemented alongside the moral about not giving up, showing that it could work if handled properly. And of course, the ending.
But then, with a cough and a splutter, it began to play. Percy beamed from buffer to buffer.
I don't think I could really explain how happy I was when I first heard it. It really did feel like better things to come. At certain points. We did see the return of the Scarlowy Five, but because Duncan's real-life relative Douglas, not Donald's brother Hamlet, thank you, Douglas was undergoing an overhaul at the time, Duncan was dropped from Series 16 in Blue Mountain Mystery, eventually returning in Series 18, and rather oddly proportioned. To properly render the engines, the team at Nitrogen Studios went to the Taliclin Railway for reference, which also finally fixed the issue with Peter Sam's funnels in Series 4. The episode in which they return in Don't Bother Victor was nothing short of underwhelming. It was basically the same plot as Sir Handel in Charge, which in turn was the same plot as The Green Controller. And I'll come back to the Christmas Tree Express soon enough. Blue Mountain Mystery for me is the true return to the Scarlowy engines, as well as the introduction of Luke. He didn't appear in Series 16, nor did Owen and Merrick, so I won't discuss them here. I'll do so for Luke next time, but Owen and Merrick, don't care for either of them since they barely did much anyway. The same goes for Winston the Inspection Trolley. While he did have a few things to do in Series 17, half the time I almost forget that he exists. Chronologically, Series 16 comes after Blue Mountain Mystery, yet it aired before, with only Winston appearing in Happy Birthday Sir, but that hardly made much of a difference since none of the other newbies appeared as well. Production had started in April 2010, with Andrew Viner's website confirming that Thomas and the Rubbish Train had been commissioned around that time. It was the last series in which Sam Barlow was the story executive, and he even admitted in an interview with Soda Island Forums that the formula they went for with Series 13 to 16 was not a good one in hindsight.
Well, duh.
Rebecca Evans served as script editor for this series only, but only for the second half. 19 episodes aired in February and March, with the Christmas Tree Express being held back for Christmas 2012, and all I have to say is, what was the point? Series 14 and 15 had their Christmas-themed episodes to air alongside the rest when they premiered, and heck, Series 16 had Salty, Surprise, and Emily's Winter Party Special to air alongside the non-winter holiday episodes. So there was absolutely no excuse to hold the Christmas Tree Express back, especially of how awful it is. In fact, that episode is the coalition of everything wrong with the Nitrogen era jammed into 9 minutes.
Hey, can I point out that this season is the last?
Shut it, Matt! You can talk about Emily later. Now scram! As I was saying, everything that was wrong with the Nitrogen era was jammed into 9 minutes. The Free Strikes formula, absolutely annoying alliteration, Thomas being crane shunted where he doesn't belong, Toby being hopelessly out of character, the mere presence of the logging locos in Misty Island, the use of Winter Holiday for America, the lack of logic and continuity with Toby being afraid of going to Misty Island despite having been there in the past,
and Ben Small's vocal performance.
Wait, what?
He said Ben Small's vocal performances. You know, the guy who voiced Thomas. He also voiced a few others too, such as Toby, Redeus, Flynn, and a couple of other characters. Come to think of it, he did voice Stanley and Charlie for the US dub as well, but not for the UK dub? Huh, that's kind of strange.
He did sound a bit stilted in seasons 13 to 16, but I think he improved drastically in seasons 17 through 18, King of the Railway, Tale of the Brave, but yeah, Blue Mountain Mystery is hit or miss, I think.
Like I said previously, I'll admit some of his voices are pretty good, particularly his Renee's voice, but even in season 17 and 18, his Thomas voice still sucks. I'm sure Ben is a nice guy, but when it comes to voicing the number one, there are other people who have done a much better job voicing him. No, I do not count John Bellows, as he only voiced Thomas in bits of the Tatmar work print, not the final product.
That's enough, you guys! Can I please get back to finishing what I was about to say? I've already endured Matt interrupting me many times in previous episodes, and I don't want you guys doing the same thing.
Fine. I only came here because Mike, Matt, and Rachel are here.
Sorry, dude.
Then, why are you okay with me interrupting in seasons 9 and 10?
Okay, you got me there, sis. We'll chat about this as a group discussion another time.
Okay, chat with you later, mate.
So, as I was saying, the Christmas Tree Express was shit, but that wasn't what I consider the worst episode of the Nitrogen era. Oh no, that dishonor goes to Sodor Surprise Day, an episode so horrendous that it should never have existed to begin with. I've always despised it even in my late teens, and that comes down to what happens at Brendam Docks. Thomas startles Cranky, causing him to drop a crate of fireworks in which they go rogue all over the place, and they could have potentially hurt someone or worse, killed them, not to mention property damage. If you thought Wonky Whistle's moment with Thomas running off and nearly endangering the workman while fixing his whistle was awful, then this is that moment times infinity. Thomas should have been punished for causing all of this chaos, but instead, he sets everything right with no punishment. You know, when I was a kid, Thomas was my favorite character, but seeing his fall from grace culminating with Soda Surprise Day really hurt me inside, and it still does to this day. Thomas was meant to be a role model that kids could look up to, even back in his early days when he was a cheeky station pilot. But then he became an idiot during the hit model era. Then the nitrogen era came on, turned him into dark era Patrick Star on rails. Just seeing Thomas fall like that, just Sorry about that. I just don't know what else to say. Other than Series 16 sucks like the free series prior. Let's just finish this damn episode already. I did not enjoy revisiting the Nitrogen era in the slightest. Series 14 was the least bad season of the lot, but only by default. And while I do have Series 14 ranked as the worst of the entire show, it, along with 15 and 16, could be placed in any order because all three of them are the bottom of the barrel for Thomas and Friends. Sure, there are gems here and there, and I'll get to that in a bit, but are they worth the Fiery Flins and Solar Surprise Days? No, absolutely not. I'd recommend skipping this era altogether. You're not missing a whole lot, believe me. If I never have to sit through almost 12 hours worth of garbage like that ever again, I can die happy. So what do I think are the least awful episodes of the Nitrogen era? Let's find out. Number 10, Victor Says Yes. Number 9, Welcome Stafford. Number 8, Flashbang Wallop. Number 7, Steamy Sodor. Number 6, Snow Tracks. Number 5, Being Percy. Number 4, Express Coming Through. Number 3, A Blooming Mess. Number 2, Percy and the Calliope. And number 1, Tickled Pink. But as for the worst, well, I could have made this a top 20, maybe top 25, but these 10 episodes are so bad that they deserve to be a list on their own. Number 10, Thomas and the Runaway Kite. Number 9, Up, Up, and Away. Number 8, Buzzy Bees. Number 7, Henry's Magic Box. Number 6, Thomas and the Snowman Party. Number 5, Ho Ho Snowman. Number 4, James to the Rescue. Number 3, The Christmas Tree Express. Number 2, it's a two-way tie between Fiery Flynn and Race to the Rescue. And number 1, You Know What. Ugh, thank Godry this is over. Now I can finally relieve myself from all this madness.
Zach? Where are you going?
Yes.
Boy, the Nitrogen era really did a number on you, didn't it? Well, I think I'll end this episode off for him, but before I do, allow me to say a few things. Walt Disney once said, "You're dead if you aim only for kids. Adults are only kids growing up anyway." I believe that's not only a very poignant quote, but an accurate metaphor for when it comes to the Nitrogen era of Thomas and Friends. Both the Railway series and the good seasons of Thomas the Tank Engine became successful because they not only thought about entertaining children, they thought about the adults too.
You've got to remember that you're not merely writing for children, you're writing for the mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles, grandfathers, grandmothers who've got to read the stories aloud, not just once, but over and over and over again.
The morals and the morals the morals of these stories were never jammed down the kid's throat. They weren't blatant. They weren't in capital letters. They were gently massaged into the framework of the show.
Parent and child can read a Railway series book or watch an episode of the classic series of Thomas, and they both can enjoy it. That's not the case with the Nitrogen era of Thomas and Friends, which is only appealing to little kids to the point where only little kids can seem to enjoy it. But a parent is supposed to spend time with their children and nurture them. So, when parents are being forced to suffer through stuff like Wonky Whistle or Soda Surprise Day or any other episode from that era, they feel less encouraged to do their jobs. I speak not only for myself, but for the rest of us, that seeing how awful these episodes were made us more appreciative of what was to come. A writer who cared about what young children were watching, and episodes that a general audience could enjoy. Not only was this man involved with the Thomas series since its glory days, but he's someone who knew and cared about what the series stood for. And who is that man, you ask? Well, that's going to have to wait until next time.
2012 marked the end of several things for Thomas and Friends. For one, Michael Angelis and Michael Brandon would retire from their roles as narrators for the show for the United Kingdom and the United States, respectively. In the former's case, he was the longest-serving English-speaking narrator, starting with Series 3 in 1991, lasting all the way up to Series 16, a period of 21 years, which is real dedication. I could have mentioned that in the last episode, but I was just feeling a little sick from, well, you know. But anyway, I introduced Angelis with this clip that appears a lot whenever Gondorf discusses him, so it's only fair that I outroduce... It's
not even a word. You're losing your mind.
It's only fair that I send Michael Angelis off the same way I introduced him, just to bring things full circle.
His name's Nigel. Dr. Nigel Botterill. I'll get you the details.
And as I'm sure you all know, he died of heart attack on May 30th, 2020 at the age of 76. Often overlooked, Angelis will never be forgotten, so rest in peace, Sergeant Donnelly. As for Michael Brandon, he more or less carried on with his acting career and is still active to this day. Both of them bowed out with Blue Mountain Mystery, not only the best special from the Nitrogen era, but also ended it on more or less a high note, unlike Series 16. Oh, and as a side note, and I can't believe I didn't bring this up earlier, Nitrogen Studios also made a promotional poster for The Adventures of Thomas, a planned live-action/CGI film with animation done by Weta Digital and directed by Shane Acker, with a script by Josh Klausner, Will McRobb, and Chris Viscardi. It would have taken place during World War II and revolved around a young boy and his father rebonding on Sodor, if there would have been a Steam versus Diesel conflict. Basically, Magic Railroad 2.0. Considering the state of the show at the time, the script was completed in 2010, not to mention the reputation of other projects done by the director and writers, we probably didn't miss anything. Given how little had been done with The Adventures of Thomas, looking back, it almost feels like it was a publicity stunt to gain interest in the brand. Honestly, if you wanted this plot done right, I'd recommend watching the 2018 movie, Christopher Robin. More or less the same plot, but better. Oh, and I would also like to mention that the guy behind the movie, Mark Forster, has his own Thomas movie in production, as far as we know. But that's a story for another day. Hopefully. Anyway, let's get back to the show. The animation was originally going to be taken over by Guru Studios, also based in Canada, but Roy Productions took the reins instead, beginning with a special King of the Railway. I remember back when the first trailers were released, people went nuts over them, thinking I was going to crash and burn, only to be silenced when the special actually turned out to be pretty good, marking the beginning of a new era of quality storytelling for the Thomas brand under Mattel. So that leads me on to Series 17. So many people sang its praises when it first came out, as did I, but looking back on Series 17, it hasn't aged for me as well as I'd thought. I do think it's a good series, don't get me wrong, but it did have some duds and a few episodes that are just painfully average. Steamy Stafford, the first episode produced for this series, did feel a bit like a Miller episode, only not as annoying, if there was actually an attempt to teach kids something. If kids can gain something out of this episode, then that's probably more than what I could ever say, so I can't be too harsh. Scruff's Makeover and the Afternoon Tea Express are painfully average at best, and the missing Christmas decorations, while it has something of a purpose in giving Sidney his new wheels, they could have focused on the Diesels doing so rather than make Diesel 10 Sodor equivalent to the Grinch. It's also his last appearance to date, barring Pidgey appearing in the fantasy sequence to What Rebecca Does, but that doesn't really count. Since then, Diesel 10 has become a merch-only character like the logging locos, with a possible explanation being that the writers of Mattel thought him to be too scary for the target audience. I don't know why, since the point of a villain is to be scary, but still. But probably the weakest episode out of this series was the Frozen Turntable, which puts too much emphasis on Gordon's selfishness rather than showing the consequences of it as well. We could have seen James taking the express and then Gordon taking the mail train as punishment, but nope. With all that being said, it was nice that they gave focus on characters introduced in the Nitrogen era, even attempting to make them more appealing in terms of personality. Paxton is probably my favorite out of the bunch. He's a bit dopey and gullible, but he's also pretty loyal to his friends, and even knows when to draw the line. Sidney wasn't too bad either, even providing a few good laughs with how forgetful he is. Norman, however, still hasn't done a damn thing, and I still feel like they could have brought in Dennis instead. Finally, there's Luke, who's very much the little brother of the Scarloy Railway. His backstory was pretty sad, and he even feels guilty for thinking he got Victor scrapped, but thankfully that wasn't the case, and since then, he's become a bit more social with the other engines. This is further affirmed in Luke's new friend when he befriends a deer and tries to make it feel more comfortable at the Blue Mountain Quarry, only to understand that it's better off in a more open environment. Oh, I swear, that ending could get to anyone. So what can I say about the newbies from King of the Railway? Connor and Caitlin didn't have much to do, although the latter had a great leading role in Calm Down Caitlin, and the former was a good foil to Bill and Ben, falling for their tricks. Not my most favorite characters, but I do lean to Caitlin more. I almost wonder what it'd be like if she and Rebecca were ever to meet. The Ulfstead Castle trio are significantly stronger. Again, Millie didn't have much to do in Series 17, barring the switch, but she has since gone on to show that she's not just a pretty face and will get back at you if you get on her bad side. The Earl of Sodor, Sir Robert Norby, is a show stealer whenever he's on screen. Don't let his age fool you. He's just as lively as the next person, and very bold and eccentric when it comes to his ideas. He's even made a dinosaur park and even planned a railway museum. Makes you wonder how rich Sir Robert is. But for me, personally, Stephen is the best of the bunch. Again, might be an old engine, but he's still jolly and has a solid sense of humor, and won't take nonsense from anyone like Spencer or Diesel. Lastly, there's also the other newbie for Series 17, Porter. He had a very positive mindset in this series, unafraid to ask for help, never letting insults get to him. We could do more with people like him, but sadly, since Tale of the Brave, Porter's barely had anything to do, and he's almost always overshadowed by Cranky and Salty, which makes you wonder why he's even there. I mean, he does literally nothing in Salty All at Sea in Series 19, the one episode where we could have delved more into their relationship. But no, we had to feature Thomas because Thomas. For this new era of Thomas, in addition to a new writing team and a new animation studio, they brought in a new narrator too for both the United Kingdom and the United States. Enter British actor-singer Mark Morahan, and like Ringo Starr and Michael Andrews before him, he was born in Liverpool, continuing to maintain Thomas's Liverpudlian roots. I feel Mark was overused slightly in Series 17, but from Series 18 up to the 21st, he only narrated whenever the scene called for it, making his narration all the better to appreciate, and he made every line count. When I heard his narration for the first time, I was very surprised they brought in a new narrator, but I also thought he did a great job too. It was very sad to learn that Mark would stop narrating the show after Series 21, but he still stayed with the brand, such as voicing Dexter for School of Duck, playing Mr. Evans for Storytime segments, and even narrated some stories for the podcast Thomas and Friends Storytime, so at least Mark is still involved in some way. Oh, and in case you were wondering, with Michael Brandon's departure, his role as Diesel in the American dub was taken over by Martin Sherman, who also voiced Thomas and Percy until Series 18 when he left the show in favor of Joseph May and Christopher Ragland, respectively. For Series 19 onward, Carrie Shale would voice Diesel for both English dubs. Series 17 was directed solely by David Boss, with Robert Anderson serving as producer alongside Ian McHugh and Hallam Jabor. For both King of the Railway and Tale of the Brave, they were directed by Rob Silvestri, meaning that the episodes and specials were done by different teams, which was a good strategy since it means less pressure on both sides, and it would remain that way up to Series 24. Of course, Andrew Brenner took over as head writer, and even brought back Thomas veterans Paul Larson and Lee Pressman onto the writing staff. Larson would co-write episodes with Laura Beaumont, and they left after Series 18, most likely to work on other hit and Mattel-owned shows before returning once again for Series 24. Pressman would skip over Series 18, but he remained on the writing staff all the way up to Series 22. The only other newbie on the writing staff was Davey Moore, who would stick with Thomas all the way up to Series 24, matching Sharon Miller by having written for 8 consecutive series, although she would remain with the show as voice director, which is probably her greatest contribution to the brand, a few gems during her tenure notwithstanding as a writer. You have to wonder what might have happened if she'd been given that position from day one. For the first time since Series 5, Hit and Mattel brought in a railway consultant, fellow AFOT, that is, adult fan of Thomas, Sam Wilkinson, who made some suggestions like giving every engine a lamp, the creation of Glenn the Coffee Pot engine, and even providing some additional writing material for King of the Railway, The Adventure Begins, and Emily Saves the World. Another AFOT, Sean O'Connor of Soda Island 3D, even helped to partially design Harold's flatbed in the Thomas way, although rather recently, the reputations in the Thomas community have been rather questionable, and that's as far as I'm willing to discuss it here. Initially, Series 17 was going to have a run of 20 episodes like the 5 series before it, but the episodes from Spills and Frills ended up becoming part of the running, reverting back to the classic 26 episode run. The episodes were also released in blocks, such as the first 10 episodes airing in June 2013, a further 5 episodes between September 30th and October 4th, 2 mini fire engines on November 5th for Guy Fawkes Night, the 4 winter episodes on the week of Christmas, and finally the Spills and Frills episodes on DVD in March 2014, although they eventually aired on TV in July and November that same year. For both Series 17 and 18, the opening titles and closing credits animated by Nitrogen were reused, but they weren't credited for it. It wouldn't be until Series 19 that they would be redone along with the engine roll call. For Brenner & Co.'s first series, it's pretty clear that they had to get out of a really bad time for the show, so not everything was going to transform overnight. The animation looks rather poor compared to what Art Productions and later Jamfield Productions would bring out, and the writing for the first few episodes when it came to production were pretty slow-paced. If while Robert Hartshorn's music was good, it still seems generic and fades into the background, making it easy to forget. However, it was nice that they brought back Duck, Bill and Ben and Harvey, with the latter feeling very left field and unexpected, and it does have a few episodes that could almost be called modern classics, such as Bill or Ben and Thomas's Shortcut. While not that great compared to later series down the line, Series 17 is still a good series nonetheless. Like the ice cream that comes out to tonsillectomy after putting up with a decade of crap writing, for now, the fans could finally open the shed doors and say, "Welcome home, Thomas."
And welcome home, Season 7, Emily.
What the, Matt? Fine. Say what you want about Emily, since I know that's what you want to do.
Thank you! Now then, I'd like you all to know that thanks to Season 8, I hated Emily for a really, really long time. Beginning with Season 13, or Hero of the Rails, I started to warm back up to her a bit. But thanks to a number of questionable episode choices for her in Seasons 14 to 16, I only became neutral towards Emily. With Season 17, however, yes! This is the season that got me fully liking Emily again. As Zack mentioned, No Snow for Thomas is basically Thomas, Emily, and the snowplow, but 100 times better! It portrayed Emily how she's supposed to be like.
Thomas was very surprised.
But they're my coaches. That's my job.
You can't go out today, Thomas. Not without your snowplow.
I hid my snowplow, and now I can't find it anywhere.
That's why we've been looking for you. We found your snowplow buried in the snow.
Thank you, Emily. Sorry, sir.
Thomas, where's your snowplow?
I can't find it. If it snows, I'll just have to go out without it.
But Emily was having a great time now.
Yay!
She was having so much fun. She cleared the tracks in no time.
Tomorrow you can clear the tracks for Emily.
But before that, I've got something to show you. Follow me.
Overall, this episode makes me so happy that I could just... Okay, I'm done.
Wait, did you just squeal like a girl?
What?
I took offense to that, Zack.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, Series 17 set the new era off to a good start, but where would the next 7 seasons lead off? Don't worry, folks, the night is still young. King of the Railway and Series 17 each turned out to be a surprise hit, so could Andrew Brenner & Co. live up to their promises and step up their A game for the 30th anniversary of the TV series? Well, they did bring forth Tale of the Brave at the start of September 2014, a heartwarming story about friendship and bravery. And while there were people who loved it, there were also people who didn't like it for rather nitpicky reasons, most likely due to the lack of returning characters. In retrospect, that should have been a red flag toward the fandom's behavior that we're seeing today. But then we got Series 18, which would go on to prove that Series 17 wasn't just a lucky break after the Nitrogen era. There was a continuing talent behind the writing staff that built a large railway station on the foundations that the previous series had left behind. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, I could go on about how many great episodes Series 18 had. Old Reliable Edward, Thomas the Quarry Engine, No Steam Without Coal, Not So Slow Coaches, Last Train for Christmas, and my favorite episode out of his series, Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger. That episode, in retrospect, is the perfect metaphor for the Thomas fandom in the form of the titular Grumpy Passenger himself. Not to mention how relatable this episode and its moral are on a spiritual level.
If you try to please every pony, you oftentimes end up pleasing no pony, especially yourself.
And that's more or less what happened here. Duncan tried very hard to stop the grumpy passenger from his constant complaining, yet his decisions ended up making all of his passengers complain, including the grumpy one. On top of that, the animation in both Duncan episodes was absolutely gorgeous, especially this scene from Duncan the Humbug. Just look at it. It looks like it was taken out of a painting. Yeah, the team at Art Productions were really stepping up their game since Series 17 and King of the Railway, with the animation quality reaching its peak by Legend of a Lost Treasure in Series 20. While many were pleased to see Duncan return to CGI, they also weren't too thrilled that he looked out of proportion compared to his real-life basis Douglas, as I explained in the Series 16 review. Yeah, Duncan does look like a toy, but for me, as long as it resembles the character in some way, that's all that really matters. The same applies to Oliver when he returned along with Toad the Brake Van. Again, fans have complained that Oliver looks too small, but for me, I could care less. I can overlook a poor-ish looking vendor as long as they're well written. I have this mindset that bland visuals can be salvaged by a great story, but it doesn't work the other way around. You would think that with Duck, Oliver, and Toad back in the series, fans would be pleased that they're returning, right? A good number were pleased, yes, but sadly, whenever the Great Western Duo turned up, probably the most infamous example being Spencer's VIP, another good number of fans also started to act rather picky and entitled, even going so far to accuse the appearances of Duck and Oliver as being fan service. Let's not forget that they were the same fans who complained during Series 8 through 16, barring the 12th, but they didn't turn up at all. Come on, people, do you want them back or not? Make up your damn minds. But then again, this is the Thomas fandom we're talking about, where double standards are stockpiled like Welsh coal. Yes, I'm aware that not everybody in the fandom is like that, but do I even need to bring up what I said about consistency in my Series 5 retrospective again? Oh, and speaking of fan service, I'd probably bring this up, and I imagine that I'll be slaughtered by fans for doing so, never mind the fact that I'd still be slaughtered for not bringing it up, so I'm screwed either way. This right there, folks, is a prime example of everything going so brilliantly, but at the very last second, almost literally in this instance, fans get pissed off. It's safe to say that Emily was rather unpopular during Series 8 through 12, or 8 through 16, depending on who you are, not only because of her unnecessary personality change back then, but mostly because of her replacing, and I use that term loosely, mind you, Duck. I'm not going to go into that again as I've already done so for Series 8, but by that point, fans were slowly warming up to Emily again, and that was one scene which pretty much blew up the fandom for at least a few weeks. And rather regrettably, I too was guilty of it. While I was glad that Duck returned to the show back in 2013, for the next couple of years, fans just wouldn't stop going on about him as if he was the greatest thing since Welsh coal, and it reached a point that I ended up resenting him. Yeah, this is why we can't have nice things, folks. Since then, now that it's cooled off, sort of, I've pretty much let go of my frustrations for that scene, but I still don't like how it played out. It would have made much better sense had James been the one left out of Ted Rochette's at the end and Emily got his birth, but instead the writers decided to pander to the fandom with kids, the actual target audience, not understanding the context behind it. This kind of entitlement would eventually come back to bite the fandom in the ass the big way in 2017 when Mattel stopped listening to the older fans because they got too greedy, and this helped lead the show to where it is today while also intensifying the backlash towards Mattel.
I really had expected better of you people. So thanks. Thanks for nothing.
You're welcome.
So yeah, both Mattel and the fans are at fault. As for the other episodes, we had an episode serving as an interquel to Tale of the Brave with Toad's Bright Idea, showing what Gator and Toad had been up to on the night of James's Flying Kipper run. It did have some plot holes like Percy and Gator suddenly going on different routes after seeing James derail, but it was still a nice little experiment and it shows what I like about Davey Moore as a writer. His greatest strength lies in character interactions. Gator and Toad played off one another really well. As mentioned before, the episodes on the DVD Spills and Frills were intended to be part of Series 18, but they were pushed forward to Series 17 instead, meaning that the episodes on Dials and Discoveries, which were going to be a part of Series 19, ended up on Series 18 instead. Yet, strangely, those episodes ended up being part of Series 19 when it aired on television. If we were to continue this pattern, that would mean that Start Your Engines was going to be a part of Series 20, and Extraordinary Engines and the Glenn Duology were going to be part of Series 21, and the latter two episodes are part of the complete Series 21 on Amazon Prime in the UK. With Spills and Frills becoming part of Series 17, it's no wonder Series 21 got cut short, and fast-tracking The Adventure Begins into the production schedule didn't help either, but more on that next time. For the first time in the show, after having a face in Thomas and Victoria, Henrietta finally gained a permanent face for Series 18, making you wonder why it didn't do so from day one, but still, it was a fantastic decision by the team, giving Toby more to work with, almost making him and Henrietta the railway equivalent to a married couple. Maggie Aldenshaw's voice performance as Henrietta really completes the character. Speaking of celebrity voices, we had two from Tale of the Brave returning for Series 18, Clive Mantle as Gator, and Olivia Colman as Marion. I'll start off with Gator, since both the special and this series were the only times he ever appeared in the show. I really loved his character back then, and I still do to this day. Clive's performance adds a bit of warmth to Gator's character, and his friendship with Percy was one of the best of the entire franchise, something they tried to replicate 2 years later with Thomas and Nishima in The Great Race, and failed to see what made it work. We also know enough about Gator to understand who he is. He has a fear of heights, but when he sees Percy cross the soda suspension bridge without hesitation, Gator decides to follow his lead and cross it himself. It's a very heartwarming scene from the special. On the humorous side of things, there's Marion the Steam Shovel. Sharon Miller and Olivia Colman knew how to ham up her performance, and Olivia steals every scene she's in, from her debut in Tale of the Brave all the way up to what Rebecca does in Series 22. Marion did return in Emily's Best Friend for Series 24, but by the time that series had entered production, Olivia was most likely busy attending the Oscars, so Marion was voiced by Lucy Montgomery instead, but honestly I think it's hard to tell the difference. Lucy's impression is pretty spot on.
Oh, that sounds great, but I'm just so busy I don't think I can. I'll see you at the unveiling later, though. Best friend.
Oh, they finished off the digging, Toby, but I did all the hard work. Scientists only have teeny tiny little shovels. They can't do the real digging, not like me. I'm a professional.
Marion is also one of the most three-dimensional characters in this series. She's chatty, clumsy, playful, and a bit absent-minded, but at the same time, Marion knows when to be stern when Bill and Ben cause trouble and make fun of Timothy. And speaking of whom, Timothy is probably the least interesting out of the 2014 newbies, even more so than Porter. Timothy seems to work best when it comes to Bill and Ben's antics, but even then, there's only so far he can take it as he's barely evolved that much as a character. I'm not saying that Timothy is a bad character, but it says a lot that Reg, someone who's stuck at Croc's scrapyard, brings out a lot more in terms of character. I mean, seriously, who would have thought that going there would be a bit more cheerful with someone as lively as Reg? It's almost contagious if you're not careful. Finally, we come to Samson, the cabless tank engine. He started off pretty good in Samson at Your Service, frustrated that everyone wouldn't stop reminding him about getting lost on his way to Ulfstead Castle, but learned that it's okay to ask for help. But then they threw all that out the window and Samson sent for scrap, the worst episode of Series 18, which makes Samson less proud and stubborn and more like an idiot who can't tell a pile of scrap from a car with a flat tire. And you would think after the introduction of Bradford in Series 20, they would do more of Samson and make him more likable, but nope. He still acted stupid in Saving Time, one of the most boring episodes of the Brenner era. He got better with Samson and the fireworks in Series 22, but by that point, with it being his last appearance, it was simply too little too late. The first 10 episodes of Series 18 were directed by David Stoughton, while the remaining 16 were done by Don Spencer. For Series 19, Stoughton and Spencer would co-direct 3 episodes with Diana Basso, who would later take over as full-time director of the Series 24. Meanwhile, Stoughton would direct the feature-length specials from 2015 to 2018 before finally becoming the new head writer for Steam Team to the Rescue and Series 24. Spencer would end up directing The Adventure Begins and 18 other episodes from Series 19, a few of them jointly with Diana Basso, as well as the 4D attraction Bubbling Boilers prior to his departure from ARC in May 2015, the same month that Thomas celebrated his 70th anniversary. Series 18 marked the departure of Martin Sherman and Ben Small as the voice of Thomas for the United States and United Kingdom, respectively. In the former's case, it was because of contractual disagreements with the production team, even announcing his departure through the SIF blog in July 2014, where he had talked about feeling exploited and even complained about the low wage he was being paid. That same month, Hit Entertainment had threatened legal action against him unless the post was removed, and in an interview with The Guardian, Martin said that he felt bullied into silence, even hoping to seek legal advice concerning the post. Hit did not comment on the matter at hand, even wishing him the best in future endeavors like a brief role in Doctor Who. But as for Ben Small, his contract was not renewed, as the executives wanted a fresh voice for Thomas. Who ended up voicing Thomas for both dubs starting with Series 19? I shall reveal the answer in the next episode. Series 17 was fine, but looking back, rather dated in some areas. Series 18, however, greatly improved on it and brought forth some of the best episodes of the show at the time. If it hadn't been for Samson sent for scrap, this series would have easily been on par with Series 2 and 3 at least, but as it is, it's a notch below Series 1. I don't know what else to say other than it's a really good series that still holds up 6 years later. But since we're now 3/4 of the way through, how are the next 6 series going to compare? That is what we shall find out soon enough. "2015 was a big year for the franchise. It was the 70th anniversary of the publication of the first book, and Mattel was making it a huge deal by putting out a retelling of the first few episodes of Series 1, a 44-minute special known as The Adventure Begins. Fans were wildly positive towards it, and well, I'll save my history with it for another day. I will get to the specials at a later date so I can elaborate further, so I can talk about it then, but I will say for right now that fast-tracking The Adventure Begins into our production schedule had a serious effect on the next 3 series, with the 21st being cut short to make way for a certain rebranding that we'll get to later. Meanwhile, later in 2015, Mattel also put out what many have called to be Thomas's biggest and possibly his greatest adventure with Soto's Legend of the Lost Treasure. The reception to that was so positive that it became an example of a tough act to follow. But what about the actual show itself? With how much Series 18 had improved over 17, Series 19 had a lot to live up to, and well, the reactions toward this series were rather mixed, to say the least. There were still plenty of good episodes, some of which I'd even call among the best the show had ever put out. But Series 19 had episodes which, at best, were pretty average, and at worst, were pretty bad. So what went wrong with Series 19? Was it as bad as fans said it was? Or were the claims that it was one of the worst of the show exaggerated? Well, the first point in contention is how abysmal the distribution of episodes was. Going by the UK release dates, 4 episodes premiered in September 2015, a further 3 came out January 2016, followed by 5 more episodes in March, followed up by the episodes for Start Your Engines in July, Diesel's Ghostly Christmas on December 26, for some reason, and finally concluding with the episodes from Full Steam to the Rescue in March 2017. So all in all, it took 18 months to air Series 19. And during that time, nearly half of Series 20 had aired on British television. Meanwhile, the other half had aired in June and July, and they didn't air the Glenn duology until September 2017. Seriously, they could put out Series 17, 18, and 20 each within 1 year in the UK, including episodes that were previously released on DVD, yet Series 19, one that was to mark the 70th anniversary, got put out in drips and drabs over 2 years? There is no excuse for putting out new content this inconsistently, especially when it aired early in countries like Japan. But is it really the fault of poor distribution that made fans frustrated with Series 19? No, I don't think it's fair to say that, and mind you, that is the least of the problems this series faces. But for now, let's talk about some of the changes made starting with this series, shall we? The changes are pretty immediate with the intro. Rather than just showing Thomas puff past the windmill, the watermill, and under a bridge, we see a lot more variety with clips from Series 17 to 19 featuring the friends along with Thomas himself. The show is called Thomas and Friends after all, so what better way to showcase that in the intro? They even did a remix of the engine roll call, which I think is a lot better than the original. The last time it would be remixed was in Series 22, slightly altering a few lines to accommodate the arrival of Nia and Rebecca, although it does sound a bit awkward. The animation for the episodes is also a lot brighter and feels more natural. We got to see that in action with The Adventure Begins and Lost Treasure, and Series 19 does a great job in showing it off. Some of the sweeping shots are among ARC's best. Starting with 5 episodes that were featured on Full Steam to the Rescue, Diana Basso would take over as full-time director and would stay in that role until the first half of Series 24 when Ian Cherry took over. And now I get to reveal who takes over Thomas's voice in both English dubs. Joseph May voices him in the American dub, and personally, I find him to be the worst out of the people who voice Thomas officially. I don't think he's a bad person or actor, but whenever he voices Thomas, it just comes off as forced and disinterested at worst. It's one of the worst voices for the American dub, along with William Hope as Edward and Toby and Carrie Shale as Henry. Please do not get me started on any of them. None of them suit the characters at all if you ask me, but of course if you like them as those respective characters, then that's fine.
Zach?
Oh, hey Mike. Can you just share your thoughts on the new Thomas voices?
Are you a mind reader or something?
No, I just had a hunch you would.
Okay, so we'll start with the UK dub. I've made it no secret that I am not a fan of Ben Small's Thomas voice. Like, at all. I know there are people who like them, and good for them, but for me, I've been holding this back for the longest time. I just can't stand it. It ruined any chance of me tolerating the UK dub of series 13 through 18. Even when the episodes are good, it's still painful. He sounds like a 5-year-old after breathing helium.
Of course, Stafford. We'll teach you to chuff and puff. Just follow us, and you'll sound like a steamy in no time.
No! He's not supposed to sound like that, guys. Ugh. So, what do I think of John Hasler? Well, I found him to be surprisingly enjoyable. As far as I'm concerned, after they hired him in The Adventure Begins, as well as Rob Rackstraw in Series 19, the UK dub did get better, for the most part. In the US, Joseph May took over voicing Thomas starting November 2014 with a promotional video for the Thomas-shaped balloon in Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Last time we saw the balloon was in 2016, but Joseph still carried on. And here's a fun fact for you guys. Joseph was actually born in the same town that Thomas's class, the E2s, were based at. That has literally nothing to do with anything, but I still wanted to bring it up here. But which of the two do I like more? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Each of them have their flaws, but they're still great at voicing him. I'm pretty sure there's a term for this, but I'm gonna call it the Ringo Starr George Carlin effect. John does some bits better than Joseph does some bits better than John. Depends on the episode, really.
I didn't know of this as I was writing the script for this review, but from what's been recently revealed, David Menken, who voiced Porter and Jack for the American dub, was offered the role of Thomas there, but he declined in support of Martin Sherman after the latter had asked him not to. That sounded rather dickish if you ask me, although in retrospect, Martin apologized for that and even said that David would have done well as a replacement voice for Thomas. Who knows what might have happened if he did accept the role. Anyway, as Mike mentioned, John Hasler took over for the British dub, and from his first lines as Thomas in The Adventure Begins, he actually seemed to get the character. I may be biased on that front, but the CGI series is really at its best with the UK dub, while the US dub is more hit or miss at best depending on who you ask. Among the other voice actors who joined May and Hasler included Christopher Ragland and Nigel Pilkington as Percy for America and England respectively, and Rob Rackstraw as James for America and Toby for England, both of which I feel are the best voices for each of them in the CGI series. With that being said, I do feel Toby's best voice came from Colm Feore in Thomas and the Magic Railroad.
I'm sorry, you two. Diesel heard every word you said. I'm going after him to see what he does next. You'd better carry on and get the mail delivered.
Oh, you're very brave, Toby.
Oh, Diesel won't bother with an old engine like me. He thinks I'm really useless.
Oh, and speaking of that movie, Rainbow Sun Productions held a recorded reading of Thomas and the Magic Railroad for the movie's 20th anniversary celebration, and Rob read for James using his US voice. Keith Wickham also took part in that reading for two of his characters, Gordon and Sir Topham Hatt. But back to Series 19, you're probably wondering what I have to say about the episodes for this season, and to answer that question, let's look back at the previous two for a moment. Series 17 was a bit laid back, allowing Brenner and co to find their footing as it progressed. Series 18 took on more chances and had stronger writing for the most part. But Series 19, the best way I could describe the writing for it is experimental and interesting, to say the least. Series 19 has some of the very best episodes out of the Brenner era, possibly the entire show. It's got some very Audrey-like stories such as Thomas the Babysitter, Very Important Sheep, and Lost Property. And then they have episodes which take bigger risks such as Toad and the Whale, Slow Steven, and Best Engine Ever, which is my favorite episode of not only the Brenner era, but the entire show period. But then again, Series 19 did have some real stinkers. I was never a fan of Henry Spot's Trouble, largely due to how over-the-top Henry's worrisome personality was. Thankfully, Series 20 did away with that altogether. But in light of a pandemic that's been going on for over a year, this episode just comes off as even harsher to revisit. Australia even banned it for supposedly going for an anti-vaccine message.
Even for people, chickenpox is nothing to be scared of, Henry. Most people get it when they're young and get better very quickly.
Rachel, you're from Australia. What would you say to that?
I'm actually a bit shocked that of all episodes, that was the one that was removed. I don't get how that line is supposed to be an anti-vaccine message. I found the episode bad, but not horrible by any means. It definitely needs a rewrite, though. Not exactly sure where to start. Feel free to share any ideas you have in the comments, guys.
Another bad episode from Series 19 is The Other Side of the Mountain, which is literally Thomas's shortcut all over again, only crueler against Thomas and with one of the most ridiculous crashes of the entire show, not in a good way. The worst episode of his series, however, is Rocky Rescue. Not only does it throw a lot of continuity out the window, it also makes the rescue team look like incompetent idiots. Yeah, it's even worse than Fiery Flynn and Race to the Rescue. At least in those episodes, it was only Flynn who suffered, but Rocky Rescue? By this point, Toad and the Whale and Wild Water Rescue had come out, and in the latter, they had performed 1,000 rescues, possibly as a group and or individuals, or a combination of both. That is probably the biggest issue with Series 19. Continuity and consistency are all over the place, making it hard to tell if the show wants to be episodic or not. And given that it was in production starting in 2013, around the time that Mattel had full control over the brand, it's very likely that the behind the scenes for Series 19 were complicated to say the least. Among them being that Thomas was present in every episode, likely to celebrate the 70th anniversary, with one of the bigger offenders being Salty All at Sea, as I mentioned 2 seasons ago. Instead of Porter trying to understand Salty's fear of traveling by sea, it's Thomas because parents won't be happy if Thomas isn't on screen for 1 millisecond and kids don't relate to everyone else. That's a very shallow approach that Mattel had taken there, and trust me when I say it gets worse over the next few series. For the first time, in the TV series at least, we had a 2-part episode with Diesel's Ghostly Christmas, which is one of the laziest, most predictable episodes of the show. If you've seen at least one adaptation of A Christmas Carol, then you've already seen this episode. It's not the worst Christmas-themed episode in this series, but it is the least original. If you like it though, that's fine. But anyway, Diesel's Ghostly Christmas, because it's a 2-part episode, has a situation most unique to it. In America, it's 1 whole episode, while in the United Kingdom, it's 2 episodes. So depending on where you're from, Series 19 has either 25 or 26 episodes. In the latter country, the show had stopped airing on Nick Jr. because it had moved to Cartoonito for paid television broadcast. Series 19 marked the introduction of Philip the Diesel Box Cab, and from the get-go, he was a divisive character. But me, I like him. I know a lot of people go on about him being too childlike, but let's not forget that it's a children's show. Audrey once said that his engines were like children, so why should Philip be lambasted for following that mentality? He started off okay in Series 19, but it was later to show that he actually started to shine, if Toby's new friend is anything to go by. And looking back, we really should have seen what was to come with Series 21 from a mile away, especially with this line.
Oh, we really must find that little Diesel another shed to sleep in.
Yeah, give it a year or 2, as Edward would put it.
Reminds me of a little tank engine who wanted to see the world.
But I'll delve more into that when I get to Series 21. For Series 20, I'll be giving my thoughts on Ryan, Skip, and the Arlesdale trio since they had episodes there. Speaking of which, Series 19 chronologically takes place prior to Soda's Legend of the Lost Treasure, meaning it's the only series out of the Brenner era to not follow up on a special, which makes the release schedule feel very confusing. We had to wait an entire year for the Lost Treasure newbies to get episodes, and by then, kids will most likely have lost interest due to the release of the Great Race, and none of the newbies from there would appear in the show proper until the Big World Big Adventures revamp. Here's how the timeline should actually play out. Series 19 was the last to have Robert and Peter Hartshorn as the show's music composers due to their contracts ending after Lost Treasure, and I think it's safe to say that they went out big. For Series 20 onward, Chris Renshaw would take over as composer and would retain that position up to Series 24. It's safe to say overall that Series 19 has a pretty divisive reputation. There are defenders who find it a fun experimental series, and there's detractors calling it out for inconsistencies. And rewatching the episodes for myself, I can see both sides of the argument. Had it not been for the likes of Other Side of the Mountain and Rocky Rescue, then I think Series 19 would have been on par with 17 and 18, at least. But as it is, save for Philip's introduction, it feels like a filler series, even if it had my favorite ever episode of the show. The next series is what really made the fandom happy, but I will get to it soon enough. But for now, let's end this episode of SODORAMA on a positive note, and show a clip from that favorite episode of mine, shall we?
Oh, Emily, you're my hero.
Boy, 2016 was a pretty rough year, wasn't it? The celebrity death toll of the year made 2016 more depressing than perhaps it deserved to be, and that's not even getting into other rough patches we went through during that time. Batman vs. Superman just didn't take off, the world of politics became a landmine in debates in America, no thanks to some ill-tempered Biff Tannen lookalike from New York, and the Thomas fandom was feeling very nervous during that time when their minds were on the Little Blue Tank Engine and his friends. 2016 marked the release of Thomas and the Great Railway show, the musical, or as most of you would call it, The Great Race, and reception towards it was divisive, to say the least. Some loved it, some hated it, others were somewhere in the middle. Considering how big SODO's Legend of the Lost Treasure was in terms of scope, many were hoping that Andrew Brenner could outdo himself once again. But he didn't. The story was very low stakes compared to last year's special, and introduced a bunch of characters that would not appear again in the show until the Big World Big Adventures revamp. Well, half of them at least. Along with Series 19 not living up to the expectations of the two series prior, as well as many were hoping, fans believed that we were about to enter another dark age. Thankfully, Series 20 came along to prove that wasn't the case, because they weren't all out for this series. I don't even know where to begin. Actually, I think I do. After 20 years of not appearing on television, barring a cameo in Calling All Engines and a surprise reappearance in SODO's Legend of the Lost Treasure, Daisy the Diesel Railcar finally returned to the show full-time. She is practically the MVP for both Series 20 and 21, which I'll cover next time. I can almost remember watching the railcar in the coaches for the first time and being endeared with Tracy Ann Overman's performance as a sassy railcar herself. She is perfect casting, and I couldn't ask for a better voice for Daisy, who I'd very much consider the best Audrey created character. I almost want to do an individual review talking about Daisy. She's that great a character. That being said, I don't think she'd have been that great a character if she hadn't been paired up with Ryan the Purple Tank Engine. He's one of the best characters to come from the Brenner era. He's very kind-hearted and willing to help, but he's also a bit gullible and naive. I mean, Ryan and Daisy pretty much shows him to be a bit of a pushover, needing to stand up for himself. He was originally going to be depicted as overconfident and dismissive, but with the episodes we got, I'm kind of glad I didn't go for that, because two characters playing off against one another with similar personalities just wouldn't have been that interesting. The only other non-Audrey newbie from Lost Treasure was Skiff the Railboat. The poor guy was very sweet and optimistic in the special, and you couldn't help but feel sorry for him when Sailor John abused him, and you feel happy for him when he's freed from John's sinister grip. You just want to give the little guy a hug, and Jamie Campbell-Bower's performance simply completes the character. The last of the Lost Treasure newbies technically aren't new characters, but they are at least new to the show itself. For the first time since Series 4, we got characters pulled out from the Railway series with Rex, Bert, and Mike, or as I collectively called them, the Arsdale Trio. They were really good for the small roles they had in Lost Treasure, but in their episodes in Series 20, they're a riot. The Northwestern Railway has a wide variety of personalities. The Scarloy Railway, barring Duncan on occasion, has mostly nice guys, while the Arsdale Trio thrive by being jerks to one another, yet they still look out for one another in the end, making it for one of the strongest dynamics of the entire show. I don't think I have anything left to say about the Arsdale trilogy that hasn't been said already. Okay, I'll say one thing though. Had they been produced during the model series somehow, they probably wouldn't have turned out as great, but wouldn't it have been funny just hearing George Carlin shout tit for tat, tit for tat?
Yes! They finally brought back in my beautiful boys!
What the... Cam, what are you doing here?
Sorry, Zack. I heard you mentioning the small Arsdale Railway engines and I just couldn't resist. Do you have any idea how long it's been since we last saw them? Like, forever ago?
Well, yeah, but I would appreciate it if you didn't suddenly jump in like that.
Sorry, Zack, but I just got to have my say about them too. I got my own words about them right here. The highlighted bits are the best parts.
They're all highlighted, Cam.
Exactly. Just let me have my say and then I'll get out of your way.
Fine, go nuts, Cam.
Thank you. Seeing as how they reintroduced the little guys back into the series since their last appearance in the Railway series, I'd give Brenner a good thumbs up for bringing those little guys to life on the CGI for the very first time in ages. Sure, they couldn't have given them an appearance in the classic TV series due to their small size, not to mention that the modelling for them would prove difficult. But that's not the only thing that made their arc golden, but the drivers had finally been given dialogue and speaking roles as well, which in the end, that pretty much displays good character design throughout that arc. You see, this is the kind of character design that the CGI series needed so much more of. A Thomas plot where most drivers and firemen have their fair share of dialogue, as well as to help drive an episode plot home. So, all in all, I'd praise Andrew Brenner for bringing back our favourite trio that we thought to have long been forgotten.
If you're done, can I please continue this review without you interrupting?
Okay, fine. I've had my say about them. I'm off to make a new Surgery and Story saga anyway. Toodles!
Finally. Now, let's move on to the newbies from The Adventure Begins. The original Breakdown Train, after being absent from series 13 to 19 for whatever reason, finally returns to the show in form of Judy and Jerome. I was pretty wild about the missing Breakdown Train when it first came out on Extraordinary Engines, but since then, looking back, it's a bit on the dull side, but I still like the episode, and it's nice that Judy and Jerome finally have a proper role in the series rather than constantly relying on Rocky for rescues. Same thing applies to Glenn the Coffee Pot Engine. His small part in The Adventure Begins did very little for me. He appears in the last scene of the special, says a few lines. That was very much it. With the mindset that the coffee pots were all scrapped by the early 50s, it seemed as though we'd never get anything out of Glenn. But thankfully, the Christmas Coffee Pot and Over the Hill proved otherwise. And now Glenn is one of the most charismatic, entertaining characters of the show. It helps that he was paired up with Steven, and these two old-timers are the solar equivalent to Statler and Waldorf.
They aren't half bad. Nope, they're all bad.
Finally, let's get to the newbies for Series 20. First of which is Bradford the Brake Van, or as I should say, Battery Sergeant Major Williams on rails.
Oh dear, outside, never mind.
Bradford is such an over-the-top character with his equally over-the-top military-like mannerisms that when he's first introduced, he doesn't seem like that. But the moment he's coupled up to Thomas's trucks...
Right, you whatever lot! I'm in charge now! So no bumping and none of you a cheek!
But we like bumping!
Not on my watch, matey. This is now a bump-free zone. Oh dear, outside, never mind.
He said it! He said it!
Pairing him up with Samson was a great idea, given the cabless tank engine's record for foolishness, but it wouldn't be fully realized until Samson and the Fireworks in Series 22. Bradford wouldn't have turned out so brilliantly had it not been for Rob Rackstraw's vocal performance. That guy has a great vocal range, and he's one of the best voice actors that the show has ever had since first voicing James in The Adventure Begins. Seriously, this guy could rival Keith Wickham as far as how prolific his range is. He's that talented. Speaking of Rob Rackstraw, there's his least popular character, Hugo the Rail Zeppelin, or as Mike calls him,
Herr Silberwurst.
I've never been a fan of him as a character, and the 2 episodes he got didn't do him any justice at all. He's kind-hearted and sensitive, and that's literally it. And Hugo didn't appear in any series since, barring a cameo appearance in I Wanna Go Home from Journey Beyond Sodor, for some reason. I'd say it's a relief, but it's a shame too. Had Big World Big Adventures been allowed to continue, and if there had been some story set in Germany, perhaps Hugo could have had a chance to properly shine as a character. Same thing with Frida. What can be said about the episodes? There are so many great ones that they could practically make Series 20 great on their own. I mean, there are a lot of gems here. The Arsdale Trilogy, Love Me Tender, Brian and Daisy, Henry Gets the Express, Over the Hill, The Railcar and the Coaches, All in Vain, and I'm gonna say it, The Way She Does It, and Diesel and the Ducklings. The former is a Miller script done right and...
What did you say, punk?
What's this? Gang up on Zack whenever he dishes out a hot take day? First Matt, now you, Mike.
I'm sorry, but you cannot be serious. That episode is very reminiscent of a Miller script in that it is extremely bad. Daisy came off as an insufferable idiot, the Missy Allen joke was stupid and unfunny, and the truck that was carrying the puppet stand was not a parcel van, you guys. I didn't want to go off on this tangent, but I can think of very few episodes from this entire 24 season run that irritate me like this one. The fact that it came from this season of all seasons. Just why? This episode has the same problems as Saving Time and Pally James, and yet this gets a free pass because... come to think of it, remember when this episode first aired in Canada? Coincidentally or not, this episode was incorrectly credited to Andrew Brenner, who wrote both those episodes. I know Brenner's episodes during that time weren't the best either, but come on guys, don't drag Brenner into this. Even in season 20 he deserved better than this. But you know what guys? I get it. I get why there are people who would like this one. It's because many of them were excited about Daisy's return from Legend of the Lost Treasure, especially after 20-odd years of absence prior to that special. While I too liked most of her episodes, this is Daisy at her absolute worst, bar none.
Alright, we get it. You don't like this episode. Stop bringing it up and stop bitching about it.
Hey, you brought it up, not me.
Wait, fine, you got me. Now, can you please go so I can continue?
Fine. As long as we never speak of this episode again from here on out, except for in passing.
Fair enough. Now where was I? Oh yeah, Diesel and the Ducklings just sees Diesel's character continue to grow, and it had a good message about toxic masculinity. Though given how little Donald and Douglas have appeared in the CGI series, I feel the episode could have worked a bit better with them playing off against Diesel, especially since Donald befriended a duck himself back in Series 3. Their lead role for this series, Love Me Tender, was great though, and the best of his series, but since then, they haven't done a whole lot, save for one episode which we'll cover next time. With all that being said, just what is it with the writers pointing out problems with the Thomas fandom? Not a criticism, just a humorous little observation. But of course, not every episode hit its target. The 2 Hugo episodes were pretty bad, as I mentioned, with Engine of the Future showing just how xenophobic the Steam Team could be at their worst. Even Edward, and that is a huge problem with them as a core group. At worst, they're all written interchangeably, and they lack anything that made them individual or complex. Saving Time was really dull and makes Samson a bigger idiot than he already was after Series 18. Pouty James simply flanderized the Red Engine to how he was in Series 1, only more annoying as if vanity was his only personality trait. And then there's Free Steam Engine's Gruff. I've always despised that episode as it destroyed Percy's character growth beginning with Tale of the Brave and reverted Toby's to the one we despise in the likes of Toby and the Whistling Woods. Seriously, Andrew Brenner, what went wrong, man? You had a good start with Series 17, got better with Series 18, but then you put out the other side of the mountain for Series 19, and now your writing just seemed to bottom out with Series 20, the Arlesdale trilogy notwithstanding. Maybe he simply had too much to do behind the scenes, which is why he had little writing input for the next Free series, or he was just starting work on another children's show, Pablo. Nobody knows what went wrong with him, but either way, Brenner seemed to have lost his touch with Series 20. For the behind the scenes, Cautious Connor was intended to become part of Series 21, while Hasty Hannah would be in Series 20. However, both episodes ended up swapping series. Cautious Connor, All in Vain, and the Arlesdale trilogy were all left incomplete when Art Productions went bankrupt in August 2016, and they were later finished off by Jamfield Entertainment, known for producing shows like The Loud House and DC Superhero Girls. Beginning with Journey Beyond Soda and Series 21, Jamfield would do the animation full-time. Interestingly, the Glenn duology did not end up on the complete Series 20 DVD, which makes the title pretty ironic. Instead, they end up being part of Series 21, and who knows when that'll come out on DVD, if at all. To be fair, Glenn didn't appear in any other episode on Series 20, and given that it was 28 episodes long and Series 21 just 18, it seems kinda fair. That being said, they haven't really addressed the Earl's Rally Museum in any episode since Over the Hill, and it's almost like Mattel have completely forgotten about that plot thread altogether. Likely because of... but I won't say anything until we get there. 7 episodes out of Series 20 were produced by Robert Anderson, with the first 4 on the list being produced in 2015, with the rest being produced in 2016. The remaining episodes were produced by Tracy Blagden, while Anderson would depart from the show along with executive producer Colin Kagan and art director Boris Andreev. Head of production for hit Karen Davidson would also join them in leaving the show. Series 20 was the last to air on PBS, with distribution rights later going to Nickelodeon, which was a big mistake since that network is known for abusing their creators and shows more often than not, regardless of quality, so yeah, you can guess that it didn't go well at all. Mattel would later terminate their partnership with Nickelodeon and then make a deal with Netflix to stream Series 23 and 24 in the United States. Though I kinda wish they had brought the first 22 onto Netflix there too. Series 20 was also the last to be produced by Hit Entertainment, with Mattel Creations taking over full-time for the next 4 series. But you know what? Series 20 was intended to be the last series, period. I mean, you may as well go on a high note, right? With 3 episodes being adapted from the books for the first time in 2 decades, it seems like a good place to stop. But then Ian McHugh made a deal with Mattel to keep the show going as long as Team Thomas were allowed to do so, and that in itself came with a bit of a price, which, again, we'll get to soon enough. I don't know about everyone else, but I feel like there's a bit of a curse going on with Thomas series that are divisible by 5. Series 5 marked the beginning of Thomas's downfall because Britt Allcroft was incredibly big-headed into thinking she knew better than the Audreys. Don't try to convince me otherwise. Series 10 was incredibly boring and tedious to sit through with the models showing their age, and the less said about Series 15, the better. For all the issues I brought up, Series 20 manages to avoid that curse. Mostly. The writing for the show had never been better since the switch over to CGI for the most part, and it really did look like the show was in good hands. I would rank this series much higher had it not been for the stinkers, but as it is for the moment, it's at least in my personal top 5, but only just. There's only 4 series left to cover, so we'll see if that rings true by the end of it, though I doubt my top and bottom 5 will change that much.
But it did happen, didn't it?
With Series 20 finally resolving some loose ends from SODOR's Legend of the Lost Treasure and The Adventure Begins, not to mention the first Railway series adaptations in over 20 years, the fanbase was once again feeling positive about the show's future. Well, for a short while at least. Because when the first trailer to 2017's Journey Beyond Sodor dropped, it splintered an already fickle fanbase into a million pieces. Mainly because the engines were rebuilt on their chassis, which, frankly, is not that big a deal. It never bothered me much back then, and it still doesn't bother me now. I've seen far worse things, and I'm not even going to talk about them for this review series, for the sake of my sanity and because they're not really relevant to the conversation. Anyway, when Journey Beyond Sodor finally came out in August, people were again greatly divided, but I don't think near as much as The Great Race did. It had a much stronger story and characters, but one thing I think most people agreed upon was that the text string was a bit flat, most likely due to a month in the production schedule being lost, so they had to work with what they had. Then came Series 21, and out of the 5 series in the Brenner era, it's an interesting one to say the least. Out of them, Andrew Brenner didn't pen a single episode for this series. Whether it was due to writer's burnout, writing for Journey Beyond Sodor and or Big World Big Adventures, and not to mention working on Pablo, I don't know. He penned only 2 episodes for Series 22 and no episodes for Series 23, and after that, he left the show altogether. Not only that, Series 21 is the shortest ever with just 18 episodes. If we include the Jack in the Pack spinoff, then it's the second shortest. 26 episodes were planned, but according to Sodor Island forums, because The Adventure Begins had been fast-tracked into ARC's production schedule, this resulted in the production of both Series 19 and 20 being delayed, and on top of prioritizing the development towards Big World Big Adventures, this meant that 8 episodes out of Series 21 got sent to the scrap heap. We can only speculate what was planned for Series 21 had the reformat not taken place. But does less episodes equate to this series being inferior to Series 17 to 20? Not at all, because there are indeed hides that would be considered some of the best ever. Springtime for Diesel, Runaway Engine, Dowager Hat's Busy Day, Terrence Breaks the Ice, Daisy's Perfect Christmas, Unscheduled Stops, The Fastest Red Engine on Sodor. And speaking of that episode, it was the one in which Rosie was revealed to be in a new red coat of paint after being briefly hinted at in Hasty Hannah, as well as a small 20-second cameo in Journey Beyond Sodor. When a promo image of her with the Steam Team barring Edward and Toby was revealed in January 2017, the reaction was pretty explosive, with more supporters than detractors, with some even going so far as to say it ruined the show, to which I say, that's bullshit. I'm not going to go too far into that topic, but to those who are still against this makeover, I have this to say, and I'm sorry. It's been 4 years already, so get over yourselves. Maybe that's the wrong thing for me to say, but it's been long enough already. I think this makeover was something Rosie needed in order to be relevant again, especially since she barely did anything throughout Series 13 to 19, Series 20 notwithstanding, likely because they were reworking her render at the time. In fact, one of the scrapped episodes was about Rosie getting her repaint, so who knows how that could have gone. She did get one episode, however, in Series 22, and that one led to an even bigger explosion, but I'll come to that next time. The other confirmed scrapped episode was going to be about Bulgy the Bus, who was probably the most left-field, unexpected returnee since Harvey in Thomas's Shortcut, and once again, he was back to his anti-railways after going through a heel-face turn in Bulgy Rides Again. With hindsight, that Series 7 episode just feels wildly out of place with his character. How do you go from hating railways to being amicable with them, and then wanting to take them down again? With that being said, Bulgy would eventually receive an episode to himself in Series 23 with Free the Roads. So who knows what the other 6 episodes could have been about? Could there have been some emphasis on the newbies from Journey Beyond Sodor? I mean, Merlin did reappear in Seeing is Believing, as did Beresford in Thomas and the Royal Engine, yet Theo, Lexi, Hurricane, and Frankie remained one-offs to this special only. Rather sad, really. The other returnee to this series, one we actually saw coming, was Terrence the Tractor, finally bringing the entire non-human cast of Series 1 in CGI. What I liked was that they gave Terrence a bit more character by making him a bit cocky, akin to his persona in Toby Takes the Road.
Adaptable, he boasted. That's what my owner says I am. Go anywhere, do anything, that's me. You take my advice and scrap your rails. Broaden your outlook, like me.
It also leads to a bit of clever irony when he forgets his own advice about being safe and sensible. Those are just a few of the highlights from Series 21. So what about the duds? Well, for a start, the Big Freeze was riddled with plot holes and contrivances, especially in the latter half, to make the diesel engines look good and the steam engines weak. I mean, how did the delivery of fuel tankers manage to make it through just fine, yet a train of coal trucks didn't? Wouldn't both have been of equal importance just to keep a railway running? Cranky at the end of the line and New Crane on the dock were just dull and unimaginative, and they do very little with Carly as a character. In fact, since then, she's added very little of value, with the possible exception of sending Thomas off on his big world adventure.
But why would it be okay to load Thomas onto a ship that was going to Africa, Carly?
Thomas told me that he asked you about it, sir. He said that you thought it was a good idea.
A good idea? What did I say was a good idea?
That Thomas be the first railway engine to go right around the world?
Considering that Brenham is a bit overpopulated, wouldn't it have made better sense to have Carly working at Arlesburg? I mean, the line must have seen a huge boom in traffic since the Horrick extension, so wouldn't that have been more reasonable? There is more than one harbor on Sodor after all, but really, you could have dealt with Cranky and Carly's rivalry in one episode rather than 2, making it feel predictable and stretched out. Oh, and we also got this moment.
What?
So now you speak? You've been standing there silent all these years, Big Mickey, and you've never said a single word.
Well, you've never said a single word to me either.
Done purely for fan service, as if Tugs and Thomas were part of the same universe, and with the exception of Steam Team to the Rescue, Big Mickey has done nothing of value since that reveal. You could cut all together and nothing would be affected. Moving on. Lastly, there's Emily in the middle. I figured the only way to do it justice is to let Rachel talk about it.
Finally! I've been waiting since Vote Today, Friend Tomorrow to have my say on this episode. Okay, this episode is definitely not the Brenner Era's best moment. In fact, to this day, I consider it the worst of the Brenner Era, and it's only beaten out by BWBA's episode Apology Impossible in terms of bad episodes. Why is that? Well, Donald and Douglas just act like a pair of idiots throughout the entire episode. I get that siblings argue, but you'd think they wouldn't do that while on an important job, at least not in this fashion. And don't get me started on Douglas poking fun of the signal box incident, and vice versa when Donald did the same about the brake van. Guys, those incidents did you favors. Even without my headcanon of Donald smashing the signal box on purpose, by the way, full explanation of that for another time, folks, he still saved Douglas from being scrapped. And no, I'm not over-exaggerating. Listen to this line from Stubham Hat.
I am disappointed, Donald. I didn't expect such clumsiness from you. I had decided to send Douglas back and keep you. I'm sorry, sir, said Donald. I should think so, too. You have upset my arrangements.
And as for Douglas smashing the brake van, well, I'm gonna let James take over.
That spiteful brake van, too, put in James. Good riddance, that's what I say.
Exactly, James. I just find this episode a big disgrace to Donald and Douglas's characters. Even Emily and Toby's antics didn't make the episode work for me. Okay, got that off my chest. Catch you on the flip side, Zack.
Thank you, Rachel. For all its gems and stinkers, Series 21 has a few divisive episodes, among them being Hasty Hannah, a Series 20 leftover. That episode is liked and disliked for a similar reason: Hannah's antics and how Toby reacts to them. He's usually more confident whenever Henrietta is around, so it's kind of understandable that he'd be a bit more reserved around someone as loud and brash as Hannah. Though Toby could have done a bit more to stand up to her and hold his ground, I find Hannah to be a more entertaining character than Carly, because even in the 2 episodes she appeared in, it really feels like there was a lot more he could have done with making her Toby's second coach. Sure, there's Victoria from the books, but she hadn't really done a whole lot. Not helping is that a Furnace Railway coach would look out of place among some Great Eastern stock, and that she was introduced in the penultimate Railway series book. So seeing Toby and Henrietta both resisting Hannah's adrenaline junkie-like persona and trying to get her to stop and smell the roses would have been interesting to see. There's also one other divisive episode among the fandom, but I'll come to that in a bit. Prior to their bankruptcy, Arc Productions completed the first 7 episodes of Series 21 as well as Terrence Breaks the Ice. From this series on, Jamfield takes over the animation full time. The show even celebrated its 500th episode with PA problems. With Series 24 over, there have been 584 episodes, or to put it more accurately, 578 episodes and 6 mini-specials. If we include the pack episodes and consider the mini-specials as episodes, then the show's run is 597 episodes, just shy of 600 if you exclude the cancelled episodes. For both Series 21 and 22, Michaela Winter was producer taking over for Ian McHugh. He would take over the role once more following Winter's departure. Series 21 also marks the last one with Mark Morahan as narrator. As I mentioned with Series 17, he's still involved in some capacity with Thomas and Friends Storytime, as well as voicing Dexter the coach in School of Duck. Although his tenure was not as long as Michelangelo's,
his name's Nigel.
Mark's tenure as narrator is one to be respected for sure. For the next 3 series, Thomas takes over as the narrator, voiced by Joseph May for America and John Hasler for the United Kingdom. Alright, so now that I've gotten the rest of Series 21 out of the way, we can finally talk about what many of you have been waiting for me to deliver my thoughts on. But first...
Perhaps I could stay one more night with Philip, if that's all right with you, sir.
You can stay as long as you like. Forever, even.
Well, it is nearer my branch line.
Well, Edward, if you want to move to Wellsworth, that's fine by me.
It's fine. I'll be fine. You know what? I'm okay with this.
So, where do I begin with this? Well...
Can I just say that this was the point where...
Sit down, Matt, you fat mother...
Dude, are you okay?
What did you just say?
I said...
Hey, Cabeza, Zack! What was all that about?
Wow, I've never heard that kind of use of profanity in all my life. That's kind of too much, even for me.
Sorry, but maybe if I wasn't interrupted so constantly by Short Stack over here, I wouldn't have needed to blow my stack, if the shoe fits.
Well, if you think the shoe fits, Zack, why don't you turn around and bend over so I can show you where it fits?
That's enough, you guys. Matt, go and take a walk. Zack, proceed with what you were going to say.
Alright, so as I was about to say, a shed for Edward marked the Blue Engine's departure from Titmuth Sheds, and oh my god, did it lead to the biggest divide in the fandom since... ever. Many, and I mean many, people treated this as if it was a life or death situation, even going so far as to say it was the beginning of the end for the show, some people even going as far as to say it was the end, period. And my reaction to that is... really? In a show where we've had firefighters acting stupid, this is the worst thing ever? Not even close. If you take a step back and think about it, Edward barely works as a leading character. Hell, in a lot of episodes from the classic era, he was very much a supporting character. Cows, for example, was about Henry and Gordon bragging about not letting cows get the better of him, only for the pair to encounter a cow on the bridge, and Edward makes a wisecrack about it. Old Iron was about James getting annoyed with Edward being late and becoming a runaway the following following day, resulting in Edward coming to his rescue. The only episode in which Edward was actually the main character was Edward's Exploit, and that was about him trying to overcome being crippled by a damaged crank pin. And those are just the ones I can name off the top of my head. Every time Edward got a starring role in series 8 through 16, he was basically Edward in name alone. His personality was altered so that he didn't feel like the Edward we knew and loved. Edward in the male makes him come off as a cowardly idiot. Charlie and Eddie had him bow easily to peer pressure, and he got scolded for the crap Charlie caused, and the less said about Edward strikes out, the better. Even in the Brenner era, whenever Edward had starring roles, he was predominantly a side character. Even in Old Reliable Edward, it was more about bringing Gordon down a peg. PA Problems in this series was about Sir Topham Hatt feeling overconfident about his new public address system, only for it to turn out faulty. A Shed for Edward is the only episode throughout all of series 17 to 21 in which he's actually the main character, and that was about him leaving the main cast, which was the best thing to ever happen to him. And no, I'm not being sarcastic. With Edward out of the Steam Team, a concept which was non-existent and should have been done away with by this point, that meant that he would never be poorly characterized again, if the likes of Hunt the Truck are anything to go by. That being said, the fact that he and Henry had their roles reduced to that extent in Big World Big Adventures was pretty dumb. They deserved to be major supporting characters in that era. At least Toby had a couple of episodes dedicated to him even when he wasn't part of the Steam Team anymore. Oh, and before you complain about Edward and Henry lacking starring roles in series 22 to 24, keep in mind that neither of them had a starring role in the Railway series since the 1990s, so consider yourselves thankful that they appeared in those three series at all. But getting back to A Shed for Edward, him moving to Wellsworth was the right thing to do with him since, as he stated himself, it is closer to his branch line. Plus, with mentoring Philip, it really feels like this generation's Thomas and Edward. It makes sense for Edward to mentor a much younger engine like Philip. We should have seen this coming from a mile away back in series 19. Like I said, it didn't come from nowhere, folks. If anything, it was very clever, subtle foreshadowing. Makes little moments like that more important than they would have been back then. And since Edward was the first friend Thomas made upon his arrival to Sodor, it made sense that he would be the one to say goodbye first.
We'll miss you here at the sheds, Edward.
I'm sure we'll see each other all the time.
You can be emotional when friends move away, and that's perfectly fine, but you can also feel excited about making new friends and wondering about what lies ahead for you in the future. It's a natural part of life, you know. In all honesty, I'm not that bothered about the engines changing the subject because they know they'll still see Edward no matter what. After all, there are more important things than just moping about the fact a friend moved away. It shows how strong the engines are on the inside. Except for Gordon, of course, but that's another story. Look, I get that people would be upset over Edward leaving the Steam Team. He was, after all, the first character introduced in the Railway series, and therefore he's Audrey's most iconic character. But just because Edward was the first character introduced in the franchise, that doesn't automatically make him the greatest thing since Welsh Coal, and no, that does not automatically make me an Edward hater. I still respect the old Iron as much as the next guy, but I still think there have been much better characters after him. If Edward truly was the best character in the entire franchise simply because he was the first to be created, by that logic, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs would be a far greater animated Disney feature than The Lion King, Fantasia, Wreck-It Ralph, The Nightmare Before Christmas, 101 Dalmatians, the Toy Story series, Tangled, Finding Nemo, Aladdin, The Little Mermaid, Lady and the Tramp, Inside Out, Beauty and the Beast, Big Hero 6, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, The Incredibles, Frozen, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Meet the Robinsons, and Zootopia. Could anyone really picture Snow White being ranked better than all the above movies on the pure basis that it was Disney's first ever animated movie? That's not to say I think Edward is a bad character. Quite the opposite, in fact. He's a character that I respect more than I love, and at the very least, he'd be top 25 material, but not in the top 10. If a show ended with A Shed for Edward, I'd be okay with that. After all, his very first episode was about wanting to get out of the sheds and be useful, so it feels like they've gone full circle here. What else can you do except start a new one? So is A Shed for Edward really worth the controversy? I don't think so. Again, I understand why fans would get upset over it, but I believe it's for the best. To an extension anyway. I really wish I could go on, but I feel I should wrap things up, but I'm not ruling out the possibility of a follow-up review. We'll see. As for Series 21 as a whole, this is going to surprise a lot of you, I'm sure, but Series 21 is my favorite CGI series, not just of the Brenner era, but the CGI series as a whole, period. In fact, I now rank it as the second best series so far, only behind Series 2. Apologies to Series 20, but the bad episodes under its belt mean that it's now just shy of hitting the top 5 best. You see, everyone's got that one series of a show, any show, that's personal to them, whether it's for nostalgic reasons or for sentimental reasons. So if you want to know why Series 21 is so special to me, let me take you back to 2017. At that point, I was moving house from California to Oregon, and I had transitioned from one college to another. We'd already put out our first episode of Emotions Corner, and the next one wouldn't come out till October. Looking back, America was already on a bit of a downward path, thanks a lot, President Biff. And even before the COVID pandemic, watching something like Wonder Woman or My Little Pony the movie felt like a form of escapism. It was very much the same thing for Thomas's 21st season and My Little Pony's 7th. Watching either of them helped me to forget about what was happening in the real world and to get away from my worries for even a minute. And looking at what the future lay ahead for the brand, my feelings for Series 21 hold up now like they did back in 2017, perhaps even stronger. Yes, Series 21 has a few duds, Emily in the Middle immediately springs to mind, but I feel the gems it had more than made up for them, and I feel like it did maintain its quality for the first 4 series that preceded it. It's a miracle that this series came out at all, considering all the crap it went through just to get Big World Big Adventures off the ground. Series 21 is the last great series of Thomas and Friends, and it's one that I'll always have a special place in my heart for because it helped me overcome a life-changing year. Yes, it's a shame that it was cut short, and I get why fans would rank it lower for that reason alone, but really, it's quality over quantity that truly matters. And for me, it was those moments of escapism and reassurance that really helped its position on my list. And with 3 series to go, I don't see my top 5 favorite series changing anytime soon. I feel this line from Daisy's Perfect Christmas sums everything up.
Maybe it wasn't better or worse than usual, just different. Today wasn't perfect like it used to be. It was a new kind of perfect.
That right there is a line that holds up just as strongly now as it did back then, or maybe more. Alright, so that does it for the Brenner era. I'm gonna go out and say that it's the best era of the show, just barely edging out above the classic era. My one reason for that is that the Brenner era relied a lot more on the strength of the characters to help tell its stories. As good as the first 7 series are, the reliance on the narrator did hold them back a bit. Of course, like the classic era, the Brenner era was not without its share of duds, but more on that in a bit. Series 17 was something of a slow start, but it showed promise for changes to come. Series 18 built on that foundation and even improved on its predecessor's weak points. Series 19 was a real step down, however, but thankfully Series 20 came along to pick things up again and brought out some of the show's greatest ever episodes, and Series 21 was where the show reached a new peak. I doubt that there will ever be another period of show like it. But which episodes from that era do I think were the best? There were so many good ones that it wasn't easy whittling it down to just 10, so this is what I come up with. Number 10, Thomas's Shortcut. Number 9, Thomas the Babysitter. Number 8, Dowager Hat's Busy Day. Number 7, Tit for Tat. Number 6, Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger. Number 5, Love Me Tender. Number 4, Daisy's Perfect Christmas. Number 3, Slow Steven. Number 2, A Shed for Edward. And number 1, Best Engine Ever. Now, picking out the worst episodes from the Brenner era wasn't that hard. Because so many great episodes came from that era alone, much like the classic era, the bad episodes tend to stick out a bit more. Had they ended up in series 8 through 16, the following 10 episodes would have likely gotten lost in the shuffle. Number 10, The Frozen Turntable. Number 9, Helping Hero. Number 8, Saving Time. Number 7, Samson Sent for Scrap. Number 6, Henry Spots Trouble. Number 5, Emily in the Middle. Number 4, The Other Side of the Mountain. Number 3, Engine of the Future. Number 2, Free Steam Engine's Gruff. And number 1, Rocky Rescue. If you made it this far in the video, I congratulate you. I'll admit that it did go on a bit longer than I was intending, but anyway, that's 4 eras down, only 1 more to go. I'm Zack, you're watching SODORAMA, and next time we'll be discussing the final era of the show as we knew it since 1984. Yep, we'll finally be taking a dive into the Big World Big Adventures era.
Huh?
That's what I said. The next set of episodes I'll be going over will be the ones from the Big World Big Adventures era. You and the others knew that from the get-go, Matt.
Oh, Actually, I think I'll let Mulaflaga say it for me.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, I hear you, Moo. This is not gonna be fun.
Oh, but it will be for me, Matt, once I've dealt with you.
Oh no, here we go again. If you need me, I'll be in my room playing Crash
I'm getting the
4.
medical
It's
kit.
about
Report to me
time.
on the damage, bro.
Wait, what do you mean? Zack, what are you?
Guys? Where do you think Zack has gone?
Beats me. He should be here by now to talk about Series 22.
Come to think of it, I think Matt's gone missing as well. Where is he anyway?
Here I am, guys. Sorry I'm late. I just had to deal with something first.
Well, at least you're here now. Where has Matt gotten to?
Oh, right. I killed him and then put his organs up for sale on the black market.
Pizza, Zack,
That's messed up, man.
Got you there, didn't I? Don't worry, you're free. Matt's fine. Earlier I had to detain him.
What do you mean by detain?
Well...
Oh no, please tell me that you didn't. Not again, at least.
Dude, not funny, Zack. And black comedy just makes it worse.
Let me guess. You tied him up and locked him in the closet just so he wouldn't break out into a rage when he gets to Forever and Ever, all while usually dropping the F-bomb whenever he talks about it. Is that right?
More or less.
You do realize that Matt will eventually force his way out of that closet and charge towards you like a rabid dog, right?
I'm aware of that, but even if that was the case, I made sure the door was reinforced so I don't have to deal with him interrupting me while I'm trying to discuss the show. Seriously, I'm sick of Matt doing so.
I think we all did at some point, Zack. And you never got angry with us for it.
Well, it was mostly Matt, and you usually had a reason for being here, which I accepted, but you get my point.
Do you think we should try and set him free?
Nah, let's just leave him there. I just want to teach him a lesson for sticking his ass where it doesn't belong.
Well, if you say so.
Nearly 5 years and they still hadn't sorted out their rivalry.
I'm gonna help Brandon with his Sonic series now. But I may have something to say about Banjo and the Bushfire a bit later if you'd call me up for that.
Right, now then. Sorry about the delay, folks. Just had to get a certain Canadian ape off my back. But now, I can finally discuss Series 22 of Thomas and Friends. Again. But before I do, don't sell anyone's body parts on the internet because it's illegal and you'll end up in trouble for it. So, 2018, huh? Quite a year, wasn't it? Maybe not as depressing as 2016, but it really had its downer moments, and it dribbled its way into the Thomas fandom, what with the latest set of changes to the show. The latest era of the show was piloted by the 80-minute special Big World Big Adventures, and like the two specials prior, it was divisive among the fandom. However, it was easily the most divisive of the specials released up to this point, with some ranking it even worse than Day of the Diesels, which I really don't get. Even if you didn't like Big World Big Adventures, there are far worse movies out there. We did a whole review on that back in 2019, so you can check that out as well as our thoughts on Series 22 the same year in the links below. Those two reviews were probably some of our best work. Anyway, the rebrand was masterminded by Ian McHugh and Michaela Winter based upon market research conducted by Mattel with audiences around the globe, wondering how to keep Thomas and Friends relevant in a competitive market, and hoping to reverse declining toy sales. One suggestion they took on board was, trains can go places, but Thomas never goes anywhere. If you're expecting us to make some kind of joke about that, sorry, but we never stooped to that level. And that brings us on to Series 22. So why do I start with the changes made? The series reverted to having 26 episodes, but there is now an even split between SODOR stories and non-SODOR stories, 4 episodes each in India and Australia, and 5 in China. I'll get to my thoughts on those in a bit. While they still utilize the 11-minute format including the intro, end credits, and song, the main episodes were reduced once more to 7 minutes. The remainder of the episode consists of a pre-episode introduction before it and a life lesson segment after it. Frankly, they serve no purpose to the episodes. All that introduction segment does is hype up the episode I'm about to watch, even when it doesn't need that boost. The life lesson segment not only hammers in the episode's message to the target audience, but also ends up reminding you of a previous episode from Series 17 to 21. You could cut those segments all together and the result would be better off for it. For the first time, not every episode ended with the Big World Big Adventures engine roll call. The international episodes ended with Journey Never Ends, and for Series 23, Let's Dream was added at the end of some episodes, as was the Steam Team for Series 24, one of the least creative song titles I've ever seen. This was a change that I thought was a good one since it adds more variety rather than just constantly listening to the same song over and over again. Oh, and as a slight amendment to my Series 19 review, I never applied anything about the revised engine roll call being better than the classic theme song. I was simply saying the revised roll call for Series 19 to 21 was better than the version from Series 8 to 18. Okay? Okay. Good. Okay. On top of those changes, there is a new theme song to celebrate the rebranding of the show, creatively titled Big World Big Adventures, and just as creatively based upon Series 21's Set Friendship in Motion. It doesn't really feel like a theme song to Thomas and Friends at all. When a theme song to a TV show or film series becomes iconic, you end up thinking of the show or film series it was made for. Shows like The Simpsons and SpongeBob and movie franchises like Harry Potter have been going on for over 20 years or more, and if they were to have their theme songs replaced, but they would lose a part of their own identity. In Thomas's case, he lost his most iconic theme in 2004, but even the engine roll call feels more like a part of his identity than the Big World Big Adventures theme song does. For every episode, a fantasy sequence was included, and they're pretty much a double-edged sword. At best, they were fun and entertaining. At worst, they were outright forced and wasted the viewer's time. Probably one of the best uses of the fantasy sequence was in An Engine of Many Colors, in which they serve as nightmare sequences for James following his crash in the fastest red engine on Sodor, thinking that he might be repainted blue, green, or silver, and then crashes once more when he gets carried away with his new paint job. What I like about that episode is that it uses the fantasy sequences to their advantage rather than being tacked on for the sake of filling up 7 minutes. And it was a pretty strong start for new writer Michael White, who would continue to write 7 more episodes over the next 3 series. Believe it or not, I didn't know Michael was a part of the fandom until doing a bit of light research. On YouTube, he's better known as White House Films. Check out his YouTube account in the description below. Speaking of An Engine of Many Colors, if you were to combine it with the fastest red engine on Sodor and a shed for Edward, you would get a mini special out of him which has been given the fandic name Red Engines and Shed Trouble. I've done a fan edit myself, but unfortunately, I can't post it on YouTube because An Engine of Many Colors has been blocked worldwide by Mattel. Thanks a lot. But I can provide an alternative link in the description below. The penultimate change to the format was Thomas himself serving as the narrator. Like most of the changes made, it came with its own set of pros and cons. On the positive side, since Thomas is on his worldwide adventures, it makes sense for him to tell it to the audience. It's his story, so naturally we want to hear it from his point of view. But on the negative side, and this mostly concerns the Sodor stories, Thomas being the narrator means that he's more shoehorned than he already was. Why can't we hear stories being told from another engine's point of view? If you want to have the Sodor stories told from the perspective of someone, why not have it be Sir Topham Hatt, and the segments before and after the episodes could have him establish the main story and recap the lesson, respectively. It would have felt reminiscent of Danny Doherty introducing the Fyodor Tugboat stories, and those segments would have actually had a purpose rather than just being there to fill up the runtime. Plus, Keith Wickham had voiced Sir Topham Hatt in both English dubs since the adventure begins. He'd done so from the get-go in the British dub, and that would have saved a bit of time and money in the recording studio. Sounds like a lost opportunity there if you ask me. And of course, there's the revised Steam Team, but I'll come to that in a bit. For now, I'll delve into the international half of Series 22. Making their first appearances in the show proper are Yongbao from China, Ashima and Rajiv from India, and Shane from Australia. I'll try to make my reviews on each of them as brief as I can to avoid the risk of this review going on for too long. Yongbao is my favorite of the 4 of them, and I really like seeing him interact with Thomas, especially in Series 23 and 24. It really feels like there's a bond between them, something I never felt with Hero. There, I said it. Shane is a lot of fun too with his hammy, laid-back personality, and it helped that his voice actor, Shane Jacobson, is a comedian. Rajiv is India's equivalent to James, and he's a lot of fun to watch whenever he's on screen. Between him and Yongbao, I'm glad they didn't have speaking roles in The Great Race, because if they had, they probably would have had voices that would come off as offensive, and The Simpsons got into hot water in 2017 over its character Apu Nahasapima Petalam being considered a quote-unquote negative stereotype. And Big World Big Adventures was in development around that time as well.
Coincidence? I think not!
Finally, there's Ashima, and I'm gonna say it, I never cared for her at all. Her role in The Great Race was absolutely redundant, just to teach Thomas a lesson about being himself that he should know by now. We already got that with Gator and Percy and Tail the Brave, so why bother retreading what already worked? And that's not even getting into how many fans ship them together. Look, I respect your opinion if you like shipping them together, but I'm sorry, Ashima and Thomas would never work out as a couple in my eyes, even if you were to somehow work around the fact that it's a long-distance relationship. You know what that reminds me of? Flash Sentry and Sunset Shimmer in Legend of Everfree, in which the female is the worst possible candidate for a love interest to a male, and there's a ton of evidence proving why it would never work. I'd rather see Thomas end up with Rosie, and I'll come to that episode soon enough. Even though Ashima felt more like a character in series 23 and 24 rather than Miss Exposition, she's never been one of my top favorites. As for the other international newbies, if Mattel wanted to enforce some girl power into the series, then they could have done more of who was introduced in series 22. I mean, Hongmei, Tabika, Ayla, Noor Jahan didn't have a whole lot in terms of personality, and even then, they're not very interesting. It was nice that the Indian Railway had a female controller with Charubala, but even with that, it makes you wonder why Sodor doesn't bother bringing in female railway workers with a few exceptions, like Nia's driver. The only other international character to leave some form of an impact was Shankar the Indian Diesel. His no-nonsense personality contrasts with Rajiv's arrogance and vanity really well, and Shankar really shines whenever he turns up, even getting his own episode in Series 24. In general, the international episodes are a mixed bag to me. Series 22 did have its highlights like Tiger Trouble, Thomas and the Dragon, and Kangaroo Christmas, but then it also had more middling episodes like Number 1 Engine and Trusty Trunky, and really boring episodes like Thomas in the Wild and Thomas in the Monkey Palace. But for me, the worst international episode has always been Thomas Goes to Bollywood, as it practically represents the worst habits of the international stories for Series 22, putting more emphasis on culture rather than telling a story, Thomas and other characters barely displaying any personality, and a world that's just pulled out of the ass. But what makes it even worse to me is the ending, where Thomas nearly put the actor in danger, and he gets praised for his impromptu rescue because we have to end the episode somehow. The actor could have gotten severely injured, possibly even killed due to Thomas's recklessness, and the tank engine gets no repercussions for it. This is that moment from Wonky Whistle, but far worse. I hated Thomas Goes to Bollywood when it first came out, and I still hate it now. If you like it, then good for you. Just don't give me any grief over not liking something you do. I've been through enough of that with SODORAMA as it is. Well, that's going to do it for the international side of things. I don't think there's a lot more I could say that I haven't even in our episode reviews for the Emotions Corner or my solo reviews in Google Docs. So let's delve into the Sodor half of Series 22, shall we? The Steam team received a great shakeup with Edward's departure in Series 21, and in this series, we have Henry's departure. And there was no fanfare for the latter whatsoever, with Forever and Ever treating it like an afterthought. At least Edward had a full episode to excuse his departure. Henry got 2 lines, and that was it. That really says a lot as to how he'd been treated since 1945, doesn't it? So who takes over the berths at Tidmouth Sheds? Enter Nia the Kenyan Tank Engine and Rebecca the Yellow Engine. I'll start with Nia since she was introduced in the movie, and to anyone who hates her because she's from Kenya, just fuck off with that racist attitude. And if I had to read one more YouTube comment complaining that she replaced Edward, I swear I will disable comments altogether. Though no doubt people will do it anyway. Please, I really don't want to do so because of a few racist assholes, okay? If you ask me, Big World Big Adventures the movie was Nia's high point as a character. Sassy, feisty, quick-witted, and clever, it was a bit of a shame looking back that her personality had been reduced to just kind and helpful. Ironically, the same box that Edward was taken out of. That's not to say her roles in Series 22 were bad. She was empathetic to Gordon's plight in Forever and Ever, despite him being dismissive of her, more on that later. And she was shown to have struggles in reading numbers and counting on Nia, showing kids that there were different ways to learn rather than depending on a flawed, rigid syllabus. It's also very relatable to immigrants moving to another country. That being said, it's pretty funny that fans are accusing the episode for dumbing things down in a preschool show for little kids who are probably learning their numbers for the engines, most of whom have numbers painted on their sides. Of the pair, I like Rebecca better. Not to say that I don't like Nia, I still consider her in my top 10 favorites, mind you, but I just feel Rebecca is a tad stronger in terms of personality. She's a precious cinnamon roll that deserves protection at all costs. I thought both of her leading roles were really good, although what Rebecca does has lost a bit of its shine since we first reviewed it, but still a good episode nonetheless. and they showcase what Rebecca was like as a character really well. She has insecurities, yet she still loves to see the good in everyone, even someone as tricky as Diesel, which can sometimes lead to her coming off as gullible. But in the end, she's very honest and humble. It says a lot that Rebecca did more between 2018 and 2020 than Molly ever did since 2005. She even has a Scouse Liverpudlian accent provided by Rachel Miller, so it's nice that a bit of Liverpool is still part of the show. Of course, like Nia, Rebecca is an extremely divisive character because she replaced Henry on the Steam team, but from what I've seen, the division is probably not as strong as Nia's. According to Nia McHugh, Nia and Rebecca were brought into the Steam team to fix the gender imbalance at Tip of Sheds and diversify the show. Did it make a difference? Well, no, not really. If anything, it only served to shatter the already crumbling fanbase for good. Yes, it meant that Edward and Henry would no longer be poorly characterized, but at the same time, Thomas, Gordon, James, Percy, and Emily still maintained the archetypes established by Mattel since the takeover in 2013, though with Emily getting the bad end of the stick that would continue over the next two series. She didn't even get a lead role in Series 22, and most of her roles could have been taken over by anyone. Also, is Toby still part of the Steam team or not? He had a pair of starring roles in Series 23 and 24, and he's in the Engine Roll Call, yet he doesn't live at Tidmouth Sheds. It's a paradox for sure. And as for the gender imbalance, the problem wasn't really the lack of female characters in the show, especially given how many female characters had gotten great roles throughout the Brenner era. No, the problem was that there were far too many characters in the CGI series and not enough time to give everyone room for development. They gave Rosie a revamp and have done very little of her since. You know, in that promo of her with the Steam team, it made me wonder, was Rosie meant to live at Tidmouth Sheds? It seemed perfectly reasonable to me. She would have fit the main trio with Thomas and Percy far better than James for these reasons. She's a small engine, she's female, and she'd maintain the red-green-blue spectrum. It makes perfect sense for Rosie to live at Tidmouth in Edward's place. But of course, Series 21 lost 8 episodes, and with the introduction of Nia and Rebecca, Rosie was reassigned to Vicarstown with Henry, and that's also bursting with potential. Who knows what might have been done with Rosie, even in the revamp, and who else was birthed at Vicarstown Sheds in addition to Henry and Rosie?
The world may never know.
Speaking of which, let's talk about Forever and Ever, which is seen as one of Series 22's most controversial episodes, probably one of the most polarizing episodes of the entire era, which is saying something. Was it intended to be an Attack the Critics episode? No, I don't think so. It was written around 2016, 17, and there was probably no way the writers would have known about the inevitable backlash it would have gotten from the fandom. However, I do see Forever and Ever as a satirical approach towards some of the more immature fans. Keywords. Some fans. It's a perfect metaphor for how they acted while Series 17 to 21 aired. They got very picky and entitled over the most minor problems in the same way Gordon constantly ridiculed Edward for his age. And then Mattel changed up the format of the show and fans understandably got upset over it, much like Gordon getting upset over Henry and Edward leaving Tidmouth. And now that I'm thinking about it, many of us should have acknowledged what was being shown in Duncan the Grumpy Passenger and the way she does it. The writers were calling out to the fans to not act selfish and entitled, and then, when fans still didn't get the message, Mattel finally decided they would no longer listen to the fanbase, so here we are right now. That being said, despite Forever and Ever's intentions, all it did was further intensify the backlash towards the Big World Big Adventures era and Mattel in general, and it's not getting any smaller with All Engines Go. If anything, it's only gotten bigger.
Meanwhile...
Oh no.
What's wrong, Cam?
I'm not sure. I just got a chill running up my back and then I can sense that something is happening right now. And that's not a good thing.
You mean?
Oh yeah. I have a feeling that's not going to end well between Zack and you-know-who.
Another divisive episode among the fandom, though probably not as divisive as Forever and Ever, is Rosie is Red, a heartwarming story that's relatable to kids and adults. If fans are not too happy about the show introducing the concept of love to the target audience, then explain why you love a show that featured a woman kissing Percy. Again, why is it okay when one era does it, but not okay when another does it? Oh wait, I know why. It's because there's an anti-Mattel pro-Allcroft bias going around in the fandom. I understand. But in all seriousness, Rosie is Red is an episode that shows why Thomas and Friends should be given the proper label of a kids show. Fans who try to insist otherwise are most likely insecure and have fragile egos. Yeah, that's probably the wrong thing for me to say, but it still had to be said in order to try and get it through their thick skulls. That's not to say every episode was bad. School of Duck was a real highlight that gave us a charming performance by Mark Moorhan through Dexter the Coach. Thomas's animal arc had a heartwarming message about helping those less fortunate than you, and Hunt the Truck was the best of Series 22, proving that Edward still had a place in the show despite being demoted. But then there was Apology Impossible. Between myself, Mike, Rachel, Cameron, and Matt, there are a lot of episodes that are pretty divisive between us. Apology Impossible is one of those exceptions. All 5 of us agree that it's awful, making James an outright bully to Philip for no reason, and a diesel box cab urging others to let James cross is not only wrong, but potentially dangerous, as if the episode was saying you should never stand up to your bullies. If you shouldn't do so when lives are at stake, when are you supposed to stand up to bullies? This is without question one of the worst episodes in the entire show's history, and considering that Apology Impossible is in the same series as An Engine of Many Colors, an episode where James actually felt remorse for his carelessness, just makes it even worse. Series 22 is very hard to find in the United States. It was going to be released on Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon Prime Video, but because of the Nickelodeon deal, plans were cancelled. It did eventually stream on Netflix in 2020, but only in the United Kingdom and Germany. Amazon Prime would eventually stream it in November that same year, along with the rest of Series 19 to 24. And strangely, on both Amazon and Spotify, many episodes were released in audio format with an unknown narrator explaining what's happening in some scenes. Basically, think of it as a descriptive video service drag that you find on several streaming services, like Netflix or Disney+. Overall, Series 22 was something alright. It wasn't as strong as 17 to 21, but it wasn't as painfully unwatchable like 13 to 16. It was very much middle of the road for me. It was an interesting experiment, but at the time, I think most of us could agree that everything was a lot better on Sodor, save for Apology Impossible. Hell, 9 episodes out of 10 on my personal favorites list came from Sodor alone. Most of the international episodes range from pretty decent to pretty terrible, and a lot of them felt like they could have taken place on Sodor and very little would change. Thomas constantly being shoved in your face didn't help either, getting all the lead roles plus Thomas's animal arc, bringing his total to 14. Had it not been for Thomas Goes to Bollywood and Apology Impossible coming out the way they did, I think Series 22 may have fared a little better, perhaps on par with Series 19 at least. But as it stands, it's the weakest series that Brenner & Co. have worked on since starting out in 2013. Meanwhile, I should probably bring this up, but I feel that a lot of fans have set expectations way too high since the airing of Series 20, and with both Series 21 and 22, as well as the free post-treasure specials, I couldn't help but feel that they may be acting as if the show should outright revert to how it was during the 80s and 90s, and if you think the show should outright go back as far as possible to the Stone Age, well, you're quite foolish in thinking so. Back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, model making was becoming expensive and CGI was cheaper to utilize. In recent times, however, that trend appears to be reversing given how many YouTube channels are dedicated to model making themselves. I don't mean to sound condescending to anyone, but once you've had your childhood, that's it. You only get one childhood, so you better make the most of it while you still can. Thinking that Thomas and Friends should be like how it was during the 80s and 90s is almost like Star Wars fans who grew up with the original trilogy asking for the sequel trilogy to revisit that feeling of the originals. Long story short, guys, you must never set expectations too high for anything. The more you hype yourself up, the bigger the disappointment might be. If you got turned off from the newer content because of drastic changes, I get why, but it doesn't mean I agree with you. The reason I chose to continue is because there's only 2 series left to cover. Oh shit.
Uh-oh. Cam? Rach? Will help.
Oh, just a second, Brendan. Coming, Mike! I'm on it!
Yeah, sure. Guess I was right about before. I had a feeling this would happen sooner or later.
Alright viewers, we're on to the home stretch, and I somehow managed to escape from Matt's onslaught of rage, just barely, so hold on to your asses. To say that Series 22 divided the fanbase would be a massive understatement. Some decided to quit the show outright, while others gave the new format the benefit of the doubt and waited to see what Series 23 would bring. In October 2018, for the online video Why is Africa Important to Nia, we saw a glimpse of James with an updated CGI render, with changes such as handrails for his cabin tender, as well as rivets all over his body. Thomas, Gordon, Percy, and Emily were all given a similar treatment beginning with the Meet the Steam Team online videos, and even applied to Bertie and Bulgy beginning with Free the Roads, as well as their number plates as seen in the Railway series. Yet, strangely, Edward and Henry did not receive a similar treatment for some reason. Given that they've been around since the beginning, you would think that they have been given a more updated look. In a rare move, Series 23 aired early in the United States on Nickelodeon, beginning with The Other Big Engine and Grudge Match on May 18, 2019. New episodes would usually come out in pairs every 2 weeks up to December 30th, with the exception of Steam Team to the Rescue, making its American debut on Netflix. As has been tradition since Series 19, new episodes begin airing in the United Kingdom starting in September with Free the Roads. So how does Series 23 compare to Series 22? Well, there were some things it improved upon. For a start, the international episodes were actually focusing on telling a story, while Culture is more of a show-don't-tell deal. And a fair number of them were really good, some of which I call among the best episodes of the show, like Crowning Around and Wish You Were Here. The latter feels more relevant and relatable now that we're in a post-COVID world. There were some more middling episodes like Grudge Match, Too Loud Thomas, and I found Badukata to be the weakest out of Series 23's international stories. It honestly felt like nothing was happening for 7 minutes. Oh, and while I'm on the topic, Thomas Makes a Mistake has given a reputation as one of the worst episodes of the entire show, and personally, I don't really think it's that awful. Yes, the title is bland and the plot sounds like something out of a Miller era, however, it makes sense because Thomas is on a foreign railway, so he wouldn't know how things are run in India. Plus, rather than ignoring the same warning 3 times, he actually tried to fix his mistake, only to make a bigger mess. On top of that, in real life, adults have a hard time admitting when they fucked up, and that sounds rather topical, isn't it? I've seen far worse, and I'd gladly take something like this over Apology Impossible any day. Not only did the international episodes focus more on telling a story, they even had some of Thomas's friends join him on his big world adventures. He was joined by the pack in Minds of Mystery, and there was even Monty ending up in Australia in Deep Trouble, and Percy in China in Wish You Were Here. Yeah, they were only in fantasy sequences, but hey, at least it was something. You might not have noticed it at this point, but Thomas went to 5 countries in Series 23, which is rather excessive. 3 episodes are set in Brazil, 2 episodes and 2 mini-specials in Italy, 2 episodes in India, and 1 episode each in China and Australia, with the remaining 11 episodes and 1 mini-special taking place on Sodor. Surprisingly, none of the Sodor-centric stories feature Thomas as the lead character. Steam Team to the Rescue comes close, but that was more of an ensemble story with the rest of the Steam Team, so that probably doesn't count either. Speaking of which, they had ditched the feature-length specials in favor of free mini-specials, which I think was a very good move because you could still tell bigger stories with a smaller runtime. In theory, at least. The mini-specials ran at 21 minutes and 30 seconds, 1 minute longer if you include the opening theme and end credits. This once again reduced the episode count to 20, counting the mini-specials, it's 23. They were directed by Joey So, while Diana Basso served as the consulting director for All Tracks Lead to Rome. And that brings me on to the Diggs and Discovery's duology. I said that brings me on to the Diggs and Discovery's duology. That brings me on to Diggs and Discoveries. Where the hell is Matt gone off to?
He's gone away to an anger management course again. After you trapped him in that closet, Zack, Mike's gone to aid him.
And a good thing too, because there is no way I am helping him with controlling his anger again. You guys remember what happened last time you left me with him in anger management, right? Been there, never doing that again.
Yes, Cam, we remember.
Are you kidding me? The one time I actually anticipate Matt interrupting me, knowing that he loves Gina in the Italy episodes, he's not actually here?
Yeah, that's more or less the case, bro.
Well, shit. Clearly I didn't think that through at all. The show must go on, I suppose.
Well, okay then. Guess me and Rachel shall leave you to it.
Anyway, the first half of the Diggs and Discoveries duology was All Tracks Lead to Rome, marking Gina's return since a pair of brief lines in The Great Race.
Everybody back on the ship! Is somebody missing?
After being voiced by Teresa Gallagher for 2016, though she sounded like Emily's UK voice with an Italian accent, Gina is now voiced by Anna Francolini, and she really brings the character to life by giving her some sass and refusal to take anyone's crap.
Oh, you are sweet, Thomas, not knowing these things. These are ancient archaeological discoveries for the museum. It's just a silly story about a curious engine who, a bit like someone else I know, kept turning up where he wasn't supposed to be. And here we are in Rome, Thomas, our capital city, the jewel in our crown. Some say all tracks lead to Rome. What? I only needed to be rescued because you got lost in the first place.
Gina really steals the show in both parts as well as whenever she turns up in the Italy episodes. And it's funny when she huffs and puffs.
I do not huff and puff.
It was right there that she took the top spot from Yang Bao as my favorite of the newbies from the Great Race. But it does make me wonder, why didn't she get stuck on Sodor instead of Ashima? I bet she'd have whipped Thomas's bunker into shape within minutes. The other newbie introduced in All Tracks Lead to Rome was Stefano the amphibious vehicle, and he's a bit of a large ham, the first part literally. Not much else to comment on here. Had he and Gina not turned out as great as they did in All Tracks Lead to Rome, as well as the climax, it would have come off as really boring as the story is pretty standard, so it relied on the strength of the characters to cover it up, and I think it did pretty well for the most part. Mainly, it served as a setup to the second half, Minds of Mystery. Now this is where the duology really shines. Seeing the pack interact with Gina was a lot of fun, and it further drove Thomas's desire to want to find the lost engine. And he did. Kevin was going to appear in the special, but for some reason he was dropped. It would have been nice to see him in a place outside of Sodor, but I can understand if they couldn't come up with a good role for him. Lorenzo and Beppe are a pretty fun duo as well. The former's impulsive, curious nature contrasts very nicely with the latter's more down-to-earth personality, but it's very hard to imagine one without the other. Vincenzo Nicoli must have had a lot of fun voicing both of them. Overall, Digs and Discoveries feels a bit like King of the Railway, but shorter and more focused. Finally, we come to Steam Team to the Rescue, which I thought was the weakest of the Series 23 mini-specials. It was very similar to the Big Freeze, only longer and even more riddled with plot holes. I mean, are we really expecting to believe that a railway as big as the Northwestern relies on the Steam Team and the Diesel crew? What about other engines like Edward, Henry, and Toby, who appeared during the first Don't Stop musical interlude? But on the other hand, this mini-special feels like an unintentional prediction for how the events of the COVID-19 pandemic would play out, so like Wish You Were Here, it does feel more poignant in hindsight. It's an okay mini-special with a great concept, but a half-baked execution. It's also the point where David Stoughton took over as head writer of the show following Andrew Brenner's departure in August 2018. However, there is one thing I think most fans can agree upon about Steam Team to the Rescue. It gave us the best song called Don't Stop since Fleetwood Mac.
Don't stop, keep on moving, steam's hot. It keeps us cruising, helping each other every day.
Man, is that catchy or what? No, is that... Okay then. Anyway, I wanted to mention them earlier while discussing the international stories, but I didn't want to disrupt the flow of this review. Now I can talk about Gustavo and Raul of Brazil. I quite like Gustavo the Electric Engine. He may be painted blue and have the number 4 on his sides like Gordon, but he's far friendlier and more laid back compared to his Cedrian counterpart. Just a shame that he starred in only one episode. I would have liked to see more of him, knowing that electric engines are common in this show. Raul was pretty good too, but like Gustavo, I wonder why he only starred in Grudge Match for Series 23. Gabriella appears in every episode, yet we know next to nothing about her as a character. With the other countries, Thomas at least had a proper introduction, or reintroduction in some cases, to them, but Brazil? He just shows up and I can't tell if the other Big Engine or Grudge Match is the start of his second time there. That always really bugged me. Oh, and for those who are wondering, here's how I would rank the international characters from the Great Race, at least those who actually had a chance to shine. Moving on back to Sodor with the pack and its two newest members, Brenda and Darcy. Of the two, I favor Brenda the Bulldozer. I know fans will go on about Byron not being reintroduced into CGI, but here's the thing. Mattel doesn't really care about the show's legacy, and in Minds of Mystery, Thomas did mention bulldozers, emphasis on the plural, so it wasn't like Byron was forgotten about altogether. And what's wrong with having two bulldozers? We got 2 dump trucks and 2 excavators, as well as 2 lorries, so why should Brenda be condemned for simply following a trend of having at least two of a particular type of construction vehicle. Darcy the tunnel boring machine, however, I don't really care for that much. Of her two appearances in this series, I favor Deep Trouble. First Day on Sodor just wasn't that interesting. That's pretty much all I can say regarding Darcy, really. I did like that the pack got a fair amount of focus in Series 23, temporarily helping out in Italy and getting free episodes to themselves. I did think for a while that we'd get more out of him in Series 24, but nope. Ah well, at least we can be thankful for what we've got. The Sodor episodes were mostly solid in Series 22 with a couple of exceptions, but in Series 23, they're a bit more of a mixed bag. On the one hand, there are gems to be sure like Free the Roads, Diesel's Do Right, and Heart of Gold, Toby's best episodes in Series 1, but on the other, there were weaker episodes like Chucklesome Trucks, Diesel Glows Away, and Rangers of the Rails. The former felt like it put more emphasis on classic series references rather than focusing more on Rebecca and the trucks, and the latter simply felt mandated just to give Emily a lead role after not giving her one in Series 22. Diesel Glows Away was just there. And then there's Panicky Percy. This one was just a case of dead on arrival. If you thought the Little Green Engine's regression and Free Steam Engine's gruff was awful, then Panicky Percy's that, except 2 minutes shorter and way worse. I didn't think it was possible, but it beats out Apology Impossible for how awful it is. That episode could have been great with a couple of tweaks. Panicky Percy would need a rewrite from the ground up just to make it work. It's his worst leading role since Middle Engine, easily in my top 5 worst episodes of the show. For both Minds of Mystery and First Day on Sodor, the fantasy sequences gave off references to Indiana Jones and Terminator, respectively. Kids probably wouldn't know much about them, especially not the latter given its R rating, but I don't mind them that much. They are franchises that had origins in the 1980s, and Thomas and Friends is a TV show started in that decade. The same thing applies to a reference to Back to the Future in Thomas and the Inventor's Workshop next series. My guess is that there was something of an 80s renaissance following the success of Stranger Things, and it's possible that Thomas, being an 80s show itself, wanted to follow that trend. This review was a bit shorter compared to the previous few, but I guess there wasn't a whole lot to say about Series 23. While Series 22 had mostly strong Sodor stories and mostly hit-or-miss international ones, Series 23 seemed to sort of reverse that trend, with the latter on par with the former, even surpassing it at points. Had it not been for Panicky Percy, then both sets would be more or less on equal footing. It really did feel like the writers were starting to get into the groove of things in the new format, so maybe Andrew Brenner's departure was something of a blessing in disguise for the writing team. But for now, we're approaching the end of the line for the main show itself.
And I'm finally back.
Well, it's about time you showed up.
Hey, it was no thanks to you in the first place. If you hadn't knocked me out and then locked me in that closet, I wouldn't have gone berserk and tried to beat you up.
Well, if you didn't constantly interrupt me every time I tried to talk about the show, I wouldn't have knocked you out and locked you in that closet.
Well, whatever. Since we're in Series 23, I can finally start talking about the beautiful Gina.
Sorry, Matt, but I think Zack already finished the review.
You're kidding, right?
No.
Mike, how about we watch some Shining Time Station while these guys, figure things out?
Sure thing, Rachel.
"23 down, just one more series to go, folks. Let's do this." In 2019, it was confirmed by Jamfield Productions that they would no longer be animating for Thomas and Friends following Series 24, which left a lot of fans wondering, was the show being cancelled altogether, or was it going on hiatus so Mattel could find a new animation company? At the time, we didn't know if there would be a Series 25, but let's just say there's a reason I'm ending this marathon with Series 24, unless they somehow decide to revert to using CGI again. Though it's very likely that even if they did, by that point, I'll have retired from doing reviews on Thomas, lost interest in doing so altogether, or YouTube gets taken over by another internet overlord. Hey, anything could happen. You know, it seemed like yesterday when a lot of us thought that 2016 would be one of the worst years in modern human history since 1968.
You serious?
Oh boy. Yeah, 2016's not looking so bad now, is it? I probably don't need to say it, but 2020 was a complete shit show of a year. I'm not the first person to say that 2020 was the worst year in human history, nor will I be the last to say it. Obviously, there's the COVID-19 pandemic, which doesn't seem to be going away for a while yet, but then we've also got the death of Black Panther, President Biff barely doing his job at all, the George Floyd protests, people getting angry with each other over their beliefs, and even more exposing themselves as awful people, cancel culture getting out of hand over the most minor things, Alex Trebek getting up in an eternal hell of Sean Connery, the mere existence of pony life. The list goes on and on. Some even went as far as to say that 2020 was
the end of the fucking world.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And it was no better for the Thomas fandom at all. 2020 marked the 75th anniversary of the franchise. While it did have some good things about it, on the whole, it was a very underwhelming celebratory year for Thomas and friends. The 50th anniversary had a book to celebrate the occasion, as well as Series 4 and a documentary. The 60th anniversary had Calling All Engines along with Series 9, and probably a couple of things I'm forgetting. Even the 65th anniversary had Series 13 and 14, as well as Misty Island Rescue. And when I say anything about the 65th anniversary being a better year for Thomas, you know that's a bad sign. And as for the 70th anniversary, I wouldn't even know where to begin. So what did the 75th anniversary have to offer? We did get a 22-minute love letter known as Thomas and the Royal Engine, and Series 24, one that's merely good, but it still doesn't compare to Series 21 or even Series 2. There was the 20th anniversary Blu-ray release of Thomas and the Magic Railroad, which I'll save my thoughts on that movie for another day. And of course, there's the death of Michelangelis, one of the worst cases of party pooping since 1989. So yeah, this is kind of a sad way to end this marathon. Not on a bang, but a bit of a whimper. For Series 24, the Big Adventures format seemed to have loosened its grip. For example, there's a reduction in fantasy sequences, allowing more room for storytelling, which honestly took me by surprise, but also a relief, as having a fantasy sequence in every episode can get tedious after a while. If we count the 22-minute episodes, 13 out of the 23 episodes for this season did not include a fantasy sequence whatsoever. Another noteworthy change was that there was no longer an even split between Sodor stories and international stories. There were only 5 episodes taking place away from Sodor, 1 per country with Brazil, India, Italy, Australia, and China. The last of them, Young Bao and the Tiger, was adapted from a China-exclusive short of the same name attached to The Great Race, and it pretty much ended the international episodes on a high note, even going full circle with them. After all, the first episode away from Sodor took place in China. Murcia and Marcio, the Brazilian tender engines, make their sole appearance in Thomas and the Forest engines. They're not characters I would call top favorites, but they are Bash and Dash done better for sure. They've longed to go beyond the Eucalyptus Railway, but limited resources show why they were better off at home. Here's a great lesson that I don't think the show has ever taught before. It's good to try new things, but don't feel ashamed if you're more comfortable at home. If there was an international episode that I would say was bad, it's Ace's Brave Jump. Thomas and Ace, after departing on sour terms in Big World Big Adventures, are suddenly chumming with each other once again with no explanation. Like, did I miss something from Series 22? Imagine if Starlight Glimmer made her grand return after the Cutie map, and all of a sudden, she's part of Twilight Sparkle's friendship circle as opposed to them. Say what you will about the Cutie remark, but at least we actually saw her become friends again with the main 6. And speaking of redemptions, let's move on to Marvelous Machinery. I'm not gonna lie, it was a pretty boring duology overall. A new arrival just served as a setup to World of Tomorrow. Just about nothing happened save for Sunny's subplot. More on that in a bit. It also introduces us to Roof. No, not the Scarlowy Railway coach. This Roof was a human inventor. Roof's positive attitude is something to be appreciated. When Thomas and the Inventor's Workshop was accidentally leaked in March 2020 along with James the Super Engine, your guess is as good as mine as to how that happened. She didn't leave much of an impression, but it was during the Clear episodes where Roof really shone as a character by making her a motherly figure to the Road Engine. Cleo is such an adorable character, but it's pretty laughable that fans say her design is unrealistic, yet Diesel 10 is so lauded. But of course, anything by Mattel is devil incarnate, despite the fact that they produce some of the best content since 1995. Okay, I don't think fans are outright saying that, but going by some attitudes, you'd be easily forgiven for thinking that. Anyway, back to Marvelous Machinery, and on to the second half, World of Tomorrow. It was the better of the two halves, but not by a whole lot. And Sonny's character arc really shone there, especially given that it's a redemption arc done right. Take notes, Hasbro. Rather than having everybody forgiven because The ending demands it. A few engines like Thomas are willing to accept him, while everyone else like Gordon thinks Sonny may be up to no good, despite that he is no longer being abused and controlled by Baz and Bernie. Sonny was never cruel of his own volition, he just wanted to be really useful. Unfortunately, I have little to say regarding Kenji the Bullet Train. He was very much a plot device for the climactic chase scene, and his sole leading role, Kenji on the Rails Again, didn't do him a whole lot of justice either. In fact, Kenji ends up on a ship with Hiro back to Japan, and that's it. If you thought Henry's departure from Tidmouth in Forever and Ever was rushed, this is that, only amplified, and it makes you wonder why on earth it took Hiro 9 series before he finally decided to return home again. So yeah, on the whole, Marvelous Machinery was a boring mess with unbalanced focus. That being said, this is probably one of the highlights from the duology.
I would say, oh, the indignity, but it seems a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, that moment is really funny, isn't it? And now we come to the series finale, Thomas and the Royal Engine. Yes, I know that it aired first in May 2020, while the rest started airing in September that same year, but chronologically, it is the final episode of the series as we knew it since 1984, so there. Anyway, they couldn't have picked a better way to bring the show to a close. This is 75 years in the making, not some childish reboot that tries and fails to claim that title. The story is very wholesome and simple, much like the franchise itself, and it teaches a great lesson in helping others in need. I don't know what else I can say that hasn't been said already. Thomas and the Rail Engine is that great. Also, having Sharon Miller voice the Queen of England herself feels like a massive take back towards the fans who hated on her for a decade. Whoever came up with that is an evil genius and I love him for it. Speaking of the royal family, we got an introduction sequence featuring Harry, Duke of Sussex. Bernal-Croft herself criticized the marketing behind it, which I don't get at all. It also seems a bit ironic since she adapted the story that featured the Queen herself. Since Harry's family was familiar with the books, it seemed perfectly reasonable to me that they went that direction, as opposed to simply picking some random celebrity to introduce the story. And I really like Duchess of Loughborough during her sole appearance in the show. In case you're wondering, no member of the coronation's ever bore that name, so it's very likely that she's a fictional member of her class, which would explain her cream livery and red wheels and different smoke deflectors in Tender. Duchess is very down to earth for someone who has a big responsibility taking the royal train, and also makes her a bit scatterbrained as a result. She's a lot like celebrities in real life, far from perfect, and they're no different from ordinary people like you or me. For the first time since her debut in 2003, Emily finally gained the number 12 on her tender in Emily to the Rescue, and the way they pulled it off was completely underwhelming. Did I want Emily to gain a number? Yes. So what was the problem with it? The story was a complete mess. A safety inspection takes place, then an emergency drill takes place, and James, Percy, and Rebecca crash while racing to get Rocky, so Emily is sent to pick him up instead. Meanwhile, a road bridge is on the verge of collapse, and Gordon nearly gets into an accident, but then Emily and Rocky save the day, and she's made the official safety engine and the number 12 is painted on her tender. Were you following all of this? This is a random events plot in which barely anything feels connected, and Emily getting her number at the end just feels tacked on with no proper build-up or foreshadowing. Was it worth it for the sloppy storytelling that got her there? No. If anything, it makes you wonder why Emily didn't get a number from the get-go. On top of that, why is Emily already the safety engine when you already had Belle? In fact, Belle even had a role this season in the Unfriendly Elephant, which aired 2 episodes later. It makes Emily the official safety engine simply redundant in every sense, even more so since many other engines have taken Rocky in the past. So what's the point in making Emily the only engine allowed to take him to emergencies? Emily to the Rescue is not her worst episode. It's much better than Emily's Best Friend, but not by much. But it is by far her most disappointing, as it could have been so much more. Instead, it felt like a half-assed attempt to give her a proper role in the show, but too little too late now that All Engines Go is focusing solely on Thomas and the smaller engines. They should have gone back to the writing board on this episode and given Emily a proper send-off rather than treating it all like an afterthought. It's like Henry's rebuild into Flying Kipper coming from nowhere. So in a sense, it looks as though we've gone full circle. So how does the final series of the show as we knew it since 1984 hold up? Well, it's pretty good overall, easily the strongest of the Big World Big Adventures era. I mean, there is no episode I rank worse than Apology Impossible or Panicky Percy, but at the same time, it's also frustrating and kind of sad because after all the crap that Series 21 had to endure just to get this era off the ground, and just as it was finding its footing, Mattel decides to bin it all in favor of a pointless reboot that no one wanted or asked for, rather than actually worrying about getting their stock into stores. As for me, I have no interest in talking about All Engines Go. I'm not even gonna watch it. So who knows what Stoughton and Co. might have come up with had the format been allowed to continue? Could we have seen Thomas ending up in new countries like Germany, France, and Japan? Feel free to leave your ideas in the comments below, and I'd love to hear them so long as they are not comments like Bubba ruined Thomas. I swear if I see another comment like that again... So yeah, Series 24 is one that's frustratingly good, and it leaves you wondering what might have been had All Engines Go not taken place. Before I give my final thoughts on the Big World Big Adventures era, let's take a look back at the previous 4 eras and see how this era ranks among them. The classic era I found to be pretty good, but far from perfect. The hit model era was a big step down, starting off decently but then bottomed out with a transitional series that's aged pretty horribly. The less said about the Nitrogen era, the better. And the Brenner era was very much on par with the classic era, even surpassing it at points. So where does the Big World Big Adventures era rank? Somewhere in the middle. Not the greatest thing ever, but when it's good, it's really good. I know that there are a lot of people out there who treat it like dirt, but I have a suggestion for you, however blunt I may come off as. Rather than getting all hung up over that era supposedly not being Thomas, just accept that it happened and move on. If you could do so for series 13 to 16, why not do so for 22 to 24 as well? Something that we always take for granted is that a lot of people poured their hearts into making these episodes, both good and bad. We shouldn't just live our lives by Thomas Tank Engine as if he's the only thing that truly matters. And I know you're probably sick of hearing it, but it's a show aimed at children under the age of 6. Always has been, always will be. Lest we forget, Audrey wrote the first stories based around Thomas and his friends to his son back when he was a toddler as bedtime stories. And if you don't like it when Thomas is described as a kid's show, that's on you for getting upset over it. If today's kids like any part of series 22 to 24, and the lessons they gain from it are not harmful in any way, though frankly, Apology Impossible and Panicky Percy should be avoided at all costs, then that should be all that matters, and that's good enough for me. But how will the Big World Big Adventures era fare by 2025 for the franchise's 80th anniversary, if it's still around at all? Ask me again in a few years. But for now, as has become tradition by this point, here's my personal top 10 favorite episodes from that era, some of which I consider on par with both the classic and Brenner eras. Number 10, School of Duck. Number 9, Diesel Do Right. Number 8, Confusion Without Delay. Number 7, Sunny Second Chance. Number 6, Wish You Were Here. Number 5, Rosie is Red. Number 4, Hunt the Truck. Number 3, Young Bao and the Tiger. Number 2, Heart of Gold. And number 1, Thomas and the Royal Engine. And of course, here's my personal top 10 least favorites, so as a minor spoiler, don't be surprised by some of the episodes I chose for this list. Number 10, Barukata. Number 9, Emily to the Rescue. Number 8, Seeing is Believing. Number 7, A New Arrival. Number 6, Emily's Best Friend. Number 5, Thomas in the Wild. Number 4, Thomas in the Monkey Palace. Number 3, Thomas Goes to Bollywood. Number 2, Apology Impossible. And number 1, Panicky Percy. Alright, so this concludes SODORAMA, at least for the main series. Have I been critical at times when it came to my reviews? In fairness, I may have been unjustifiably harsh at certain points, but as a critic, I value honesty over anything else. If you agree or disagree with anything I've said in this 24-part review series, that's fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and most of my opinions when it came to certain episodes boil down to caring about the story rather than the visuals and the music. That's one of the reasons why I don't like The Flying Kipper as much as I used to as a kid. It's an episode I call spectacle over substance, but I do try to be as fair as possible when it comes to reviewing the show, which I cannot say for Thomas's handler since the 1980s. I think that if there was a recurring theme throughout the show's run, it's that the treatment of Thomas and Friends as a show, brand, and franchise has been atrocious. Britt Allcroft, as well-meaning as she was, is very much responsible for the mess that Thomas is in right now. Wilbur Audrey put his faith in an Icarus to handle his creation. It began when Britt introduced Thomas to American American audiences through Shining Time Station, and starting with Series 3, she ended up catering too much to the American audience. That's also part of the reason why Rusty to the Rescue exists, because Brit apparently thought that kids from the 90s wouldn't understand anything about British culture. Then Audrey died and Brit took too much control of Series 5, and it was only when Thomas and the Magic Railroad bombed at the box office that she had flown too close to the sun and drowned in her biggest failure, resulting in her selling the rights to Hit Entertainment. 20 years later, Mattel effectively finished the job Brit Allcross started by creating All Engines Go. This cynical attitude and misunderstanding towards Audrey's creation has hardly changed in the past 30 years or so. As for what the future holds for Thomas and Friends, we have no idea. But at the moment, even when the fanbase acts entitled at its worst, at their best, they can create stories that emulate the feeling of the Railway series, the Classic Era, the Brenner Era, or a combination of all three. So while the true legacy of Thomas will live on in fan projects, I'll leave a few examples below, of course, no one can truly replicate Wilbur Audrey's writing style or David Mitten's directing skills. Not even Andrew Brenner, Ian McHugh, Diana Basso, and Michael White. But doesn't mean we can't try. Even if All Engines Go flops hard with critics and fans, I do not believe it'll be the worst thing that Mattel has done. Far from it, in fact. They've done far more scandalous things like lying about their stock and sales, supporting Autism Speaks, and more recently, abusing members of the Thomas Creator Collective, many of whom have since gone on to make far better fan productions. A lot of stories that some of those people have told were really fucked up, believe me. Seriously, if those behaviors are not enough to make you hate Mattel, then I don't know what will. Most companies do shady things solely for money, no matter how much it may end up hurting people, directly or indirectly. With all that said, you have to wonder what might have happened had Brit Allcroft not let Thomas's popularity get the better of her and she started to make stupid decisions, again being the indirect cause for Mattel's meddling of Thomas and Friends. But as much as I hate to say it, what's happened has happened. The original show was a good run while it lasted. 36 years is a very commendable run if I do say so myself. If they have an online presence, I recommend following the creators to see what they've been up to outside of Thomas and Friends. Whether or not you think their contributions to the show were good or bad is irrelevant. There is, after all, more to them than simply writing, producing, or doing voice work for the Little Blue Tank Engine and his friends. Maybe ask a few questions if you're interested, but please don't make them all about Thomas. I cannot stress that enough. My name is Zack Wanzer, you've been watching SODORAMA, and I'll see you next time when we return to the Emotions Corner. But depending on what crops up, don't expect our next project to be a Thomas-related review. That's not to say we won't revisit the Little Bluey 2 and his friends on occasion, but there are other topics we'd like to discuss as well. To give off one final hurrah to Thomas and Friends as we know it, here's Headmaster Hastings with a song dedicated to Sodor.
Picture a land where the sky is so blue, storybook land of wonder, magical island just waiting for you. Island of Sodor will make your dreams come true. Imagine a place where the sun always smiles, the valleys are green as can be. The friends that you love are waiting for you. Island of Sodor, make your dreams come true. Children, follow the dream to a land of make-believe. The island of Sodor, magical land where dreams come true.
Follow the road that leads to your dream, over the hills and mountains. Look for the skies with stars in their eyes.
Island of Sodor will make your dreams come true. Children, follow the dream to a land of make-believe. Cross the sea